Now it sounds like it's on. I'll try not to shout. Good morning, everybody. I'm Harriet Bulkley, and together here with Marcel Koch from PBL Environment Assessment Agency, together with our colleagues at IDRI, and I'm from Durham University. We're organising this session today on transformative change for nature-positive pathways. We've got a full programme for the whole day, and we're really pleased that some of you could make it to start with us today at 9. We're also being live streamed, and so that just to let you know that if you ask questions, then we are being live streamed. And also the Earth Negotiations Bulletin are here with us today and doing some reporting. So just so that everybody's aware that we're not under any kind of Chatham House rules or anything, so it's all very public. So just a couple of words from us by way of introduction as to why we wanted to bring this session together. Of course, the idea of transformative change is really at the heart of the global biodiversity framework that's been negotiated. But it's a kind of interesting, curious concept because on the one hand, we all know that we need it or we want it, but at the same time, we can't really agree what it should be. And so what we've been doing in different parts of our work over the last couple of years, and some of you have been lucky enough to pick up a brochure for a piece of work that we did on this, has been trying to explore what transformative change could be. And we want to take the opportunity of being here together and in person to explore this further. Some people think it means system change. Other people suggest we need more structural change. Others focus on participation, process change, and pretty much everybody thinks it needs to be progressive towards more just outcomes. But how this actually works in practice is what we want to explore today through a series of 4 different panels. I'm going to hand over to Marcel to say a bit more about today.
Yeah, thank you, Harriet. We like to explore the whole idea and make it more practical. The idea of transformative change through 4 panels. So in the first panel, we will address the question of how can we achieve transformative change through mobilizing the GBF. And as an introduction, we will hear presentations by Professor Ledley and by Professor Turnhout from a social science and more of an ecological perspective of how to think about transformative change. Then the second panel, which will be ministerial panel, will address the question of how to align nature and climate for transformative change, also explicitly making the connections between the COPs and the UNFCCC and COP15 here. And then in the third round, in a panel moderated by the Action Agenda champion, Manuel Pugar, we will try to think about the question how we can build linkages between whole of society and whole of government. And in the last session, we will address the question, well, if transformative change is actually happening, do we actually recognize it? How can we see that it is happening? So this session will be about the recognition and the rewarding of transformative change and questions of monitoring, reporting and review. So I think this is going to be the program. I think we have a very exciting program today. So I wish us all a very nice morning. And hand over back to you, Harriet, for the first session.
Thanks, Marcel. The clicker, the exciting clicker with a big green button on it. Yes, so for our first panel, as Marcel just outlined, we're going to be thinking about how do we mobilize the global biodiversity framework around transformative change. And we're really delighted to have both Esther Turnhout and Paul Ledley, who are working with the IPBES group, panel, assessment, whichever we'll say it, to try to work this out from the science perspective. So Esther and Paul are each going to give us a short presentation, and then we're going to hear from our panelists, Sylvia, Fabrice and Jeanette, who are going to share some of their thoughts about what transformative change looks like from their perspectives, and then we'll open it up for some questions. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to Esther, who will start. And Esther, here's your clicker. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for coming to this really important panel on an urgent topic. Thank you also to the organizers and particularly the Environmental Assessment Agency for inviting me to speak here. I'll be discussing in a very brief presentation the why, what, and how of transformative change. And I'll do that to some extent in my capacity as an author of the IPBES Global Assessment that was published in 2019, and currently as an author of the IPBES Transformative Change Assessment. So the first thing that I think is important to emphasize is that we're facing a global poly crisis. And it's incredibly important in all of the actions that we think about to recognize that the crisis of biodiversity loss, climate change, and inequality and injustice are fundamentally interlinked. So there's an increasing global scientific consensus about the need to address these crises in an integrated manner through what's been called transformative change. And here are just some quotes from IPBES assessments that underscore this need. So what transformative change requires is a focus on the common underlying root causes of our global polycrisis. These lie, first of all, in our political economic systems. Inequality, extreme wealth, overproduction, and overconsumption all drive environmental degradation. And despite agreements and promises to the contrary, some of our governments actually continue to subsidize and incentivize the destruction of our planet at rates that dwarf investments in nature. And we're also seeing this in the current negotiations. Equally important, though, is our underlying paradigms, our values, our knowledge systems. So these paradigms continue to promote the false idea of endless economic growth as both necessary and benign. And they are based on a separation of people and nature and on what Aimé Césaire has, amongst others, called the thingification or the objectification of nature. This paradigm underlies not just our ideas of economy, but also of conservation, because it sees nature as an area separate from people that we need to protect. This is currently on the table in the 30 by 30 proposal. However, we need to recognize that this notion of conservation has in effect also legitimized, unwittingly perhaps, the unfettered destruction of the other parts, the other 70% of the planet. So in this part of the world, this paradigm has considered nature as a resource to be exploited, or, as is currently also on the table, as a cost on a balance sheet of businesses and economic activities. Now, it's really important to recognize that both these proposals, the 30 by 30, but also the proposals that are on the table for the other 70% of the earth, are perhaps positive steps, but they're not going to be enough to bend the biodiversity curve because they don't address the underlying causes of biodiversity loss. So we need a better theory of change. In an article that we did in Conservation Letters on the basis of the IPBES global assessment, we proposed a theory of change that might enable transformative change. So what this figure conveys is that we need to address both the direct and the indirect drivers of biodiversity loss through a suite of measures that we need to take simultaneously. Increasing funding for conservation, which could actually be funded for by redirecting harmful incentives. We need to create regulation that supports sustainable economic activities, and we need to change our concepts and ideals and objectives of the economy. And with this last set of measures, we enter into this domain of values and paradigms. Notions such as sufficiency economies, steady state economy, degrowth economies, or well-being economies can all apply here. Regardless of the differences between these concepts, they all suggest a termination of a quite unproductive and unhealthy fixation on GDP as a metric and an objective of economic policies. So we go to the how of transformative change. There's currently a lot of talk about this. Academics often emphasize how complex it all is and how it should go beyond short-term incremental changes. Now, this is really true, but it's also really important to keep it concrete and to keep it specific and not get bogged down or let ourselves be paralyzed by the presumed enormity of the challenge. I'd like to stress here that the only thing we can ever do is take an action. And the only moment where we can ever do it is now. So when it comes to the how of transformative change, there's really two parts of this. The first is about stopping things. We need to unlearn paradigms. We need to unmake our political economies, and we need to overcome vested interest, obstacles, and resistance that blocks change. We know what to do here. Stop subsidizing and incentivizing the destruction of nature, stop allowing damaging economic and societal activities, and address inequality by addressing extreme wealth, for example, by progressive tax systems, and addressing overconsumption and overproduction by means of supply side measures. Without this first set of activities, positive actions have no chance of being effective at scale. They are needed to create the conditions and to create the space to initiate new activities, develop new institutions, and build new paradigms about economy, about nature, and about human-nature relations, including policy and regulation that promotes public values, equity, justice, and human and ecological well-being, also including changing education, research practices, and metrics to make these paradigms tangible and embed them in the hearts, minds, and practices of people and institutions. So, to conclude, biodiversity conservation has to work for people and nature. Our current political economic systems have not just exploited nature, they also exploit many people. We tend to think too much of conservation and nature as costly, as an enemy of the economy, or as a separate place without people. In so doing, we've put nature at a distance from people in our minds and in our practices. We need a conservation that is just and effective and that works for the 99% and not just for the 1% as we currently do. Thank you.
Much, Esther. That was a really great start to thinking both about why transformative change is so important, but also how we can do it. And I really loved your point that the only thing we can do is act, and the only time we can do it is now. That was a really great point, among many others. So thank you very much. I'll now turn over to Paul. I believe you have some slides too, Paul.
So thank you very much. And what I'd like to do is follow up on that really nice talk by Esther and talk about how we can transform some of these ideas into scenarios and models. And I don't want to suggest that scenarios and models somehow tell us something about the truth, but they can tell us some things about what's plausible, and they can also tell us some things about whether or not these kinds of things that Esther is talking about can actually be done and how they might be done. And so I'm going to be giving a talk that's based on a joint talk that I gave with David Leclerc earlier this week. So talking about bending the curve. What is bending the curve, and can we plausibly do it? So what is bending the curve? So this was first raised, bending the curve for biodiversity was first raised as an issue to really change our paradigm about biodiversity loss and stop talking about slowing the loss of biodiversity, but really start thinking about halting it, and through restoration, actually creating a positive dynamic for biodiversity, although we know we can't do that for all components of biodiversity. And so here you see a graph from that landmark paper by Georgina Mace and her colleagues. And now very recently, the scenarios and modeling community has taken up the challenge of asking the question, is it plausible to bend the curve? And that's really important because the scenarios and modeling community up until recently has basically been building scenarios that are somewhere between bad and worse. And it would be nice to see if we could test to see if a bending the curve, a positive future for nature and people is plausible. And so one of the first attempts to do this was led by David Leclerc. And what you see on this diagram here, very complicated diagram, but essentially what you see in the gray lines for many different measures of biodiversity, all those gray lines with the dark black lines in the middle, those gray shadowed lines, that's business as usual. And for every single measure we have of biodiversity, whether that's suitable habitat, wildlife population density, regional extinctions, global extinctions, it all just keeps going bad, down. And then David Leclerc and his colleagues put together a set of scenarios in which they looked at a number of things. What happens if we change supply side components? What happens if we change demand side, how much we use? What happens if we change conservation in terms like the 30 by 30 initiative that we're talking here about protected areas? And he put all those together into integrated action portfolio. And then a number of groups tested it, and those are the yellow lines here. And what you can see is that it does look plausible to bend the curve for biodiversity if you have an integrated action portfolio. But it's really important to break this down a little bit. So if you see this graphic here with the gray line going down, that's business as usual. The yellow line in the middle is conservation restoration only. So that's 30 by 30, plus a lot of conservation, plus a lot of restoration. It's hard to bend the curve. You slow things down. It looks like you bend the curve there, but actually, for most measures, you don't. And it's only this green curve that bends up where you have sustainable use and sustainable consumption that you put together with conservation efforts where you can bend the curve. That's a really important message. There is no plausible future, at least to what we can tell with scenarios, there's no plausible future in which you can bend the curve with conservation efforts only. And I'll talk about some of the components of that, and some of them are listed here. And then what we've done, we've prepared a number of science briefs for the CBD and for the people here who are negotiating the global biodiversity framework. And we've tried to explain that, and I'm not going to go into the details of these things. You can find these science briefs, including what I'll be talking about next, on the GeoBond website. And one of the things that we've done is actually to try and summarize the 6 studies that we could find that actually look at bending the curves. And what's really important is we've only begun to do these bending the curve scenarios over the last couple of years. So there's not very many of them. You have a very complicated graphic there. I'll try and walk you through it quickly. So on sort of the left side of this table here, it says continued trends plus 30% protected areas. So we test that scenario. We look at it. If you just do 30% protected areas and then you don't put the resources behind it, it basically looks like business as usual. So 30%, if you don't put the resources behind it, it's basically no better than business as usual. If you do conservation and restoration with the proper resources and in the right places, you can slow the loss of biodiversity, but you cannot halt it and you cannot bend it. It's only when you add these other things, and that's where everything turns green in this transformative change column. In all the scenarios that we've looked at, that's the only way that actually you can bend the curve. You need the transformative change, the exact kind of transformative change that Esther just talked about. So what about people in all this? So part of the claim is if we bend the curve, it's at the cost of human well-being. So it's not about people in nature, it's about nature. And so you can actually bend, one of the tenet in most of these scenarios, not all of them, is that you're not compromising food security. Also, many other things that you're looking at in terms of sustainable development goals in some of these. So what are some of the key assumptions? One is that there's a very large reduction in overconsumption, particularly of food, and even more specifically of animal-based products. Now, that might be a positive future for some people, and as Esther said, that's not a positive future for many people, or they don't view it that way at any rate. And that's coupled with a strong assumption about more equitable distribution of food. Secondly, you must close yield gaps in Africa. If you don't do that, you can't bend the curve. It does make a fundamental assumption that education for women is improved and that this has an effect on fertility. And again, that's a value, that has strong value relationships. Not everybody might consider that as something positive. And in the particular, and this is where I'm going to make the relationship with the next series of talks in the next session, it assumes, at least in some of these, that energy security is secured for all people. And that's incredibly good for people because that means you're getting energy from cleaner sources and you're reducing greenhouse gas emissions that are related to environmental health effects. So there are strong synergies, really strong synergies in most of these bending the curve scenarios, but there are also trade-offs, and there's lots of vested interest which will not see these as positive futures. And I just want to finish with one last example, one of the more recent bending the curve scenarios, in which actually they've developed some scenarios based on IPCC scenarios, but in which they've not just looked about what's good for the climate, but they've actually looked at what's good for climate, people, and biodiversity. And that's this blue curve called SDP 1.5. So you're trying to hit 1.5 degrees, which we know is going to be pretty difficult. But that climate mitigation comes through putting taxes, financing on climate, on greenhouse gas emissions, and transferring that money to human development. Now, again, many people might not view that as positive. You might view that as positive in this room. And if you do that, you come up with a scenario in which you achieve climate change mitigation. If you look on the graphic here where biodiversity attackness index, it's the best scenario for biodiversity and attackness index, and it's by far and away the best scenario for measures of human development, underweight people, or relative poverty. So bending the curve is not a trade-off between nature and people if you do it correctly. And I just want to finish with that.
I haven't done this for some time. Too many Zoom calls. Would you mind just advancing the slide for me, Paul? Just one more. I think then we're going to get back to the program for the rest of the panel. I hope so, at least. Or not. Just let colleagues bring that up. No, I think they will do it. I'm just double checking. Anyway. We can start, as we're not going to have slides from the rest of the panel. We're just going to hear their very wise words of wisdom. So maybe, so we've invited 3 colleagues from different perspectives to share with us their views about where we are with transformative change at the moment. Marcel, you might need to go back. It's the other slide. Thank you. We're not quite, there we go, perfect. So we're not quite running countries yet amongst this panel, but you know, you are definitely high level. So I've asked the panelists to think about from where they're coming from in their own work, where do they see the evidence for transformative change. So Esther has given us some really great insights into what transformative change could and should be. And then we've also heard from Paul that there are nature positive pathways that we can find, but they will require the kind of transformative change that Esther introduced. So now I'm going to ask the others on the panel to reflect on where we are on this kind of journey to transformative change and what we might need to be, you know, what action should we be taking now? What kind of ideas should we be thinking about now to get there? So Sylvie, I'll ask you please to start. And I've asked each of the panelists to have about 3 or 5 minutes. And then once that's done, I'm going to open up for some questions. So please do get your questions ready.
Thank you very much, Harriet, and thank you for having me share a few, hopefully, wise words. My reflections are really centered on just one example of a tool that could possibly help us find some policies and actions that can enable this transformative change that Esther was talking about. I'm a member of the Task Force on Scenarios and Models under IPBES, and here we have developed something called the Nature's Futures Framework, which is a tool for developing scenarios of positive futures for nature, either through collaborative processes with stakeholders and decision makers, or by scientists. And this tool was also developed in a collaborative process with stakeholders and was approved by the IPBES plenary earlier this year. Now, what is special with this tool is that it makes visible the diverse values, both the diverse values and combination of values that motivate us all to care for nature. Now think about it. Why are you here at the COP15? Do you value nature for its intrinsic value, its right to exist and thrive without human interference? Do you value nature for all it gives us, such as food, water, and air? Or do you also value nature because you have a deep relationship with it? Perhaps since childhood, perhaps tied to a specific place or a specific landscape. Now, making all these three value perspectives, the intrinsic, instrumental, and relational, visible can help dialogue in search for common ground. It can also open up ideas for new policy options and pathways towards diverse visions of living in harmony with nature. So let me give a concrete example. In New Zealand, the officers that were engaged in developing their most recent NBSAP, they were informed of this, they were knowledgeable about this framework and the three value perspectives that it centers on. So it was kind of influencing their development of the NBSAP. And then last year, in 2021, the framework was presented at a workshop with those that are going to implement the NBSAP, so central and regional governments. And their task of that workshop was to develop an implementation plan. And the Nature's Futures framework was presented there and used, and it was really clear that it helped dialogue between, for example, different ministries that had different motivations for preserving nature, the conservation ministries and the primary production ministries, because these are often seen to have conflicting objectives. So it facilitated dialogue on how to achieve multiple objectives for nature. And the discussion also allowed for making sure all values, all three value perspectives, were well represented in goals and targets, but also in indicators. Now, of course, we may see that New Zealand is a bit of a special case. They have already come quite far, for example, in including and respecting indigenous perspectives on nature in their governance. But perhaps it is in countries where this is not the case that the potential of this framework for enabling transformative change is largest. Because what this framework enables is to bring out the relational values. Relational values have been almost invisible, both in scenarios and models made by scientists to support decision making, but also in decision making process, including here at COP15. And yet, relational values could play a crucial role for transformative change. In my view, the most transformative policies and actions we can take are those that enable ever stronger relational bonds with nature. Such actions would actually be self-enforcing, reinforcing. People with stronger relational values will take stronger action to care for nature. So what could such actions be? I'm thinking about the nature school I attended in Swedish forests at the age of 5, of school gardens in urban areas where children never see farmlands, of scout and hiking clubs for youth, of helping migrants create bonds with their new natures, creating access to parks and nature for urban dwellers, for involving citizens and communities in monitoring the health of nature, of planting food forests for public access, of drawing on the wisdom of indigenous peoples and faith communities in exploring further options. So to wrap up, it is important that we have tools that foster mutual understanding and unity among different actors who care about nature for different reasons. And we have them all here in this building. But this is not enough. All scenarios of positive nature futures have one thing in common. Nature is valued much, much more than it is today. Any tools that can help us find policies that enable individuals, communities, and institutions to value nature much more has transformative potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sylvie. That was great. Perfect. So I'm going to now turn to Fabrice. Fabrice, up to 5 minutes for you as well. Thank you so much.
You'll give me warnings or glare at me.
Yeah, I do my Paddington Bear stare first,
Cool.
and then there are warnings
Good,
after that.
Good,
Okay.
good. No, this is great. Such good stuff here. So Fabrice de Klerk, Science Director at ITA, and also Principal Scientist with the Alliance of Biodiversity and CIAT, the CGIR, and currently author of the Food Nexus chapter, where I'm hoping to gather a lot of information to help with that chapter. And I think we've been set up quite nicely by the previous speakers, including on what it would take to transform. The Leclerc paper, which I contributed to, use the Lancet Planetary Health Diet as its baseline, and I think really has helped us to identify that we can provide guardrails for change, but that within those guardrails that there are multiple solutions that exist, and I'll address that a little bit. That there's three main points I think I want to try to address now. The first is, I think, really realizing that we are at a transformative point in the Earth's history, right? We used to be able to talk about environmental change as localized and regional, but now it's planetary. So this notion of Anthropocene, I think, really is important. And what it signifies is that we are now a geological force on the environment. So the decisions that we make, including this week, have planetary scale implications. And I think it's important that we take that responsibility on. However, I think it's an error if we think that there is a planetary solution, right? We can scale impacts, but there is no planetary solution. And what we must be much better at recognizing is the multiple pathways that allow us to get there. So the work we did with Leclerc and the work that Leclerc and that Paul shows, bending the curve as a single pathways, but it's important to recognize that there are multiple actions that fit within those pathways. And Esther's first and last slide showed us this, right? That rich plant diversity in the first slide, the rich insect diversity in the last slide, reminds us that nature does teach us something. If you walk into any ecosystem, and ecosystems are our shared set of constraints, there is not one species that had solved those constraints. Right? Every ecosystem that we've walked and enjoyed has multiple species who, in relation to that constraint, have adapted an individual and unique set of traits that allows them to adapt. And I think it's the same way that transformation must happen. It must recognize that diversity. But I don't think that policy or private sector, or even many of us, are used to or know how to handle a diversity of solutions. We're still looking for that silver bullet. And I think we should recognize that bullets kill and that bullets are not the analogy that we should be using. Protected areas have had a transformative impact on my life, but I am worried in the 30 by 30 narrative that we fail to recognize that today we are 50 by 20. 50% of the world's terrestrial lands are currently in a state of intactness. And many of those spaces are shared by people. Many of those spaces are used by people. And I think we must be much better at recognizing that these are options by which we achieve this aligned target. And I hope that we're able to maintain that intactness. So target 1, which calls for the halt of conversion of remaining intact in wilderness areas, is one that I think is really quite critical. The second main point I want to make is that I like to call the Anthropocene the Anthropocene. So Esther, you talked about polycrises, and I think this is a poly challenge as well, right? So the Anthropocene is not about ors. We've come out, I hope, of this phase of food security or environmental security, which is what's led us into this mess to begin with. And we must recognize that today's challenge is a challenge of ands. It's food security and water security and climate security and environmental security and livelihood security. And we must be much better at recognizing that this debate about share or spare is not productive. It has to be share and spare. We need to be much better about recognizing those pieces. In negotiating Target 10 yesterday on civil production, at the last minute, food security got thrown in as one of the elements, as one of the new brackets. And I understand the origins of that bracket. We are terrified at the notion of people not having enough access to food. This is completely correct. It's a rational fear, and it's a rational goal for Target 10. However, I think the real innovation in Target 10 on sustainable production is that it recognizes that the world's largest ecosystem, agricultural ecosystems, which cover 40% of their service, are not just about food provisioning. They are places where climate is mitigated, where water quality is improved, where livelihoods are produced, and where biodiversity thrives. So the only way that we can do this is by recognizing the multiple benefits that come with transformative change. The third point I want to make, and my last point, is that I think we focus sometimes too much on rights-based approaches. And I don't mean to say that the right to food is not correct. But I think that as Simone Weil, French philosopher, reminds us, is that responsibilities precede rights. And that before we have access to rights, we need to recognize those responsibilities. One of the biggest misunderstandings of the Atlantic Commission is that it was interpreted that we were abusing the rights of Hungary to have access to animal source proteins. This is not the ethical dimension of the planetary health diet. The ethical dimension of the planetary health diet is recognizing that those of us who are over-consuming have a responsibility to reduce that overconsumption in order to bring us within a safe and just environmental space. This is the real ethical question. So with that, I hope that we can continue this conversation, and I really thank the organizers for creating this reflection space for all of us.
Thank you very much, Fabrice. That was great. Another great set of ideas in there for us to kind of be reflecting on, responsibilities and rights together, and thinking very much, very, very clearly thinking about the fact that we need to be in this kind of multiplicity of approaches rather than throwing silver bullets around, which could get dangerous. So I'd now like to turn to our last panelist, Jeanette Sanchez. Jeanette, thank you so much for joining us and look forward to your comments.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the invitation, and it's a pleasure and honor to share some findings from 2 studies of ECLAC, and with this distinguished panel. I will talk about 2 studies recently published by ECLAC with the support of the French cooperation about biodiversity mainstreaming and transformative governance in Latin America and Caribbean. Those are lessons from 11 case studies in 8 countries: Mexico, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil, Peru, and Chile, from 7 sectors, where many actors were interviewed, aiming to identify obstacles and opportunities for their scaling up, potential scaling up. And I invite you to download those studies from at ECLAC's website. Well, our main findings. The first of all, Latin America, the Latin American and the Caribbean region is an important repository of mainstreaming and transformative governance of biodiversity initiatives. And those are not sufficiently recognized. These experiences are already managing biodiversity in a way that contributes to people well-being, to the integration in the economic and financial and development sectors, to the achievements of the CBD objectives, as well as to the 2030 agenda. Following the work of Marcel and other colleagues, we looked at the different strategies the initiatives have taken for their development. All cases are carried out from a combination of different dialogues, pathways, innovative approaches, and multiple actors that contribute to an integrative, inclusive, informed, adaptive approach. But, however, there is no blueprint in mainstreaming. A complementary set of practices of the different approaches to mainstreaming and transformative governance is necessary to generate synergy and positive changes for ecosystems restoration, for recovery of spaces, for the use for sustainable use, that simultaneously generates social, economic, as well as environmental positive changes. For instance, at least I will refer to 2 examples. The community management of more than 500,000 hectares of the Mayan Biosphere Reserve in Guatemala is implemented through 2 5-year renewable concessions, providing access and rights over the natural resources to indigenous people and local communities, boosted by the peace treatment. has created employment and training for at least 2,000 people, including women and youth, with the investment of 30% of the profits in education, health, tourism infrastructure that they need in their community. Other examples, the bentonic resource management and exploitation areas of Chile that has multi-actor governance and cooperation that has contributed to sustainable use of marine resources with a strong participatory and adaptive training process, and with the co-production of artisanal fishermen and women, and also has increased in average 20% of their total yearly income. Some lessons learned. There is a lack of understanding about the role of biodiversity. This is a main barrier. There is a strong need for common knowledge and a common language. Mainstreaming of biodiversity remains subject to the political will, and data on mainstreaming of biodiversity is very limited. Many of the socioeconomic achievements are not accounted or highlighted. And finally, biodiversity mainstream and transformative governance serves as a cornerstone for sustainable development from a comprehensive approach, and has a great potential to promote synergic changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeanette. It was really wonderful to hear the kind of examples of transformative change that are already underway. And I think just exactly that point, that so often these things are under the radar, that we're not collecting enough of the diversity of the different kinds of transformative change that are happening on the ground at the moment, and that we can learn an awful lot from this practice already. We don't need to create always new ideas and new processes for transformative change. We can learn from what's happening already. So I'm going to open up for the audience to ask some questions. Yes, there you are, Marco. I've been a bit blinded by the light. And we have a microphone that we can put around. Has anybody got a question that they'd like to start with? Yes, please. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Julie Clark from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. So thank you, fantastic, inspirational speeches. I think also to bring into this is important the just transition and transformative change, and defining it, because if it's not clearly defined in terms of biodiversity won't become part of that just transition. And yet biodiversity is such an answer to the just transition, because so many jobs could be switched from polluting jobs to actually nature-based solution jobs. So I think there's a big opportunity there, and it's especially relevant in Africa and South Africa.
I was warned earlier not to stand too close to the speaker, and that's what I just did. Thank you very much for your question. Is anybody else got something that they would like to ask now, or shall I just place that to the panel? Does somebody want to try and answer that question? What do we think about defining an approach to a just transition as a kind of core element of transformative change? Yes, Fabrice, please.
Yeah, thanks for that question. And it's so we just launched the Lancet 2.0, and what's different from the first one, which was healthy diets and environmental food, is that we're now trying to see whether we can address what is a just transition. And for food, that there's two dimensions that the team is led by Teresa Marto and then Gordon at SRC is grappling with. One is how do you ensure available, affordable, and accessible access to healthy foods is one. And the second one that we're grappling with is what does it mean in terms of responsibilities for overconsumption? So when we look at consumption patterns globally, are there differentiated responsibilities for action between regions, between peoples, between countries that need to be taken into consideration? So we haven't addressed more your question about how do you identify who the losers are, and how do you ensure that maybe short-term losers in a transition don't halt progress towards the long-term ambitions? And here, I think that there's some opportunities with compensation. There's some opportunities with retraining. But I think still some open questions about how do you do that in a way that is meaningful. But I think that the critical piece here is recognizing that in transitions there will be losers, and what's distinct from human systems compared to ecological systems is that we have the capacity to compensate or to address those losers rather than letting them lie.
Thanks very much, Fabrice. Does anybody else on the panel want to take that? Do you want to have a go, Esther? Yeah, and then I'll come in with a question next.
Yeah, I might make a short comment in addition to what Fabrice was saying. And I mean, there's a lot of jargon in the literature about innovation, transition, transformation, etc. I think it's really important to kind of continue to think about when we talk about just transitions, we often talk about a single sector. And the urgency and the challenge of transformation is to put all of these necessary transitions and the necessity of making these transitions just also in integration with each other, so that the energy transition doesn't harm biodiversity, or that the food transition doesn't harm energy and biodiversity. And all these things need to be addressed in conjunction.
Thanks very much, Esther. I have a few questions that I wanted to ask. You want to come back in, Fabrice?
Yeah.
Go on then.
So I mean, so Paul, in talking about the bending the curve slide, I think made a really important point, right, about trade-offs, and I think something that we don't realize as much as we should is that this is primarily synergistic at the global level. So from a biophysical point of view, bending the curve on biodiversity loss is achievable by transitioning to healthy diets, by improving food production and reducing food waste and losses as levers. But that same transition accounts for a major part of reducing climate impact, allows us to keep half of the world's ecosystems intact, and allows us to avert 11 million premature deaths from food-based diseases, which are the primary driver of mortality globally, right? So that bending the curve element that Paul showed is not just a means by which you address biodiversity conservation, but it's a major climate solution and it's a major health solution. There is no trade-off in there about health. It actually is positive on health. Where we also find a synergy is that it increases equity, right? This is about making sure that everyone everywhere has access to a healthy diet. Where we get the trade-off is what Esther was pointing out, is that this is about the political economy, right? So there is no fundamental biophysical trade-off, but it's the social questions that we need to tackle if we want to achieve these goals.
Thanks very much, Fabrice. I don't know, Paul, if you wanted to come back on that. One of the things I was going to ask you to consider is in terms of those curves that you showed us, they seem on the one hand there's quite a large mountain to climb in those those curves that need to be going up quite steeply. There's quite a bend there. And one of the things that people often discuss around transformative change is how radical it needs to be. Do we need to see kind of radical change to get those transformations coming through? Or do you think there are other ways we can think about change to achieve the kind of pathways that you've shown us?
So it depends on what you call radical change. Is for those people who overconsume food, especially animal products, is transitioning to a more plant-based diet, is that radical for some people? Yup. It's something I try and do, and I think I'm pretty healthy and happy. But for some people, that's a radical transition. There are many other radical transitions. The final scenario that I showed you requires that we have that it's based on, not requires, it's based on the idea that there's financing for greenhouse gases emissions in developed countries, and that financing that would help reduce, so carbon taxes, would actually then be repurposed for human development. Some people might view that as positive. In France, first efforts to do that led to massive strikes in France. And in part, that's because the problems, inequity within France were not properly treated. So you can't deal with these inequity issues just at the global level. They also need to be addressed within countries. And so they're not radical in the sense that we can't imagine what they would look like. They're radical in the sense that they require a change in values, and there will be trade-offs for vested interests. I mean, we have to be very clear about that. Not everybody's going to be happy in this transformative change. So yes, in that sense, they're radical.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask both Sylvie and Jeanette whether the kinds of changes that they're thinking about are also radical, or maybe Jeanette, when you've compiled all these great case studies and evidence from the ground, is what you see radical change on the ground, or is some other kind of dynamic at work? And then Sylvie, maybe I'll come to you about whether we need a kind of radical change in values as well. Thanks.
Yes, I think so. But to be fair, it's important. Science biodiversity is very multidimensional. It's important to think in all the levels. For instance, in government, from the national or even transnational level to the very local level, and to the other actors like private actors, and also indigenous people or local communities. It is important also in recognize which are the main catalyzer factor. What factor is going to make possible to do a radical change, and this is very much territory specific. And we have to identify in each situation which is this factor, but which is very clear is that these many actors have to be on board in order to promote a mobilization of resources, tangible and intangible resources, and as I say, identify which is going to provoke and causes the other changes in order to be radical and synergic.
Yeah, maybe I will answer the question with thinking about what kind of change is it when you have the seed of a tree first, very inconspicuous, and then a few years later or decades, you have a mighty tree. Is that now radical change? I would call it organic change. And I think, particularly when it comes to value change, there's no way we can flip from one day to another, but we can enter a process of organic change.
I'm just moving away from that speaker before it shouts at me, but I love that idea of the metaphor of the tree is very powerful, and thank you for sharing that, and also for showing how many different actors need to be involved along the journey. So you need to have the kind of changes that work for multiple actors at a time. I think we have one other question in the audience, please.
I thank you. I appreciate so much this panel. I'm Pierluigi Bozzi, International Coordinator of International University Network on Biodiversity and Cultural Diversity. We discussed transformative change. There is a large discussion in literature, but in a few words, when we analyze food system, for example, the change of the consumption patterns is a transformative change, yes, but it is a transformative objective, a product. What we really need to elaborate is a transformative process. And when we discuss transformative process, sorry, it's too fast or too high? Yeah.
It's fine, but it has to be very short. So just
No,
a
no.
tiny little bit more.
If you want, I stop here.
I thought it was a
I
perfect
wanted-
place to stop.
I
if
wanted
that's
the
okay.
yes, I wanted it to
Yeah.
a question, but if you don't want, no problem.
No, I understand.
No, thank you so much.
The question is great. I have one other person here, and then I'll ask the panel to respond, and one more over there, I think.
Thank you. Talking about the radicality
Could you
of
please
change.
introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry. The name is Antonio Grassa. I'm head of research of SOGRAP and scientific secretary of the International
What's this
Organization
person
for
with the
Wine and
shirt?
Wine.
I don't know.
Talking about the radicality of change, we don't hear very much, especially at the public level, talking about the radicality of inaction. And when comparing the cost of change with the cost of inaction, a lot of these discussions would be avoided. What do you think about that? Can we have a new narrative underlining the cost of doing nothing?
Thank you. I think we've got one more question, please. Yeah, you can meet halfway. That's great.
Thanks
Please
very much.
introduce yourself.
My name is Andre Moda from IGES in Japan. And actually, a very similar question to the gentleman on my left here, but to add to that, this idea of the difference between process and outcome. Also, the concept of incremental change is something which is sometimes thought of as the opposite of transformative change, and therefore is kind of put aside as something which we don't need to do anymore. But on the other hand, if you're thinking about process and innovation, especially incremental change is the process by which you achieve transformative change. And I just don't hear very much about incremental change except in a negative light. So just any comments on that would be appreciated.
Okay, perfect. So we've got a point about the difference between transformative change as an outcome and transformative change as a process, and how do we actually get there. We've got a point about the extent to which that that could be also incremental, which I think is a little bit like Sylvia was raising before about this kind of idea of organic growth. And then we've got a point about the radicalness of not changing and the cost of it. So Esther, I'm going to ask you to start, please, and then we've got about another 3 or 4 minutes for the panel overall before we need to close. Thank you.
Yeah, just some quick responses. I think these are all really excellent questions, and they go right to the heart of the matter of translating this urgency of transformative change to actually getting things done. I think that in literature, I understand why there is this emphasis on the distinction between incremental and transformative change. But if you recognize that you're in certain malfunctioning systems, and it is only in those systems that you can make a change, actual actions, whether they are incremental or transformative, is something that you can often only see afterwards. You can make some educated guesses on changes that will make a big difference. But on the other hand, you also see many positive initiatives being co-opted in dominant regimes, ending up blocking change because they're used as greenwashing. So it's a really complicated sort of. It's an important distinction to keep in mind, but we cannot allow that to lead us to inaction. So incremental change, whatever definition you have, is where you must start, because you must operate within systems that are currently malfunctioning.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Esther. Would anybody else on the panel like to take any of those questions? I'm sure you all would, but maybe Sylvia, could you come in, please?
Yeah, I really appreciate the comments about transformative process. And maybe an example that I've been thinking about ties to the last panel in this morning program about follow-up and review, because something that I think many sense is a weakness of these international processes is the lack of accountability, in the sense that we associate with norms at national level, for example. But if we think deeper in terms of how can we transform the processes that we engage with the outcomes of these normative processes, how do we engage with the global biodiversity framework when it is there? How do we make it into a self-reflective process of our own responsibility as institutions, as individuals? There's a lot of potential, I think, in transforming that process.
Very much. I've got Fabrice. I think I've got to give you each then 1 more minute, if I may. So, Fabrice, I'll start with you, please.
Yeah, no, just some quick concluding. To me, what's radical is the current state of the planet and the trajectory we're on, and our complacency to it. So I find that radical. And so I do think that it's important to recognize that on incremental versus transformative, there's this great book by Cyril, I forget his last name, the filmmaker from Demain, who wrote the Manual on Contemporary Resistance, who reminds us that Martin Luther King may not have been as successful as he was without Malcolm X. And so that all the actions together is what creates transformation.
And Paul?
On this case of inaction, so we've done a brief on restoration. And I think it is interesting to keep in mind that the best estimates of restoration are that it costs somewhere between several hundred and several thousand dollars per hectare to do restoration. And so when you start adding that up, it's trillions of dollars, what we're talking about. So that can be frightening. But the cost of inaction is human hunger, mass migration, and we know that for every dollar that you invest in restoration, you get many, many, not only just dollars, but human benefits from doing restoration. So the cost of inaction is huge in the case of not doing restoration at the large kinds of scales that we're talking about. And we hope that we'll get some incentives for it. There's lots of restoration going on anyway, but we hope we get the incentives for that here in the GBF.
Much, Paul. Please, Jeanette, your last comment from you, please.
Yes. Thank you for the questions. I completely agree that the process in this moment is crucial. We have a problem of moving targets, and with this huge uncertainty that we experience, and the speed, the amazing speed of the changes, we don't know exactly about the results, but which we could assure is having a good process, and mainly a process that is supported by the local people and the local governments, and we could support them to do the best work that they can do it.
Thank you. That was really great. And thank you for your such great insights to the questions. And thank you also to the audience for asking such really interesting questions. I think we've already started off our discussion today in a really great way. First of all, then, I would like to thank all of our speakers and panelists today. Please join with me in giving them a great round of applause. Thank you. We now have about a kind of 5 to 10 minute changeover period, as we're expecting 3 ministers to join us for the next panel. So I'll ask colleagues to come off the podium, and then so we'll be back running up again, we hope, by 10:15. Please bear with us with a bit of flexibility as we're at the hands of the ministerial timetable for today. So we'll be looking forward to starting again at about 15:15 the hour. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If I may get the room to settle down. Thank you very much. So it's my pleasure to be moderating this ministerial session. We're all here. Thank you for coming to the audience. This high-level panel is on aligning nature and climate for transformative change. My name is David Obura. I work with Cordio East Africa, based in Kenya, on coral reefs and also on the Earth Commission, and very active in the IPBES processes, so very engaged in the scientific side of this discussion, as we've heard in the previous panel. I'm honored to be joined by three ministers for this panel. Thank you very much. If I may introduce you first, and then we'll go into the topic. I'm joined on the far left by the Right Honourable Therese Coffey, UK Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. And then to her right is Her Excellency Christian van der Waal of the Netherlands, Minister for Nature and Nitrogen Policy. And on my immediate left is Her Excellency Mariam Al Maheri, the United Arab Emirates Minister of Climate Change and Environment. Now, we've just heard in the earlier session the science and perspectives on transformative change, what this means, and assessments of its feasibility, and particularly how nature and climate interact with one another. In this high-level panel, ministers will present their vision on transformative change for nature and climate change. Ministers will reflect and discuss their vision for how COP15 outcomes can support the outcomes agreed at COP27 on climate just last month and feed into COP28 next year, and how COP28 can best support the post-2020 global biodiversity framework. So I welcome each minister to make some opening remarks of 5 to 8 minutes, as you like, and the floor can be yours. So perhaps, who would like to start? Would you? Please, Minister van der Waal, thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Obura. And let me firstly also congratulate the Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency, Durham University and the DDRI for organizing this event, as well as the important academic work supporting this. Pleased to be here at COP15. Indeed, only weeks after the conclusion of that other important COP in Sharm el-Sheikh. Both addressing challenges that are not only in themselves crises, but also interrelated on demanding transformative action. I understand that you want us to reflect on how the COP15 outcomes can support the outcomes agreed at COP27 and feed into COP28 and vice versa. For the Netherlands, COP15 will be considered as a success when it achieves two things in particular. A comprehensive and transformative GBF that raises the bar on ambition, and two, as importantly, is supported by an enhanced implementation mechanism. Both cannot be seen separately. We have missed our targets before, and we don't want to go there again. Also, from our own experience in the Netherlands, we know how important it is that we deliver on what's agreed and how difficult it can become if we don't. Like my Prime Minister said before at the previous Biodiversity Summit, the paper tiger is the one species that we do want to see die out. To me, COP15 is therefore as much about implementation as it is about ambition. And that's not different for COP27 or next year's COP28. The message both processes are driving home more forcefully than ever is how much all of it relies on implementation and how much this action has to be scaled up collectively if we are to really respond to those titanic challenges, be it climate change or biodiversity loss. The mere text of the Paris Agreement nor the GBF will not save the world's biodiversity, nor us. But we could look to the UNFCCC process for inspiration. At COP28 next year, we will see the conclusion of the global stocktake, the process for taking stock of the world's collective progress towards the Paris goals. We believe that this is something that we could borrow and use in the CBD, just like the principle of ratcheting up. If several years down the line the NBCEPs prove not be enough in delivering on the targets that we agree today, we should not shy away from raising the bar further. UNFCCC, in turn, would do well to look much closer to the CBD. Nature-based solutions can provide an important part of the puzzle in delivering on net zero, while the majority of the GBF targets will have direct co-benefits for climate too. Therefore, I'm pleased to see that the cover decision of COP27, the Sharm el-Sheikh implementation plan, encouraged countries to implement nature-based solutions. Also, on a national level, we aim to align climate and biodiversity. For example, the Netherlands launched a new national forest strategy in 2020. The main priorities of the forest strategy are to combat climate change and enhance biodiversity. But forests have many more functions. We recreate in them and harvest wood. The strategy looks at the various functions in conjunction and aims maximize synergies and minimize trade-offs, meaning that measures taken should be beneficial for climate change and biodiversity and should not counteract each other. Another example is our vision on nature-inclusive agriculture. We are working hard to make agriculture a major sector in our country more sustainable. After decades of putting productivity first, we're now using our expertise to transition to circular and nature-inclusive agriculture. Circular and nature-inclusive agriculture does not exclude nature or function at the expense of it, but embraces it. In this way, we create more diversity in plants and animals, a better soil life, a better insect population, and nature that can withstand extreme weather conditions. By doing this, we aim to make the sector economically and ecologically sustainable for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Perhaps I can then hand off to Honourable Coffey at the far left. Would you like to speak next, perhaps?
Well, thank you very much, David, and to everybody who's come here today. We're meeting at a time when we need to steel our resolve to work together to solve so many challenges. And when the evidence for why action is so urgent is all around us, whether that's in the wisdom of Indigenous people and local communities, or in the science and indeed in events on every continent, we all know that for too long, nature has been overlooked. Flora and fauna are important in and of themselves, and their importance goes beyond their role in the safe, healthy environment we need to underpin and power our economies. And let's be candid, there is a whole host of pressures piling in on the world's flora and fauna, from illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, to plastic pollution, to the illegal wildlife trade, and of course, climate change. So meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement is critical to helping nature recover, as we know it can, including our ever warmer, more acidic ocean. And as our Prime Minister said at the start of COP27, any credible pathway to reaching the Paris goals must involve protecting and restoring the natural world. So as well as making urgent deep cuts to emissions across sectors around the world, we need to give nature a starring role in our plans to meet our commitments under the Paris Agreement and to make those commitments the most ambitious they can be. I was pleased that under the UK's presidency of the Climate COP26, that we worked together to lay the groundwork for success here in Montreal. We secured unprecedented investment in nature, whether in land and sea, from all sources when we were together in Glasgow, including greater global backing for the natural wonders on which the whole world depends, from the Amazon to the Congo Basin and their guardians. We also accelerated the global shifts that are now underway to make sure that every penny across our economies takes us closer to our nature goals, in the way that we're already beginning to do for climate, including getting financial institutions, the world's biggest buyers of commodities, and the multilateral development banks on board. It's critical we do that to get trillions of dollars flowing in the right direction. And perhaps most importantly of all, we brought nature to the top of the global political agenda in a very meaningful way at that COP26. I'm delighted it stayed there under Egypt's presidency of COP27, and I'm thrilled that we're already seeing the United Arab Emirates take it to the next level, because that's exactly what we need to do, not just at COP28 next year, of course, but right here in CBD COP15. We've got 4 ministers here from the UK government, and the aim of our delegation of ministers is to give our tireless, world-class negotiating team our full support, and to persuade other countries to give their teams the backing they need to find common ground on everything from protecting nature and making sure everyone feels the benefits of using nature more sustainably, to transparency and accountability, so we can secure a strong, ambitious framework for global action that will put nature on a road to recovery this decade. In particular, we've been working alongside our friends in Ecuador, Gabon, and the Maldives in creating a 10-point plan for financing biodiversity, and we want to make sure it's designed so that we give nature-rich countries the confidence they need to sign up. Now, our hope is that any government approaching negotiations in good faith will be able to see this in the ambitious, credible blueprint for action which we think the plan is. Both our collective willingness and ability to close the finance gap for nature during this decade, and a potential solution to the concerns that might be holding them back. I'm pleased to say it already commands the support of developed and developing countries spanning 5 continents, and I hope people here will persuade everyone to endorse it. Because, be candid, the eyes of the world are upon us, and it's up to us to take failure firmly off the table and come together to secure this agreement here at CBD 15. And because if we continue to work together to implement it and make the road ahead a road to recovery, then we stand not just to avoid the worst impacts, but to save precious species by securing the diversity, abundance, and connectivity of life on Earth, bolstering the peace and prosperity we all want to see, and fundamentally to improve the lives of people at home and around the world for generations to come as well. David, I'm delighted to be part of this panel today. The UK is absolutely committed to playing our part, to backing the hard work of nature-rich countries around the world, and working with all of you to see this through. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Excellency. Now, perhaps, Minister Mariam, I can hand over to you.
Thank you so much, David. Well, it's lovely to be here with my colleagues, Christiana and Therese. And, as we go to COP28, a lot of, I always try to look at the positive side. I don't think there's ever been so much attention to nature and biodiversity as there is today. So definitely all the work that has been done over the years has really helped sort of convene everyone to really give importance to biodiversity. Even myself, as the UAE, we're here with over 30 people as the UAE delegation. This is really to show that we're putting a lot of effort and importance on this subject as we go to COP28 and beyond, of course. Let's make nature our ally. I think this is an important point that we have to put out there, because for us to be able to reach the Paris Agreement targets, for us to reach net zero targets that many countries have committed to, we cannot only depend on technology and many sector transformation. We need nature to be part of the solutions as well. Just to give you some examples of what we've done in the UAE. So UAE is a water-scarce desert country, but we have committed to plant 100 million mangroves by 2030. And by the way, this is not easy because you have to look for the suitable sites. You have to ensure that by the time the tree is able to sequester and actually really start sucking the greenhouse gas emissions from the atmosphere, we need to have that set and ready because time is not on our side. But what's really important here is with my colleagues as well is we have to really think about what will be success for us at COP28 when it comes to nature conservation and biodiversity. I think this is really important, and the discussions that are happening, yes, the negotiations are taking place on the sidelines or at the back, but I think what's really important is that I feel we need to create vehicles. We need to create vehicles of hope, vehicles that young people can come on board to really push the transformations that we need. Aligning nature and climate for a transformative change is, now that we have all the minds there and we know what it is that we want to do, I think it's really all about creating these kind of lighthouses or project lighthouses that we have to work towards. And so examples are, for example, Aim for Sea. This was something we spearhead as a food systems transformation with the US. Having so many countries and NGOs and partners on board really showcases that these kind of vehicles are essential to get the needle moving. So with that, I'm happy to be with you here today with my colleagues and have this conversation on how we can really push the needle on aligning nature and climate for a transformative change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. It's been a pleasure to listen to each of the three of you highlighting, I think, a lot of common issues that we have to face in this nature and climate debate. I think this pathway from Glasgow through Sharm el-Sheikh and here in Montreal to UAE is a very powerful one, and there's never been as much attention. I think transformations was the academic discussion in the past panel, and now we're coming down to the nitty-gritty of how to make that happen in countries. And so perhaps I have a general question, which perhaps I can ask to all of you, and maybe we'll go in reverse order now, as we did. But perhaps from your perspective, what do you see as the most important and promising possibilities for aligning biodiversity and climate policies? You've already mentioned some cases,
Yes.
but perhaps if you can elaborate a bit more.
So in January 2022, we joined the Leaders Pledge for Nature to reverse biodiversity loss by 2030. And by joining this pledge, the UAE commits to enhancing protected areas, fighting ecosystem degradation and biodiversity loss. We're very proud that we have so far 49 protected areas, amounting to a total of 15.5% of country's territory. Why I mentioned this is that it's really important that countries really look inwards to commit to really ensuring that anything that needs to be done on nature conservation is done. We as federal government, we're always talking to, we've got the 7 Emirates, and we have to always align and push more and more to get this going, because this doesn't happen as business as usual. A lot of people may not see the benefits, the economic benefits of why we should be conserving these ecosystems, how nature can actually give you back more. So it's really important for countries to look inwards and showcase these examples. I mean, we've had really great success as well in bringing a lot of countries coming to the UAE to understanding what it is that we're doing and helping them on what they can do as well. And then, of course, I spoke about the kind of global vehicles. So Aim for Sea is one. Another one we're very proud of is at COP27, we launched the Mangrove Alliance for Climate. We name it MAC. And this is really, again, creating this vehicle to get countries on board to commit to restoring mangrove ecosystems, just because we see so many benefits in doing so. It ticks the boxes of adaptation, mitigation, and first of all, they're beautiful. And of course, on the biodiversity side, many of us know that 80% of global fisheries start from mangrove ecosystems. So that's how important they are. And then, of course, when you know that environments are getting hotter, saltier, these mangroves are able to withstand the temperatures. I mean, it's so amazing to see they are green the whole year round. They don't need any fresh water. And yet when you go there kayaking through the mangrove ecosystems, you just see how beautiful they are. And when you know the facts, the scientific facts, that they're actually able to sequester 4 to 5 times more than some tropical trees, it's just so powerful. And this is an example of how we're trying to make nature our ally and trying to enlighten also other countries to do the same. And that's why I feel it's so important to think about these kind of creative vehicles where partners can come on board and really accelerate efforts.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for that. Perhaps I'll go to Minister Coffey at the end, perhaps in reverse order.
Well, Mariam, what a great phrase, let's make nature our ally. And I am absolutely mad for mangroves. So I'm so excited that your alliance there. And I'm sorry, the United Kingdom just doesn't have the capability to have mangroves. But I was just looking for a text that I sent to Boris Johnson when Zach Goldsmith actually replaced me as International Nature Minister several years ago. Just absolutely going mad, saying how magical they are. And you're right, it's about backing nature and nature-based solutions, a really cost-effective way to achieve the results that we need for nature, climate, and people during the decade. And if I think about some of the things that we were very pleased to do in Glasgow last year, where we secured $12 billion of public and private funding to back the commitment made by 145 heads of state, representing over 90% of the world's forests, in order to halt and reverse that forest loss and land degradation by 2030. It was really good to see that progress in Sharm el-Sheikh, where we heard over a fifth of that money had already been delivered in 2021, and a further $4.5 billion was pledged. And indeed, securing further support for Indigenous peoples and local communities in the world's most important forests. So it just shows that by building on each other's work year on year, but pulling nature into that. And of course, we want to go beyond just forests, although I often call mangroves blue forests. It's critical that we try and make as much momentum and keep that delivery mechanism going in that regard. And I'm excited about that. I think the other thing, I'm going off script now, so my officials will probably start panicking. But I get slightly frustrated, though, that there are aspects of some of the climate mechanisms or people who have already been in place for some time. And the very fact that a country may have put mangroves under protection already gets no credit for that, gets no way of recognizing the power of them doing that. Instead, it's more about some of the extra installation in that way. And we know how things like mangroves can be so precious, valuable in other resources, and having the discipline, the courage to not use the mangroves to be the best wood, to do house building, to do other elements, is really important to recognize as well. And I'm very keen that we should not allow nature to be taken for granted and people's respect and conservation of nature. So that's me gone off script, but I think it's really important that we try and make sure that we recognise the good that people are doing already.
Thank you very much. I must say there's a couple of things I love about this panel right now. One is that it's fantastic to be with an all-women ministerial panel and being the moderator for you. The second thing is hearing so much about coastal ecosystems in your comments, being a coral reef scientist, and mangroves are our junior cousin perhaps, but they are fantastic ecosystems, and it's lovely to hear how they are valued, and we're really recognizing the value of these ecosystems. The last thing I really enjoyed was hearing a bit contrasting the different experiences in the countries. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, Minister Valdeval, but you talked about agriculture. And one of the key things that we are trying to address in this framework is the importance of sustainable agriculture, agricultural ecosystems, because these are supporting people, they provide food, and they can provide so many biodiversity benefits. So perhaps if you have more reflections from your experience in Netherlands, that'd be wonderful.
Well, in the Netherlands, just for our agricultural little problem in the Netherlands, you mean? Or do you mean reflections on your first question? Just for sure.
No, sorry, just the promising possibilities for aligning biodiversity and climate.
Yeah. Well, indeed, because we have some problems with agricultural in the Netherlands, and that is all about the borders we reached, which nature can, with nature harm. That's a big problem. So, well, I think I'd be preaching the choir if I would have to tell you that how biodiversity and climate action are indeed two sides of the same coin. And these crises are interlinked, and it's obvious to me that our responses should be as well. And it seems that our policies so far haven't always adjusted for the complexity of the crisis we are facing. It's therefore vital that it comes out of this COP is a global biodiversity framework that both ambitious and transformative in nature, I think. And for me, this requires an approach similar to the EU is taking in the negotiations on the target that's related to climate change. Namely, three things. We have to minimize the impact of climate change on biodiversity by strengthening ecosystem resilience. We need to actively promote nature-based solutions as a contribution to mitigation and adaptation. And I think it's very important that we ensure that climate action avoids negative impacts on biodiversity. Ultimately, ensuring transformative change and moving to a nature-positive pathway comes down to both preventing trade-offs and ensuring synergies where we can harnessing co-benefits as much as possible. No less than 14 of the GBF's targets will have direct co-benefits for climate as well. But ensuring that climate action avoids negative impacts on biodiversity is, I think, for me, the most important thing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Minister, for that. I think we only have a few more minutes left in the session, and I would love to be able to open up for a couple of questions from the floor. I don't know if the microphone holder can can have a look out. There's one person over here, and then...
Hi, Jack Graham. I'm a journalist with the Thomson Reuters Foundation. I was wondering if there's a danger with nature-based solutions that they take the focus off nature destruction, given that sometimes the new biodiversity created doesn't equal the biodiversity lost. And secondly, I was wondering if the combination between climate and nature in your policies can lead to double counting, as is a worry from developing countries.
Thank you for that. And let me take a second.
So this is a bit similar to the same question. So a little plug for the IPBES IPCC report that was done on the relationship between biodiversity and climate change that came out last year. So IPBES is the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. And they did highlight these synergies that you've been talking about, and it's really great to hear about them, but also highlighted sometimes the conflicts that we can have between climate mitigation and adaptation policies and biodiversity. So how do we avoid these sort of potential negative effects of some of the things that we're thinking about in terms of climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation? One of them being, for example, planting forests, which is great, but sometimes we plant them where they shouldn't be.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe because we have limited time, I might allow a couple of responses to those if you'd like to. Minister Mariam?
So first of all, I can only now speak on behalf of the UAE. First of all, sort of to join the two questions, our ministry takes care of the climate change agenda, environment, food security, and that really helps, by the way, because the team is working together. Automatically, there's alignment and there's discussions. Sometimes when the subjects are with different ministries, I see that there could be issues, and then it comes to countries to making sure that there is alignment. And I think this is typical in many sectors. When you have different people being responsible for different things, then there is a risk that people are working in silos. But in the UAE, the government has realized that it makes sense to have them all under one ministry just because they're so interconnected. Food, nature, climate, water is all connected together. So that's something that we're working on. So we make sure whenever we put down any policies, it kind of is aligned with everybody. Your question, I wasn't really clear on what the question was, but I'm going to try and answer and hopefully be able to respond to that. You basically said if there's a risk that you're actually working on restoring ecosystems, but you're damaging natural places, right? Just to make sure that I understood it right. Yeah. Okay, again, because this is all in one ministry in the UAE, we're kind of looking at it always together as a team. So when we, for example, look at the hospitality industry, and hotels love to build their facilities on the coastline with the beautiful beaches. And now we come in and we say, okay, instead of you bringing down the mangroves to build your hotel there, use the ecosystem for ecotourism. And there's been some great examples. And because one or two hotels have been doing this, it kind of got others to do the same. We worked on something called the Smart Nature Map in the UAE that basically showcases how you can use your natural ecosystem to help your business in a positive way without cutting things down. So there's a lot to be done now, and actually educating the urban developers on how they can use the natural environment to their benefit. But again, what I see, and I can only speak on behalf of the UAE, is that there must be consistent communication going to the urban planners, because they don't think in those lines. So we come in and we say, okay, so the UAE is going down the net zero pathway. We're committed on different sectors to interim targets as we go to net zero by 2050. And so it's important that all these sectors need to align and have communication. So we've started something called the National Dialogue for Climate Action. And we're looking at all the different sectors, be it the real estate sector, be it the financial sector, be it the waste sector, the cement sector, and bringing them together to have these discussions. It's really important to have this dialogue, because we do realize that a lot of people, they don't mean to do it the way they're doing it. They just don't realize what they're actually doing. So communication and getting all the stakeholders on board is really key, and countries have to put more effort into getting all the different sectors to speak to each other.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honourable Coffey, I think you had put your hand.
Yes, I think in terms of risk of nature destruction, one of the approaches we've taken in the UK is about biodiversity net gain. So where we are having development and a change of land or inclusion of infrastructure, that goes alongside not just replacement, but extra biodiversity as being a critical way of making sure we have increasing amounts of habitat around the country. I'm not sure about the issue on risk of double counting, but if I think about the IPBES report, I was there in Metz when IPBES came and presented it at the G7. The 5 pressures, climate change was actually not the top one. It was the change of land use, and that's why we've responded with some of these change in biodiversity net gain in terms of development in that regard. I think the other one, which is not always very popular at tackling, is the invasion of the alien species, in effect, and as well as overexploiting things like fishing and organisms and pollution. So it's a multifaceted approach that we have to take, and I'm conscious at times some things we do we think will improve things like climate change, like diesel cars. We later discover had the impact that they have. But I think we've just got to keep trying along that way. And to some extent in the UK or in England, as we're gone away from the European Union and the Common Agricultural Policy funding policies, we're developing our own, which we hope to announce fully early next year. But we're shifting the money to be used on basically improving the environment and also tackling our carbon budget 6 plans in order to get to net zero as well. So there are shifts in approaches that we've been taking.
Thank you, Excellency. Now, Minister van der Waal, would you like to say?
Yeah, thank you. Just a short notice that in the Netherlands we have an integrated approach based on soil and water. It's an area-based approach, and this integrated approach, we are tackling problems with water quality, climate, nature, and emissions together at once. But for me, it's all about balance between nature and economy. And I think that will be the future. We have to do it smarter, greening our economy with nature, not against nature. And I think if we do that on a smart way, we will come an end.
Thank you very much, ministers. I think we've come to the end of the time that we have allocated, and so we probably have to release all for the next thing that happens. I don't want to wrap up because I think the ministers have made excellent final statements, particularly around the integration, not just of nature and climate, but it's also about food, soils, water, and all together. So I'd like to thank you very much for this panel, and thank you to the audience for coming to listen.
Just for those of you who're still in the room, in case you haven't noticed, there is now some coffee. And if anybody needs coffee, because I definitely need coffee, there's some coffee over there. Please help yourselves.
Hello, good morning. We will start in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, let's start. So welcome and thank you for being here. Let me introduce myself. I am Manuel Pulgar Vidal, currently championing the action agenda within the CBD to engage, to convene whole of society into the implementation of what we hope it could be a great and successful GBF. And also let me say that I used to be president of the Climate COP 2014 in Lima. Probably some of you went to that COP. That it was exactly the time in which we launched the Lima Paris Action Agenda, that it was the beginning of the action agenda for climate, that it has shown to be so effective, so active, so dynamic, and that for sure it is helping the world to implement, to define more clear targets, to promote credibility into the climate objective. And that is the idea for today, not for climate, but for biodiversity. It is how can we build productive linkage between whole of society and whole of government. And let me frame this probably, and let me start by using one phrase of this pamphlet that you have in your own chairs, that it is saying the power of the GBF rests in its capacity to persuade and enable others to act. And that is fully true. That is a perfect phrase to frame today's discussion. Because sometimes by mistake, we are thinking that it is enough with a political decision. For sure, it is important, the political decision, as it was Paris Agreement in 2015. We are expecting a strong political decision by now with a strong global biodiversity framework. But it is not just about a political agreement. There are some other points and some other factors that should be included as a way to strengthen our ability to implement, to strengthen our ability to define more clear targets, as elements and factors to give credibility and to promote a clear system that can make us able to achieve our objective. And if we think in a 5-point star, for me, those elements are a good political decision, for sure, the GBF, that it must bring to us a clear vision, clear objectives, means of implementation, and support mechanism, that it could be finance, capacity building, technology transfer, among some others. That is one point of that star. The second element, it must be our ability to listen and to follow the information that science is providing to us. Scientific information, it is key. It is the only way to guide good and accurate decision-making process. And fortunately, we have IPBES, that it is more active in providing with that information. And also, fortunately, we have IPBES, IPCC joint report that are connecting the intertwined crisis. The third element, it is our ability to connect this process with the economy. As much as we can connect our objective with the economy, as better to implement. We can see how much in climate it is clear that now climate conditions are related not only to the agreement, are connected to our competitiveness, are connected to our level of development and our vision for a better and more sustainable future. So we do need to promote, to develop and to promote and to share and to outreach that narrative that connect biodiversity with the economy, because that is a key element. The fourth element, it is resource mobilization, something for sure complex. We know how difficult it is, at least until now, in negotiation, the resource mobilization topic, and we do need to define ways to promote not only flows, but also to talk about reforms of MDBs, reform of tax system, reform of subsidies, and to eliminate those subsidies that are promoting harm or damaging nature. So that is a key element. And the last one, it is the whole of society approach. So how can we connect and bring all the actors into the table to implement? Because let me say something that for me is important. This is the first time ever in which in a CBD COP, we are living or we can see this dynamic. We have created good momentum for this COP. I don't know how many of you used to be in the former COPs, CBD COPs. I went to Sharm el-Sheikh in 2018. It was a bit sad. Nobody was there. Now, fortunately, we have different actors. We have these beautiful places. We have this kind of events. The point is, how can we keep this momentum alive? Because in a multilateral process, it is not just to think on, okay, let's see us in the next, in 2 years in Turkey, probably in Istanbul. The point it is, what would be our next steps just after the closing of today's COP, of this COP? So the point it is that an action agenda, it is a key element. And in Sharm el-Sheikh, we got the Sharm el-Sheikh to Kunming action agenda that has already developed a portal to register commitment. It has already registered 580 commitments. But that is not enough. We do need to have more clear mandates to keep this dynamic, to keep active the engagement and the role of the non-party stakeholders. And it is for sure the business sector. It is, and it must be civil society, IPLCs, academia, among some other key actors. So today it is to talk about of that. And we have a fantastic panel. We have 3 women from different sectors, what it is great. Let me first introduce Minister Julie James, Minister of Climate Change and Nature from Wales. Thank you, Julie. Then we have Rachel Barza, Associate Director of Climate Adaptation and Nature Finance from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Welcome, Rachel. And finally, in the far left, we have Diane Holdorf, Senior Vice President of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. So the dynamic it will be, we will listen 5 to 8 minutes remark from each one of our panelists. After that, some question and some interactive discussion, and then we will open the floor for a Q&A. And all of this, it is in live stream, so you will be in the network, in the social media, so be active in your participation because that will help us to bring more contributions, more ideas into how to build that productive linkage in between whole of society and whole of government. So let's start with you, Minister. So how can we build those productive linkages?
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much, as they say in Wales. Bore da, rwy'n falch i siarad â chi heddiw in Welsh. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be part of the panel. Thank you today. It's a great pleasure to be here. I just want to make a few small remarks, really, and talk about a few of the lessons we've learnt in Wales and then what we hope for going forward. So in Wales, we wanted to set off by making sure that we set the policy agenda in a way that acknowledged the situation that we found ourselves in. So last year, we formally declared the government's acknowledgement of the climate and nature twin emergencies as part of the platform for policy making going forward. And it was very important to do that so that it set the agenda for the government in making its decisions. This follows a long line of policy decisions from the Government of Wales around what we call future generations. So we have a Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, which is groundbreaking in the world. We made that act in Wales after having a conversation with all of the peoples of Wales called the Wales We Want. We went to every community in Wales and asked them for their ideas of the Wales they would like to see over the next 10, 20, 50 years. And then we formed the legislation around the ideas of Wales so that they feel that the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act is very much their act, the People's Act, and it puts in place a Future Generations Commissioner who has the teeth to hold the government's feet to the fire and to make sure that policy decisions made at every level of government are in line with the well-being of future generations, which is the whole point. And more specifically, it puts a duty on our public sector bodies to take into account the well-being of future generations in every decision they make, not just in the biodiversity fields, and I say just in inverted commas there, but in every decision, the economic decisions, the planning decisions, and so on. We're still bedding that in, but it's beginning to have some teeth. So the policy, setting the policy agenda, we thought was very important indeed, but also that what we call Team Wales approach, so that we try to embed it in the kind of cultural well-being of our whole nation. And we talk all the time about the Team Wales approach, how we can harness the goodwill of every community in Wales, so economic communities, geographical communities, communities of interest, communities of age and gender, of language, etc. And we try to harness them in this big push. And then I see it as the government's job to make sure that we put the legislation and the regulatory framework in place to make it easier and easier to do the right thing and harder to do the wrong thing. And to do that, of course, we've had to harness our scientific community to help us make sure that we're understanding what the right thing is and that we stay on top of that. And we've had a long conversation with our scientific community about working with politicians to make sure that the science is put to us in a form that allows us to make policy off the back of it, because it's not always the case that that's easy to do. So I think we've made some big steps forward, and I'll just give a few examples, if you don't mind, of why we think it's worked. So one of the things we're very proud of in Wales is that we're the third best nation in the world for recycling. I very much hope we'll be the second best. We're nipping at Germany's heels, and we're very, very proud of that. We're going to go this year to 70% of all municipal waste recycled, which is pretty phenomenal, really, especially compared to other nations of the UK as well. And the reason that that's important is not only that we don't, infest the world with our plastics. It's not just that we recycle it. It's that we actually reprocess very large amounts of it in Wales. And as a result of that, we've been able to have a very vibrant circular economy. So we've begun to attract from all over the world people who want to reprocess our very high grade recycled materials. So we have people who are coming deliberately to Wales to cite green jobs in Wales to use the recycled materials in their production processes, thus obviously reducing the number of virgin materials that are used from all over the world to make the kinds of things we do. And we've also got a programme called Ser Cymru, which is Science Wales, where we've been attracting researchers from all over the world to work with us on that programme to make sure that what we collect is collected in a way that the science shows us can be used to replace virgin materials right through our economy. And we've got the fastest growing green jobs in the UK at the moment as a result of that. And the other thing to say is that that's passed into our culture. So I find myself physically incapable of putting food waste in a bin that's not going to recycle it. I actually take it home with me if I can't recycle it. And I've spoken to lots of people from Wales who are like, they've become unable to not recycle it. It's become part of who you are. And I think that's the secret. The secret is to really embed it in the culture of people, that they understand what the right thing to do is, that you make it pretty easy for them to do it, but also that they kind of internalize, if you like, why that's a good thing. And if you can see communities getting new jobs, being able to preserve parts of their landscape that they wouldn't otherwise be able to preserve. So Wales is an old coal mining nation, and we have a lot of scars on our landscape, but they can see the regenerative effect of what we're doing. Then you harness the real people power, and you get a movement. And that's what we really need to be able to facilitate going forward out of this COP. And I do think that the hope that you've spoken about is what you're feeling. You're feeling that kind of global push that people have finally started to understand that without this biodiversity, we just don't have a planet or a species. So that's the kind of little lesson from a little country. But I think it's worked for us, and we really want to take part in it going forward. Diolch.
Thank you, Minister. It has been fantastic to start it with you, because if we think about how to build this linkage, how to build this bridge, for sure, a clear policy. It is one of those first steps. It is the signal. It is showing the willingness to promote the change. Even better if it includes implementation by using circular economy, by promoting more awareness, and by promoting a culture. So perfect to ask you, Rachel, to bring the perspective of a bank, how important to build those bridges. It is the political signal, the awareness, and to promote and to create a culture that could help us to address this twin crisis, as you mentioned, Minister.
Thank you. So as a bank, I think it's important that we have that signal in place, because it does give us some social license to operate as well. And it gives the signal that this is an opportunity for not just the financial sector, but for the social sector, for the population that we are delivering these and implementing these projects for, to actually gain some value from. It's a signal that this matters, this is important. It's also a signal that there's going to be a positive supporting enabling environment around whatever projects will be implemented. So the understanding that perhaps if circular economy is important, the appropriate regulations will be in place to protect investments, to protect businesses that try to operate in that space. So it's really critical that that component, that pillar is in place so that we can functionally operate as well.
And that is really important. And that is what it is happening with climate, that we started with a system based in or supported in a voluntary basis. And now we are evolving into a more regulated one, because those are the kind of signals that sometimes investors, business sector, corporations need to move their action forward. So let's move to you, Diane. You are from the World Business Council. It's 30 years old organization, probably more than that. You've been very active in promoting coalitions to address the climate crisis. Now you are strongly working in the nature one. So how important it is to work based in those coalitions, and how can we connect those coalitions with decision makers? How can we build those bridges in between whole of society and whole of government?
Yeah, Manuel, thank you so much for putting this great panel together, because I think it's so important to have government, finance, and business sector all linked up on what it's going to take to really deliver the outcomes of the Global Biodiversity Framework post-2020. The opportunity, I think, that we have from a private sector standpoint, and that's what WBCSD does. We have over 220 leading businesses from around the world working on the types of collective action that accelerate ratchet ambition and accelerate action with accountability to address these key crises areas, particularly around climate, nature, and equity, and how we mobilize the capital sector to help support that type of performance. When it comes to how we work together on the nature agenda, we all really hope for the ambitious outcome on the GBF that everybody's working so hard to deliver. Even if we don't achieve exactly the level of ambition that we're hoping to see, the private sector is fully committed to the types of actions that it's going to take to deliver progress on nature. And the reason why there's such readiness there is because business has learned a lot from the climate journey. And Emmanuel, you spoke to this in your opening comments. It's the journey of what it takes to understand materiality, to understand how to base it in the right KPIs and science, to take action and investment, to disclose, report, and demonstrate progress. That's been very quickly applied on the nature agenda as well. And that's something that is being recognized, I think, by governments and everything that we're hearing, and certainly by the finance sector. And we're able to leverage the types of accountability frameworks that have been put in place as well. So just as we have science-based targets for climate, we are in the near end phase of having clear science-based targets on the elements of biodiversity preservation, conservation, and regeneration that we need to be able to have to act against. Those science-based targets are already being piloted and leveraged. And then we can leverage the financial reporting mechanisms as well. The Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, which provide governance on the financial markets and which governments look to understand what progress looks like, is well in place. We're already piloting with many companies across the highest impact sectors what that work will do. So, one of the contributions we can make is, what is the specific guidance that business can take? We've brought forward last week, as many will have perhaps seen, what that robust guidance document looks like, leading now into deep dive sectoral guidance on high impacts. And by bringing that to these types of events, we can engage with negotiators and policymakers and leaders and say, here's what we're doing to contribute. Here's how we can help ratchet the level of ambition and secure that you have us behind you on this journey. And here's what we'll continue to do to take action. In nature, it's so critical that that is joined up, however, because at the very end of the day, these ecosystems that we have to protect, conserve, preserve are very local. They may be small, they may be large, but all of these decisions, these metrics have to be able to apply into those communities of ecosystems. And that puts me in one comment that we haven't heard quite enough about, and that is that all of this needs, you've spoken to it actually, it needs to be very people-based in addition to being very place-based, so that we're taking into consideration the needs and opportunities for the local communities who are actually the stewards of the ecosystems that all of us are investing in or extracting from, as the case may be too often today, to understand what does it look like for the sustainable income generation that will continue that protection and provide that value chain, supply chain type benefit. That requires real integration with communities governance, local governments, all the way up to national levels, oftentimes multinational levels. And it includes us taking a kind of different look at how we finance these levels of transition. If we think about how we leverage climate finance, when we think about how we leverage that for biodiversity finance, we can have those lessons learned. There's a couple of things we can do quite quickly in that space as well, and perhaps that will come up in our discussions. So Manuel, with that, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. And now I will come back with you again. So when we think about climate, it's clear that we know what are those transitions that we have to walk. No, everybody knows the energy, the industry, the cities and infrastructure, and the land use. We are not yet with biodiversity on that. We don't know exactly how to organize the agenda in an effective way. So there are some suggestions. It could be because of the drivers of nature loss. IPBES identified 5 drivers. It could be because of what it was suggested by the World Economic Forum, 3 socioeconomic sectors. It could be by the, I think, 7 or 8 sectors identified by the Global Biodiversity Outlook. How important it is to organize and to define clear transitions to move the agenda forward and to implement the global biodiversity framework. And what do you suggest? What, in your point of view, feel free, just throw in the idea, what, in your point of view, would be the best way to organize sectors to work transition towards a nature positive or to fulfill the targets of the GBF?
I'll give you some very specific examples that are already underway because we don't have to wait for this. It's starting to happen now. And Manuel, you actually referenced several of the reports I was going to use to demonstrate how we know where the highest impact sectors already are, which is why we don't have to wait. So I mentioned that we've put together this, working with many partners, by the way, the specific business guidance to start addressing nature loss. That now is working with over 60 companies in those 3 high risk, high impact sectors to develop deep dive guidance. So that's the land use sector with a focus on forests and agriculture. And actually the forests phase 1 guidance, deep dive guidance, came out during the climate COP in Sharm last month as a showing the direction of travel for what these others will look like. The development for the land use deep dive sector guidance, built environment, construction and built environment, deep dive guidance, and energy systems guidance is in progress right now. These are all in draft consultation development mode, together with many of the leading global companies who are taking actions in these areas already, but need to have better guidance, better credibility, better consistency in how we're approaching these issues. That's where our partnership with entities like TNFD, the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, and SBTN, the Science-Based Target Network for Nature, really starts to bring tremendous value because we become the piloting partner with those companies who are front runners on figuring out how to apply and implement and report against this guidance using those developing standardized data points, target sets, and financial disclosures. So by getting that moving forward already now, that will be at a pretty advanced stage. That will actually help us unlock finance. Because by going through those steps, by understanding what the dependencies and impacts are consistently at scale for these high impact sectors, we'll use that to guide the type of finance that will go in. And those companies will be then better positioned, we're seeing this already, to apply their resource decision making, their investment decision making into those high risk, high priority locations against those high priority targets, and then leverage that funding together. Because again, that's one of the opportunities that we actually have with nature, is that it is so place-based, and we can, if we're smart about it, consolidate these big finance pools. And that's some of the work. Just one more example and I'll hand it back. One of the other announcements in the climate COP was led by the US government, but with many other governments together, was the Forest Investor Club, which we're helping take the lead to organize, which creates both the risk assessment and the investment book to pull these loop this finance pools together so that we can go bigger faster. These are the types of innovation, the innovative models that will see us be able to move. And I'll just come back and say the good news is no, we're not waiting. We're just moving forward. Hopefully we'll have all the enabling frameworks to make it even go faster.
Thank you, Diane. Rachel, resource mobilization, it is a key topic, and also a contentious topic. We know what happened 2 days ago because of the differences in between how to organize and strategy. But we have the opportunity to define a good strategy for resource mobilization that can build trust, because trust, it is a key element. When we think about resource mobilization, it is about of accountability, credibility, and how to build trust. How much and how well a good resource mobilization strategy can build those links in between government, whole of society, and what element do you suggest must be included in that strategy?
Thanks. I think I would go to Diane's point about it needing to be very people-centered. I think there's a lot of lessons that we as a bank have learned in delivering transition, first for moving from post-Soviet economies to market economies, and now transitioning into the green transition, trying to make our countries of operation a bit more green, a bit more sustainable. And something we've seen particularly in one of our programs is not intrinsically nature related, but it is sustainability related, the Green City program, is that this stakeholder engagement is really the cornerstone of effective projects. So in the Green Cities Action Plan, the key component is contacting with local stakeholders in civil society and academia, in businesses, and aligning them with the local municipal government, and on our side, the finance and our other financial partners, to develop an agenda of what the city needs and what the city wants, and ensuring that these GCAPs, the Green City Action Plans, are not just technically informed, but also really reflect and respect the local context and experience and need. And so you see this come out in examples. In Amman, Jordan, the local municipality and consultants and a think tank contacted the local community with the question of how can we make Amman a bit more green? It was something like 1.6% green space at the time. And what emerged from the consultations was, I'm gonna quote one of the references, one of the ideas that can significantly and noticeably contribute to this is rooftop planting. It's commonly known that rooftops are only for water tanks. Therefore, this step would be a huge change. So really reaching out to people and understanding what suits their context is a very important step. And I think it's also interesting that through the development of this project, which these action plans are not oriented around nature, they're sustainability focused. And in the cities where we've delivered a plan so far, over 1,000 sustainability-related actions covering climate mitigation, climate resilience. We found that about almost 15% of them were actually nature-related. So when you listen to people on the ground and discover what's going to actually deliver value for them, it turns out that's a really effective way of finding out what good investments might be and what's going to deliver value for us as a bank and hopefully for the municipality as service providers and protectors of the public interest. So I think that trust is very commercially minded, is very good for us as well because it helps us identify what the good projects are.
Yeah, so thank you. And inclusiveness, building trust, key elements. You know, Rachel, that one big and legitimate demand of the IPLCs in this COP in relation to resource mobilization, it is related to direct access to resources. Know what it is key? Something that in some way in COP26 we saw it when I think it was the UK government that provided some resources for land tenure. And still, they are developing mechanism because it is difficult how to promote that direct access. So how can we do that? How can we support that demand of giving direct access to resources to IPLCs for an effective management of resources? I know that it is a difficult question because banks are used to intermediate, no? And the IPLC are looking for something in which there are not intermediation. So, but this is an open discussion, so feel free.
That is a very tricky question, particularly from a bank, we are financial middlemen often in some ways, moving resources to where they are needed. So some things that are being considered are things like markets that deliver value for nature directly. there are pros and cons to this, obviously, and it's not providing direct resources, but it's providing an opportunity for people who are contributing to the value of nature to realize some of that value more directly than getting a big project finance structure through. So it's one possibility.
Thank you, Rachel. And Minister, in the action agenda, it is key for mostly to implement the role of subnational governments. We have seen how important it is. Even in climate, it is interesting. IPCC, I think it was in the working group 3, 6 assessment report, mentioned that emissions are mostly growing in cities and that we do need to address that, but there are some solutions and we do need to implement those solutions. So that role it is also key to address the biodiversity crisis. So how can we strengthen the role of subnational government even more when through this agenda we can empower subnational governments not to be more vocal, to be more visible, and to be, because they are more close to citizens. So what to do?
Yeah, so I think one of the reasons you've seen a big surge in the membership of the subnational government movement, if you like, across the globe, is because this is an agenda that's really connected to the people on the ground. So basically, the closer the government is to the people on the ground, the more push they're getting to get into this agenda. And you can see, the damage that's being done really very locally, and the damage to biodiversity and climate has been done at every level. It's been done at global level and national level and regional level and very, very local level. So you need a solution that comes back through all of those things. And I really do very strongly believe that unless you can engage the local people in the solution, it won't work. And we've seen in the past many well-meaning top-down solutions for people that just have failed because they don't match up the ambition of the people on the ground, or they ignore or move, even worse, the people on the ground. And that has just not worked in the past. So for me, it's about how do we get the finance and the business communities to understand what the economic benefit of learning from what is often a pretty good set of citizen science type stuff on the ground. How can we get our science community locked into that? So just again, a small example. Just in Wales, I've just led a biodiversity deep dive, we called it. Now, I'm not a scientist, I'm just a politician. So all I'm doing is facilitating a discussion. The discussion was between the scientists who understand at a very granular level what needs to be done to this particular river or whatever it is to halt the loss of biodiversity and reverse it, and the people who actually live along the river and depend on it for their livelihood, their crops, and so on, and what they're prepared to do or understand. And the conversation was a fascinating one because it got us to a different place than we would have got if we'd spoken separately to people. So we had farmers in the room, and we had water quality specialists in the room, and seagrass specialists, and all the rest of it. And I think the conversation has put us into a place where we now know as a government what we can assist the business community to come in and help us with. And for me, and I want to ask the question myself of the other panelists, we spend a lot of time as a government kind of de-risking things for innovative projects. So I'll give you an example. It's a big myth in Wales that you can't build houses with Welsh wood because it's too soft or the wrong sort, or it's a massive big myth. I'm told it all the time. So I spend a lot of government money, and we built 6 houses that are completely built out of Welsh wood. But now we can't insure or mortgage them because they're innovative and scary. So how do I do that? How do I leverage in the money? I've shown you that it can be done. We took the risk. We've got the product. We've got the people. We've got the business that built the house. Tell me how to get the money.
Yeah.
Live Q&A from your panel. I think what you've uncovered, though, Mr. James, is that one of the big blocks, and that is that the mechanisms that should be driving innovation and funding are often barriers. And insurance is one that we're not talking about enough, because the ability to make these transitions on the ground has to be able to be backed up by the types of insurance mechanisms that give the capability for everything from farmers through to the construction example you used, the backup to be able to move forward. So that the discussions are starting. One of the things about the climate scenario planning and the nature scenario planning requires a deeper understanding of risk and what resilience needs to look like, and therefore what adaptation needs to look like. Now, that is a pace that has to be accelerated. But we have several of the large insurers, and particularly, frankly, the reinsurers, who are working with us as members. They're the ones who see this, and they're the ones who have some of the richest data pools on where the challenges are. And it's leveraging those and getting it into insurance policy change, not just government policy change, that needs to happen. So it's important that you raise that example and that we continue to unlock what are these different pieces that we need to shift what we used to worry about from what we actually have to worry about right now. And I mean, this could take us down the whole line of subsidies. And, there's a lot of these types of examples that we need to really change the model on how we do it.
Thank you. Now do you want to go ahead, Rachel?
I just wanted to say this goes to the data point as well, almost, that internally in the bank, we talk about providing concessional finance to projects that deliver something for nature that are nature positive. But on the converse, we're not talking about demanding really risk-reflective interest rates of companies that are damaging nature in a way that increases everyone's risk. So we're not capturing it, we're not measuring it, so it doesn't matter. And that's extremely problematic in the whole world economy. So I don't have an answer for that either, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Now we have some time for a Q&A. So please raise your hand. Try to do this very interactive and identify yourself and please your affiliation. So who would like to make a question? Remember, this is important. It's about the action agenda, so requires and demands all you to participate. Marcel, you? No, here in the back. Or you, Marcel?
Thank you so much. I was really inspired by the example of Wales, Madam Minister. I really was interested by the topic that you talked about, the future generations person. I don't know exactly how you framed it, and this connection to a broader quality of life and well-being. So I was wondering, can you tell a little bit more about how that engagement within society is happening and how we can connect that to the discussions right here? Because I feel that is really sort of an inspiring type of example. If we talk about the vision on the horizon or the point on the horizon where we want to move. So I think that is something we also want to achieve with nature policies, talking about nature positive. So I think it would be really interesting to hear a bit more about that. So.
I can talk all day about the well-being of future generations. It's a commissioner. We call it a commissioner. It's a post that's appointed every 5 years. Only one term of office is allowed, and then we have somebody else come. And we try to attract people who want to do the job from different walks of life in Wales, who can bring a different perspective each period. So we're just in the process of the end of one commissioner's term and the beginning of another. And the commissioner has a range of roles across Wales, and actually there's some talk now about strengthening and giving more teeth to the commissioner to intervene in decisions that are maybe not in line with the Act. And the whole purpose of it is to force all levels of government in Wales. Unfortunately, we can't do it with our UK government, but all the ones below that, would that we could. To seriously consider each time they make a decision what the impact on future generations over 5, 10, 50 years. That's the period we use. And we produce a wealth of information about things that have gone wrong in the past and why that particular decision has impacted badly. So because you could say, for example, that it's in the interest of future generations to open new coal mines in Wales because it will bring jobs and prosperity to the region. but obviously it has other impacts as well. So the idea of the Act, there are 7 ways of working, and you have to go through a set of processes to come to the conclusion about the decision. So it's carefully calibrated, and we've got lots of material on the Welsh Government websites about this, about what the levels of decisions are that you go through to come to the conclusion that your decision is in fact in the best interests of the well-being of future generations. So it's not just something you can just say, well, I think this is in future generations' interests, this, anything you feel like. You have to actually go through, is it in the interests of the community, of the natural surroundings, of the economic development, of the social and cultural development, there's a whole range of them as we go through. We call it the 7 ways of working. It's kind of getting embedded into all of our decision making. And it is a fairly new act, but it is beginning to really bed in. So we're just 5-6 years in, I think, now. And you can see the difference. You can start to see different decisions being made at really local level, local planning decisions and bigger investment decisions, starting to shift away from what we think they might have been before, and starting to look at longer term investment and so on. And in the UK, it's particularly difficult, so to be controversial in a live stream thing, but we're in a little bit of a recession right now caused by a number of factors which are quite controversial back at home. So for governments to be able to continue to have this agenda whilst in a constrained financial situation and with a population that's getting poorer, it is really hard, but also increasingly important. So making people understand that the impact, that the cost of living crisis that they are currently personally experiencing is not something that should override the need for climate change and biodiversity, has been really important. And we've done a big survey in Wales off the back of the Future Generations Commissioner that shows that somewhere around the 86% mark of people in Wales continue to believe that the climate crisis and nature crisis are as important as the current economic crisis. So that's quite an achievement, which I think is probably coming out directly out of the work we've done on the Act and all of the engagement, and genuinely this kind of Team Wales approach that we've been able to engender. But yeah, I can talk about it all day, so I better stop.
Thank you. There is a second question here in the front. Okay, and then the next one, it is Jason.
Thank you. I promise that we didn't just organize this panel so that we could ask questions, but I'm really delighted to be able to do so. The question that I wanted to raise for all of you is, you all mentioned the really important local nature of the kind of the goal in the end. The goal to kind of be nature positive is always going to be contextual. It's always going to have to work with place, work with people. At the same time, we hear a lot about the need for like an apex goal, as they sometimes call it, something like some single pointed star, I think, Manuel, not a 5-pointed star, that everybody should be moving towards. And I just wonder how you think about navigating that tension between having like a goal that speaks for everybody, everywhere, biodiversity, and everyone's interests, and then this idea of needing to make sure that nature positive pathways are diverse and possibly also contested and conflicting with one another as well, to account for all of the difference of how we need to get there. So I know that's quite a big question, but I'm just really interested in your responses to that. Oh, off you go, Julie.
Very quickly to start then. I think it's about being able to make the idea tangible and then translatable to local level. So if you think about net zero, that's really worked well. People understand that, they can get behind it. They understand that net zero means global, but they can actually figure out how to do net zero at home and on their farm, in their business. And so I think that biodiversity needs a similar kind of rallying call, if you like, that just allows people to understand it at those different levels, and to really be able to see how they fit in every hat that they wear, because all of us have different hats, right? So you need to be able to use every single hat you have to bring it to bear on that. And net zero has been incredibly successful at doing that. And I think biodiversity, nature positive, or whatever it is that we end up with, that vision needs to be there, to be translatable at that local level, and to let regional governments like mine put the policies in place that actually allow us to implement that. So we have a net zero plan. Hopefully here comes the nature positive plan, and then we can start to leverage in all the finance and the assistance that we need. So that's my own particular personal view, I should say, and not necessarily the view of my government.
I just want to build on this nature positive. This net zero nature positive, equitable, if we add that on, is a very powerful and understandable motivator, and it's something we can get around. I think it's important that we also remember, if we can get a bit more technical, 1.5 is a single number, but it is made up of a variety of targets, right? There are numerous greenhouse gas emissions that we're working to reduce that have different implications that roll up to the 1.5 that get us to a net zero safe space. The same is and will be true for nature. And if anything, nature, once we get to the right targets, may be easier for people to understand faster because they will be based on things they recognize, like water and land and waste. And that will, I think, although we have a bit of time to very much land what those are, by already moving the nature positive narrative forward and understanding where these big biodiversity indicators are that we need to be working on, we're going to be able to close that gap, I think, pretty fast.
Thank you. Last question, here in the back.
Thanks very much. Karen Ellis, WWF UK Chief Economist. Thanks for a really interesting discussion, really valuable. I really want to build on that last question, actually. And particularly, Diane, you were talking about these sectoral guidance that's being developed, because I think one of the most powerful transformation mechanisms we're seeing in net zero is requiring the financial sector and the private sector to align with net zero goals. We need to do the same thing for nature positive goals when we have defined them. And we need to define not only the apex goal, but what that sectoral transition pathway looks like so they know what to align with. And so it feels like that's a massive gap at the moment in terms of, telling financial institutions what they need to finance, what transition finance they need to provide in that nature space. So I was just wondering if those sectoral guidance that you were mentioning will deliver that, or is that another step? And are there other sectors that need to be done? What's the sort of gap that needs filling here? Thank you.
The sector guidance is going to follow the same methodology of thinking as the climate 1.5 roadmaps by sector. So what does it take to actually get there? That's going to do a couple of things. It's going to inform what good decision making looks like for investments, either by companies or by the private sector. It allows for an assessment of performance, either company performance on that journey or by the finance sector on measuring performance of portfolios and asset holdings. And it will allow that alignment fast, because we recognize how to do this now, on what that means for these big transition risk areas. So the transition finance aspect of this will be very applicable on the nature side as well. We're already seeing that happen. So this is not something that we have to just, well, first of all, we can't just wait for it. We're not, but it isn't, it's already moving forward. I think there's a couple of areas where we could accelerate that. Specifically, if we think about the types of carbon markets that have been established by collectively mandating, because it won't ever come from a policy mandate, at least not anytime soon, collectively mandating high quality investments in those carbon markets that reward biodiversity for what that climate solution looks like. We're going to, we can get some quick gap closures. So this is some of the conversation that's well underway.
And to add to that, we do see interest from private sector, from clients who want to invest in nature and who want to understand how they can contribute to these global goals, but are challenged by that lack of knowledge and understanding. On net zero, they have a very clear view of their energy and their emissions, maybe not emissions initially, but they know their energy use and understand how they can reduce that. But for nature, a lot of clients, particularly in sectors like industry, there's not a clear path. You speak to an aluminum smelter, they know about energy, they know how to reduce it, they know what they need. It's not clear what they can do to help nature. So internally, we deal with that very ad hoc. We technical assistance and our own internal guidances, but developing a broader, more public approach to make it clear to different sectors of the economy that everyone has a part to play. It's not just saving the rainforest and conservation. It's every bit is building up that patchwork of green spaces that contribute to the connectivity of the entire global ecosystem. So it's really important that we get those things in place.
Thank you. Let me make my last question to you, to the three. Action is happening. Action to reverse nature loss is happening because of subnational government, because of coalitions, because of financial institutions, different actors, civil society for sure, indigenous groups. So, how important it is to strengthen an action agenda within the CBD? Because when we think about the action agenda in climate, that started with the Lima Paris Action Agenda, then evolved into the Marrakesh Partnership. Now they have a team, they have champions, they have 3 campaigns, Race to Zero, Race to Resilience. That means that they are working, but also collaborating with all the coalitions. So how important it is to strengthen an action agenda within the convention to create that link. So the question is for you three.
Absolutely critical. I could keep it that short. I think, again, the level of championing this and mobilizing collective resource in the roles that those have uniquely been able to play under the Marrakesh Partnership is going to be absolutely critical to maintain the momentum that we've seen, perhaps for some surprisingly seen here at this COP15. So we fully endorse and support the development of a Champions Action Agenda into which all of our sectors can come in and join forces to really make the progress.
Yeah, absolutely critical, isn't it? And building on the momentum that we have here in a way that allows people to begin to understand what it means for them, exactly as you describe. So what does this mean for my company? What can I do? What clear route is there with this sector guidance that allows my small company producing, I don't know, whatever, to have a look at its supply chain, understand what it's doing on the ground and change some of those processes and, what the route from the beginning of the change to the eventual result is, and then an agreement globally about what the eventual result should be. I mean, we have to do those now. We can't be doing that in 50 years when I'll be dead. I mean, a lot of people will not be here anymore, but the future generations, we are going to be the worst ancestors they've ever had. We need to do something about it. But I think this route, it's what I started my contribution with, this route to making sure that it's easier and easier to do the right thing and harder to do the wrong thing. That's the route. So that's what the guidance is, that's what the policy is, that's what the finance is, to get us to the point where, it's just sort of automatic that you're doing the right thing and that we're really making it harder and harder to do the wrong thing.
I think that any amount of attention and any more additional voices on this issue is going to be helpful and important, because as we see, the more it's talked about, the more people are listening, and the more people start to talk about it, and it's a cycle. So you see one company starts to do a TNFD pilot, other companies will start to follow. No one wants to be left behind in something that's going to be so important as this. And this sort of consensus and actions coming out of this convention help show that this is important and help keep it on the radar to make sure that action is going to continue. This is not just going to be a conference. This is going to be a moment that we move from. So we support anything that keeps that movement going.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me finish by reminding this phrase that for me is fantastic. The power of the global biodiversity framework rests in its capacity to persuade and enable others to act. Fully true. That is the way in which we will implement the global biodiversity framework. So this has been a fantastic discussion. Thank you very much, with a fantastic panel, and thank you for the panel. So please join me with a big applause to thank you to our panelists. And thank you to you all for being here. Thank you.
give us a few minutes and then we change the seating and we continue with our next session on accountability, monitoring, review. So bear with us. Okay, there's a slight delay in there. Okay, let's continue with our last panel, which is on recognizing and rewarding transformative change. So in the previous discussion so far, we have heard the mentioning of the whole topic of transparency, accountability, monitoring, review, mentioned a couple of times. So we're going to explore further on that. And I think in the previous session, the topic was brought up about building trust. And I think that is really sort of a core notion, I think, that we like to bring in here to think about this further. And that is of importance of the whole GBF, the whole of society approach, and the whole of government approach that has been talked about. We have a very great panel here today. I'm very pleased that you're all here. And the first will speak Juliette Landry, who is a researcher with IDRI, the Institute for Development and International Relations in Paris with Sciences Po. We then will have Saskia de Vries from the Dutch Central Bank and also co-chair of the Network of Greening the Financial System, which you may have heard about on the Finance Day. Then we will have Sue Armstrong-Brown, who's the global director of the CDP, which I, in my mind, always have as the Carbon Disclosure Project, but on your website I don't see it anymore, so you will tell more about that. And then we have Jane Wells, who is a strategic advisor with the City of Toronto. So I think we have a nice multiplicity of people and views here that we will get on the panel. And without further ado, Juliette, I give the floor to you. I will be giving you a sort of 1 minute sign and staring at you.
Thank you very much, Marcel. I think what you said is really critical in terms of what can we do to build trust. Here we in CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, we're here at the COP. So we mainly talk here about building trust between parties of the convention, but also building trust with non-state actors and so on. And when we think about how the CBD can help in achieving transformative change, I think something that I want to mention, and that is in the text. I don't know if you have seen the text of the Global Biodiversity Framework and how it's changed over the few years of negotiations. But there is this idea of theory of change in the Global Biodiversity Framework in a section before the goals and targets, and I think this is a critical one. It basically says, how do we achieve the vision of living in harmony with nature? And ultimately, how do we trigger transformative change for biodiversity and ecosystems? And the goals and targets provide a roadmap, of course. We know where we want to go. But there is also the questions of how do we go there? And in the theory of change, so for now, they agreed to have a figure representing the theory of change after the adoption of the GBF. But there are also other elements in the CBD processes and mechanisms that are really critical to achieve that. And now, according to me, building blocks to achieve transformative change. Those elements are, of course, resource mobilization, capacity building, but mainly monitoring, planning, reporting and review mechanisms that I've been following for a few years now. So when we think about those processes, maybe we can think about those processes in terms of an implementation cycle, because we need to have some moments to take stock of what we are doing, to see if we are in the good trajectory to achieve the 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature, and if also it has real results in terms of change on the ground, and if it has impacts. And so the ambition is, of course, in the center of those processes, but there are also those transparency and responsibility mechanisms. So when I said monitoring, planning, reporting, and review, this is transparency and responsibility, how is it called in negotiations as well, and resource mobilization and the means of implementation around all of this. So those processes of transparency and responsibility have to be think about in a way that it supports those changes. It has to be, he has to provide benefits for parties, but also for non-state actors that want to be involved in this transformative change. And Marcel and Harriet, when they framed this panel, they said recognizing and rewarding transformative change. So according to me, when I read that, I think about understanding the challenges that are that parties and other actors and stakeholders are facing on the ground, but also how to create those benefits with those processes for all stakeholders. And in the past, in the CBD framework, we have quite weak processes for now. As you may know, parties have to develop national biodiversity strategies and action plans. But there is a weak reviews, the milestones to take stock of where we are, and for instance, the ministers talked about the global stocktake, which is also a huge milestone in this regard. I think this is really important because we have to move away also from top-down decisions only, and we have to think about how those processes and mechanisms are not an objective in themselves. They have to provide those benefits I was talking about. They have to. I'm a bit too long. And they have to be reflected on in a way that it does not put additional burden on the parties, especially on developing party countries, and they have to be developed in a way that the reporting processes are quite burdensome and heavy, and they have to be thought about in a way that they surpass the burden. And I think we need this maybe at a global level. I know that it's quite difficult, and in the negotiations right now, it's quite difficult to have reporting that is global when you talk about biodiversity and when you talk about change that is happening on the ground, and sometimes changes that are quite different from a country to another, from a region to another, from a business or sector to another. But at the same time, I think it raises political attention. It also helps to have those tools to catalyze further action and to accelerate action. And finally, my last word would be that in my opinion, one of the most important catalytic tool is to have biodiversity finance plans in order for parties and other actors to know what are the priorities. We want to know about what are the priorities on the ground, and we want to have more bottom-up approaches. And in the end, having initiatives and other projects and donors maybe look at those tools and say, oh, those are the priorities we need to fill. So yeah, I would be happy to talk about all the initiatives going around, and I know it's quite technical to talk about everything that is related to those mechanisms, but I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Juliette. Yeah, I think you put down the challenge for the whole monitoring framework quite clearly, and I think, it's really going to be interesting to hear from our other panelists about it, that a lot of things are happening already in terms of monitoring, reporting, that is not necessarily coming from governments themselves, but where we can build on if we talk about these things of global stocktake. So I think with that, I'd like to hear also from Saskia de Vries, who working as a supervisor, central bank has a specific position to also look at what the financial sector is doing for biodiversity and keep a finger on that. So Saskia, looking forward to hear your contributions.
Thank you, Marcel, and thank you for the invitation to be here. So indeed, I can share a few thoughts with you guys from the central banking perspective. And it's quite unique to be here. This is the first biodiversity COP where us central banks are represented. And that is because we took up work as regards biodiversity and nature in a broader sense fairly recently. So as Marcel mentioned, I am from the Dutch Central Bank, where I am in financial stability, but I am also co-chairing the new Nature Task Force, which is part of the NGFS. And the NGFS was, it's a forum, it's a network of central banks and supervisors that was created 5 years ago. And upon the time of creation, we had about 7 members, founding members, I believe. But now we have over 150. So I dare say the NGFS is a broad representation of the central bank and supervisor community across the globe. And initially, the work of the NGFS focused very much on climate, so climate-related risks. The extent to which the financial institutions we supervise are invested in assets that may be exposed to climate-related risks, what opportunities there are to improve their risk management. And 2 years ago, that sort of changed. I think we, as the Dutch Central Bank, were one of the first central banks to analyze the impact of biodiversity loss on the financial institutions in the Netherlands. And we found that there can be a huge economic and financial impact. So we did a first study and we saw that the financial institutions we supervise in the Netherlands, which is pension funds, banks, insurers, are heavily exposed to ecosystem services. So their dependency on ecosystem services can be measured in a sense that 36% of their total assets, which in the Netherlands amounts to 500 billion, is highly dependent on one or more ecosystem service. Now, after us, for example, Banque de France, Banco de Mexico, in Malaysia, there were several other jurisdictions where similar studies were done and similar results achieved. And all that has been reason for us this spring to erect this task force on nature, which is really designed to embed nature-related considerations in everything we do as central banks and supervisors. So to link a bit to the issue at hand, which is also monitoring and seeing how indeed we can contribute to the transformative change that is required. So from the perspective of central banks, I think we can contribute too. To give you the example, I mean, what we've done in the area of climate is really integrate that in the different things we do. We have developed stress tests, for example, to see to what extent institutions are indeed vulnerable to both developments in the physical sphere, so climate disasters, for example, adverse events, but also transition risks. So if new policies are being enacted, such as CO2 pricing, for example, are institutions adapting to that and acting sufficiently or not? And that's something we push on. As microprudential supervisors, we engage in one-on-one conversations with institutions to check whether they have their risk management in order. As macroprudential supervisors, we have developed stress tests and we see how vulnerable institutions are. And again, we challenge those institutions to make sure they manage those risks appropriately. And now we've even integrated climate considerations, for example, in our own monetary policy and investments. And we are beginning our journey as regards nature, but I would expect similar developments. So we've started thinking about a conceptual framework, a common language for all our supervisors and central banks to think about biodiversity laws or nature laws more general, and what it means for the institutions we supervise and for us as the prudential supervisors. Once we have elaborated that further, we will become more intrusive, I would say. In fact, in our supervision, we already consider environmental risks. So we already ask institutions about that, but it's still relatively high level and qualitative. And I would expect that as we develop our own risk management tools, that conversation with institutions will become more sophisticated also, and as mentioned, more intrusive. So I would say us taking up this topic will definitely be a push for the institutions we supervise to take these considerations on board properly. I'll leave it at that, and we'll be happy to say more later.
Thanks, Saskia. And I think your last point was really pertinent, because my question would have been indeed, when do you expect we are going to see the results of you becoming more intrusive in your supervisory role on the financial system? And I think all of us can relate to some of the financial systems or institutions in our own country that you like to be a bit more forward moving. And I hope that what you guys are doing is really going to help with that. Okay, with that, I'd like to give the floor to Sue and hear from you on your work on these issues.
Thank you very much, Marcel. So I'm Sue Armstrong-Brown. I'm the Global Director of Environmental Standards and Thought Leadership at CDP. And as Marcel said, we are best known for the earliest area that we invited disclosure on, which was climate. But you'll be glad to hear that we're not here under false pretenses. We also do nature disclosure as well. And I'll tell you a bit more about that. So CDP is the global independent environmental disclosure mechanism. We're an NGO, and we run the largest environmental performance disclosure system in the world. We started 20 years ago with climate. We've added nature-related disclosure in the form of forests and water disclosure, and disclosure rates are skyrocketing. So last year we had over 18,000 entities, which is corporate, city-states, regions, and financial institutions, disclosing to us, and that is growing. The demand is skyrocketing. So disclosure on climate, where we started, has become a business norm. It's increasingly mandated in major economies, and it's a fundamental piece of the planning that serious corporations and entities carry out now to examine their risks and exposures and dependencies. But we've had a lack of the same comparable attention given to nature-related disclosure. And that does present, as we just heard, that presents really significant risks to businesses and financial institutions and governments. It means governments lack the data that they need to drive change and to track progress. And it means that businesses lack certainty that they need to change their investment patterns and to change their business models. And so in response to that need, CDP ran our first biodiversity disclosure questions this year. It's the first time we've done it. Corporates that respond to us on other areas are not used to responding on biodiversity. And so it was a really interesting process to discover what would happen. And what we found was amazing. So we had a very high disclosure rate. 87% of the corporates that we gave our biodiversity questions to, and that was 9,000 corporates, 87% responded. So really very high at the first attempt to ask. And we also found that almost half of them already had considered biodiversity in their strategies in the form of government's arrangement or endorsements or commitments. So far, so good. Really interesting news on the first time we asked. But then the story gets less encouraging. Only less than half were taking action. 55% of those who were disclosing to us had not yet taken action to drive change for biodiversity. And 70%, so a very high amount, more than 2/3, had not assessed the value chain impacts that they have on biodiversity. So that's our story. The findings showed that really the corporate world looks primed to start responding on biodiversity. There's some awareness, in returning to the title of the session, there's some recognition is there. Corporates are ready to respond and they're starting to think about biodiversity. But in terms of driving change, it looks like some aspects are not yet present. Some of the conditions for success are not in place. And we need to now examine what is going to be needed to put those commitments into action. We find for the other areas where we've done more disclosure work and we've had more experience, climate, forests and water, that disclosure is really the first step in the change sequence. It drives transparency. Transparency drives insight, and insight then drives action. And so that is the sequence we need to put in place to deliver that nature-positive outcome for biodiversity that we're all seeking. The corporate disclosure of nature-related risks, opportunities, impacts, and responses, if it's carried out in a rigorous way, in a robust way, giving high-quality data, will be the foundation stone that we need to put in place to drive that transformational change. And I think the work that everybody is doing here this week, hopefully will give us some of the major steps we need if we can come out of it with a clear and ambitious global biodiversity framework, and in particular a mandatory disclosure target in Target 15. I think those will take us further along that journey of recognising and rewarding the transformative change that we seek. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sue. Promising first things happening, but also the time, to move further and move faster. Maybe, Jane, I would like to hear from you in the cities context. I think within the urban context, especially also the whole rewarding part and the learning part between cities is really important. So we look forward to hear from you about that as well.
Thanks very much, Marcel. So yeah, from a very different perspective. So I work for the City of Toronto, and we are the largest city in Canada, the fourth largest in North America, and also a growing city. We expect to add another 700,000 people to the city over the next 30 years. So that provides a great opportunity to ensure that biodiversity is protected and that we continue to enhance it. And we work on a number of fronts to ensure that we keep pushing that envelope and try innovative ways to make sure that we can capture sustainable development. We will often ask for things that we know we don't have authority to, but we want to shift the thinking of the way that we do development in the city. As I say, we continue to grow. We have anywhere from about 150 cranes in the air at any one time. So it's good because people want to build here, they can make money here, so we have an advantage, so they do meet our rules. So we have something called the Toronto Green Standard. Today it's been in place for over 12 years. We require a number of sustainable performance measures be met, including those around biodiversity, bird-friendly glazing on glass, no invasive species planted anywhere. It has to be native species when you're adjacent to a natural area, pieces like that. And interesting to note that a study in Toronto found that adding just 10 trees to a city block had a huge impact on people's perception of their health and well-being, equivalent to the effect of earning $10,000 more per household or being 7 years younger. So that's the impact that nature can have. And we try to remember that. And we do know that our ravine system provides over $855,000 million dollars every year in ecosystem benefits, which is huge. Despite that, so we're not as good in terms of monitoring what the health of our biodiversity is. We have a few pilot sites that we do. We do a urban canopy study every 10 years. We know that we've had better urban canopy or more in the city. We have a target of 40%, so we're getting better at it. However, the number of invasives has increased, the number of native trees has decreased, and the amount of impervious cover has increased. So we know we have to do better. But that kind of monitoring or check-in tells us where we need to invest the money. We've also looked at correlated heat mapping with equity, with income levels, and we know that hottest parts in Toronto, no surprise, are where there's a lower income. So we know we have to do better in terms of ensuring that there's parks, green space, and tree canopy cover in those areas. And the other part I want to speak about is what really we depend on. I always think of it as a bit of a cycle. So what we depend on in order to get in my world, our councillors make the decisions. So we can write policy, but they're adopting it. They're making the decision to move in that direction. And for that, you need advocacy. So how do you ensure that you've built that capacity for advocacy in your community if it's not already there? So we do a series of biodiversity booklets that the city offers. It was compiled by citizen scientists, so they're the experts. They gave us the language, they gave us the images, and then we put it together and we give it out to free to all the libraries, all the schools every year. And there's 9 in the series. And we also produced a coffee table book about and photographed our natural parklands in a beautiful way to make, again, people appreciate nature. So kind of invoke that piece so that we can have the advocacy. I was really happy to hear about the central bank because we do have an incentive program for more sustainable development. We're having a poor uptake on it. There was a lot of money. And one of the piece of advice we got is to promote it more to the investors because the investors are who are backing the developers. So they have to know that their money is going in the right place. So that's another clue that I hadn't been aware of before. So thank you for that.
Thanks. Yeah, really beautiful examples. So maybe, and going a bit in the reverse order, asking this question, what do you feel is like the necessary steps to be taken here that you'd like to see realized here, either in the negotiation rooms or through all the networks that you're working here in building that trust further? So what are, in your opinion, the key opportunities or challenges in achieving that? And yeah, if you can take turns or maybe respond to that, and then we take a couple of questions for the floor. So please be ready to ask your question in the last minutes. Thank you.
So in my work, we developed a biodiversity strategy, and we're not scientists, we're planners and landscape architects who wrote it. And we're really challenged to have environmental integrity introduced as a concept. And the trust area was they didn't trust us, we didn't trust them, because you can't really have you can't have pure environmental integrity in a city like Toronto. It's too much history, too many ongoing influences, and you cannot remove all the invasive species, even though you'd like to. There's no amount of money that's ever going to do that. So you have to compromise, and you have to do adaptive management, and you have to work it there. And it was really a journey to build that trust with those groups, so advocacy groups, and get to a solution that was workable and that each party could understand. So it required a lot of thinking and a lot of investment of time to do that. But at the end of the day, it was good, and we could support each other going forward.
Thank you. And I think you also work with cities, right, within CDP. So maybe also how can you work and helping to build that trust?
You know, with C40, you mean the Nature Declaration?
Yeah, no, but also CDP working with cities, I think, in their program. So maybe you can make some connections there. And there's an awful light, I realized that.
Yes, sorry, the light was right behind you there, so I was talking to a silhouette for a minute. Yes, so CDP does invite disclosure from cities, and we've got 1,000 cities, over 1,000 actually, responding and disclosing their environmental footprint. It's incredibly inspiring work. But I think your original question was around what do we need to see to drive the change? And we need to see change at all levels. And it you know, I think we could take a city, we could take Toronto, and see whether all these things are true. And if they are true and in place, then we're likely to see the change that we seek. And if they're not, if something is missing, it turns into a barrier. So from the point of view of tracking and rewarding and monitoring change, just thinking that narrow lens, people need to have faith and trust in the findings. So greenwashing is the massive enemy of progress here, and simplicity is where greenwashing hides. So the things that we monitor need to be robust and verifiable and comparable and consistent, which is why CDP is now working on what we're going to put in place to invite more disclosure across a wider range of environmental topics, including biodiversity, so that we can provide that lens for consumers and investors and governments and competitors to really have trust that we are accurately assessing progress towards a nature positive future. In the absence of that, we will still see progress, because we will still have very motivated people, and we've heard some incredible stories on the panel. We'll have motivated leaders who are putting in place steps to drive change, but what we won't see is everybody up together. So being able to have data that we can trust and is shared and accessible, and provides the right insights so that corporate decision-making, investor decision-making, government decision-making, individual decision-making can all be provided with that underpinning information that they need to put their money or their actions into a place that drives positive change rather than holds us back. That is the one thing I think that we must put in place now.
Thank you so much. Saskia.
No, I would very much support what you're saying, Sue. In terms of building trust, I think we need more transparency. And in order to get that, I would stress two things. First of all, perhaps collaboration and bridging gaps. So how do we achieve that transparency? How also from the finance side do we actually achieve transparency about whether goals are being reached, etc.? Well, we need to collaborate with those who have been working on nature for a lot longer than we have and make that connection. So I mentioned this study that we did as the Dutch Central Bank 2 years ago. We did not do it alone, and we would never have been able to do it alone. We, in fact, cooperated very closely with the PBL in the Netherlands, our environmental agency, to actually achieve this. Because you need the two worlds to connect and come together. So that's also something I would hope from these COP meetings, that a lot more of those micro collaborations come to be, and that we can make some real progress. The second thing I would like to stress is indeed disclosure. So there's already a lot we can do already, but ideally we would have more transparency through better data, comparable, easily available to all parties interested in tracking and monitoring progress. So disclosure standards are something we need, and I think also there Luckily, we've heard some very promising sounds, these meetings from both the TNFD side, private sector, the International Standards Board for Sustainability. So we very much encourage those developments. It's highly necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Saskia. Juliette, how do you bring this together?
So I think I heard really amazing initiatives taking place, and I think I do agree with Saskia about transparency and collaborations. And here we are talking at the CBD level, so it really not eye level, I would say, but like I mean, it's an international level, and we have to take stock of all the initiatives taking place, and that are really crucial. And the changing will happen at all levels. So in order to do that, we need to build trust between those different levels of governance. And I think collaboration is also key in order to build trust within the different sectors, between the sectors and the governments. We talked about the productive linkages during the last panel with Manuel Pulgar Vidal and the panel about how we could build those productive dynamics between what we agree here and actually what's happening on the ground. And in order to do that, we indeed need data, we need reporting, we need comparable and robust information. And this is how we're going to do it. This is how I think we have all those initiatives taking place. We don't want any, we have to take stock of these initiatives in order for those initiatives to have to show their lessons to other areas, other spaces where they need this information and these ideas.
Yeah, thank you so much, Juliette. We have time for a couple of questions before we have time to wrap up. I see one hand here. I'm not going to give away my microphone, but Marco, please.
Thank you very much for an inspiring panel. I'm Sylvia Carlson-Finkhuizen of Wageningen University. I heard all of you talk about the link between transparency and trust, but I also heard from Sue, for example, the link between transparency and insight. And I was wondering if you had some ideas about how these processes of reporting in different sectors, governments, business, how could you build them in a way that they become sources of learning? Because it's not only about ensuring others that we are on track or doing something, it's about figuring out what works, critically scrutinizing if the efforts, the kind of policies we're doing, other things actually works. I mean, we haven't been in this position before. We have to have a learning attitude. So that was my question.
Thanks, Sylvia. Someone else likes to ask a question? Yes? Gentleman over there, please introduce yourself.
Hello, yeah, great so far. Mark Stevenson, Durham University. I just want to understand how can we ensure that the monitoring constantly ratchets up even during periods of financial challenge?
Thank you. Important question. If I don't see any other hands, then I'm going to give it back to the panel. I have to stay away from the mic. Okay. Yeah, who likes to take the question? Yeah, please.
Thank you. Two brilliant questions and really close to my heart. So the lady from Wageningen. I think the creation of a learning environment obviously depends on transparency, and I think one of the mistakes that we've made is to keep the data too close. So there's CDP, so speaking for my own organisation, but we're not unique, has this rich resource of information which is hard to get to. It's actually publicly available to anybody who wants it, but it's there's an interpretation requirement and it's really quite specialist. And everybody has a stake in this. So to make it so difficult for people to take the learning and the messages from it is something we are going to work on and address that. But the higher level answer, I think, is that we need to anchor everything in real world impact. So there's the work carrying on right now on science-based targets for nature. Everything needs to relate back to impacts on the ground, because we can see a huge amount of work being put in place, which is laudable. But unless we are using that to drive a real impact on the ground for biodiversity, ultimately it's wasted, which is heartbreaking when you see the efforts that are being put in place. But if we stumble at the hurdles around financing or around legal requirements or around conflicting interests and fail to learn the lessons there, we don't see the actions on the ground. And for me, that's the acid test, and I'm sure for all of us, that is the test. If the net sum of all of our efforts is not an increase in ecosystem integrity, biodiversity, we haven't learnt the lessons yet, and we need to keep shining the spotlight. And I think probably it's a similar answer to your one about ratcheting up. So if we can have that feedback loop, and the way CDP works is we relate to standards that are set, and we invite disclosure in relation to the environmental standards or the practice standards. If we can create that learning loop so that the standards relate to the outcomes of the efforts, and keep asking the question in relation to that, then I think we're on the right track. If we fail to make those links, we're just presiding over decline with fantastic data, and that isn't where we should be.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the panel. Who likes to take? Yeah, Juliette.
Yeah, at the CBD level, there are, I think, not only you're right. We need more than transparency, and I think we need space for discussion about what are the information we have now, because what will happen after the information we have, because we have to analyze this data, we have to think about the gaps in the data, what is actually on the table, and what I would really like to see for the CBD processes to happen is to have some kind of expert review of the reports, some kind of peer review also of the reports, in order for parties to discuss what happened, not in a way that it names and shames the parties or what happens within the national borders, but in a way that it creates these learning opportunities. And after that, you talked about ratcheting up, and what happens after we have this discussion. We need to also have some kind of facilitative discussion in a way that, oh, we have this gap. How are we going to fill this gap and provide some resources, some capacities, and so on.
Saskia.
Well, just from my personal experience, as to your question, can we actually gather insight? Are we learning from these monitoring exercises? Just the projects that we've been working on as central banks have been by definition learning exercises. So we have tried to access the data, try to find the right sources, connect the different pieces of information, and it has yielded actual insight. So we are learning as institutions, and I think that's tremendously valuable. And what I know about, for example, the process within the TNFD, so that's the task force, private sector led, now focusing on disclosures. It's also one big learning exercise of all those institutions involved. So I think that's all very encouraging. As to the question, so how will we keep this monitoring up constantly, even when there are financial challenges that arise, for example? Well, I would say, I mean, I'm in financial stability at the Dutch Central Bank, and it's also from a financial stability perspective that we as central banks and supervisors believe it's so important to now integrate nature-related considerations. And I truly believe, given the economic and financial risk there is there, if we do not do so appropriately, financial risk will only be compounded. So the financial challenges will only be bigger than if we do. So I think there's a very strong motivation to keep on this and keep working on the topic.
Thank you. Then last words for you, Jane.
All right, I'll be quick. I just say that in a very practical way, that what we do at the city is we look at our Toronto Green Standard every 4 years and we redo it, and we learn from what was working and what wasn't working, and consult, and make the change and introduce something new, because you don't get it right the first time, but you have to try.
Thank you so much. I think we have had a great panel, very inspiring discussion. So please join me in thanking them all. And this brings us to the end of our session. I'd like to thank you all very much, everybody who contributed to being here, to joining discussions. I hope you take something positive with it back home. And make a little pitch also for the next session, which delves deeper into the climate change and biodiversity linkages. There's a kind invitation to join the lunch. So with that, thank you very much. And Harriet, maybe you want to say something more? Oh, good. Thank you so much. And yeah, well done. Nailed it. Drink beer later.
Yeah, me too.
It's good.
Yeah, let's collapse. So at least together. Thank you.
Ja, ja. Ja. Nee, want dat is een van de dingen wat ik geleerd had. Ja, dat is wat ik geleerd heb. Leuk panel. Ja.
This is a standing mic.
Yeah. It has a slight delay when you push it on.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about nature and climate. Hopefully that's transformative.
Ja. No. Yeah, were you here in the studio? Which was on the climate nature. So you may, if you do the advertising or things later on, look at that, then also to take a lunch from that discussion. To make it, we have the Minister of United Commerce.
Yeah. We should do the other one. Yeah. I've got some good pictures here, yeah. I think we'll see, yeah. Well, I think the convening was very probably convening, providing the platform. Really to be the object. Nathan was great. Gathering Hello.
May I join you? I'm Richard Florzone. I'm CEO of IIST.
Hi, I'm Sakili. I'm the committee secretary.
Oh, of course, Sakili. Nice to meet you. I've got to know Elizabeth quite well. How are things, by the way?
It's a bit tough. Yeah.
G77 walking out.
That's great. It's really tough just because it's an inclusive process, and so everyone has to feel heard, and sometimes it's a bit slower than we would like, and sometimes just.
Hi. Hi, Christian.
Hello.
I'm
Hi.
Richard Florzone. I'm CEO of IIST. Are you with the German government? I'm with the German government. Oh, wonderful. We do so much work with EMZ and anyway.
Yeah, I'm with the Ministry for the Environment.
Fantastic.
And I'm directly member for biodiversity.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, very good.
All about
You're in the right
biodiversity.
place. Yeah, fantastic.
You can stand. I don't know. No problem. I'm just sitting on the end because I'm gonna run.
Okay, I'm not.
Okay. I'm
You know, I should know better. I think we're out. one of our biggest areas of focus.
Testing. Yeah.
I'll talk to because I think they want to publish like a panel, but that's probably oh, thanks. So you're okay? Like, sorry, where's the? I'm just saying if she says at the end, we can crop her out when it's published because they're going to take a panel shot.
Okay. Yeah, that's
No,
okay.
no,
But
we're
only...
definitely happy to accommodate. Just wanted to let you know.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, if you want.
Just
Okay.
tell people to start sitting.
Hello, everyone at the buffet. Please sit down. We are going to start our session now. So if you can, please come and join us here. This is the start of the Nature and Climate Thematic Afternoon. And I'm Veronica Lowe with International Institute for Sustainable Development, IISD, and I'll be your MC for this afternoon. And I'd like to welcome you to this 21st session of the Rio Conventions Pavilion. It's hard to believe, but it's been up since 2010, and it's been seen as a sort of vehicle for looking at action and discussing how countries can jointly implement actions on achieving the objectives of the three Rio Conventions on land, on climate, and on biodiversity. So thank you very much for joining us today. And I'd like to introduce our opening speakers who will provide a framing for why we're here today and why it's so important to discuss synergies. First, we have the President and CEO of IISD, Dr. Richard Florazon. Then we'll have Christiane Paulus, the Director General for Nature Conservation, for sustainable use of natural resources, nature-based climate action with the government of Germany. And then we have Sakile Koketso, the head of science, policy, and governance with CBD, and she's let us know that she may have to hop off early after her intervention. And then we have the pleasure of welcoming Celine Heinbecker, who's the Director of Climate Finance Partnerships at Global Affairs Canada. So please give a round of welcome for our distinguished opening speakers. And please, Richard, if you may help us to kick off the day. I think you may have to turn.
Yeah, turn it on. There we go. A PhD, but I needed advice to turn on the power button. Thank you for that. Thank you, Veronica. Look, thank you all for being here. Not just here in this Rio Pavilion, as Veronica mentioned, is celebrating a 21st anniversary, but really for being here in Montreal to work on what is such an urgent issue. We thankfully have more attention now to the climate crisis, but not enough attention to the biodiversity crisis. And so this is such an important meeting, COP15, to establish that post-2020 global biodiversity framework. And so thank you for your work and your organizations, the work you're doing to drive towards that. We're thrilled on behalf of ISD. I just have a few opening remarks. Of course, we're thrilled to invite you here at the opening of the Rio Conventions Pavilion thematic afternoon on nature and climate, together with the Secretariat, as Veronica said, of the CBD, Global Affairs Canada, Government Canada, and GIZ, so the Government of Germany as well. We're grateful to be invited and to be here with you on Jojage, the Indigenous name otherwise known as Montreal, and we respect the continued connections with the past, present, and future with Indigenous and other peoples within the Montreal community. I think that's particularly important to note when we're talking about biodiversity, when we have so much to learn from the world's Indigenous peoples on stewarding nature. Now, synergies, that's really kind of the topic for the afternoon, isn't it? Synergies, interconnections, linkages. Synergies were at the forefront of the global community's mindset, I think, as we left Sharm el-Sheikh and COP27 and pivoted here quickly to COP15 in Montreal. Now more than ever, I think those strong interlinkages or connections or synergies between climate and the biodiversity crisis are becoming increasingly clear. as all of our actions on the planet accelerate and its impact, our impact is becoming more and more apparent. We know that without an urgent transformation of our governance systems, our institutions, and even our value systems, we're in danger of losing our deep connection to nature, but also that foundational support that nature provides to human, national, and global security, supporting our communities and our economies. That's why this Rio Conventions Pavilion is so important. After it was launched more than a decade ago in Cancun at CBD COP10, this pavilion has been a platform for showcasing international initiatives, ideas, innovations that hit the mark on all three of the UN Rio's convention's big themes, climate change, biodiversity loss, and land degradation. Now, 2010 was a big year. It was beyond just the foundation of the Rio Pavilion. It was also the year that we launched the strategic plan for biodiversity. 12 years on, it is clear, and it's upon us now, as I said at the opening, to deliver a new global biodiversity framework, one that emphasizes not only the interconnections between climate change and biodiversity, but also the urgent need for action on that nexus of livelihoods, food security, and overall human well-being through biodiversity and ecosystem restoration and protection. Again, we have to realize and we have to put it into plans, goals, and targets, this interconnection, the way that nature supports humanity. That's key. So we're honored and excited, just a brief intro to this afternoon. We're honored and excited to bring you today's program on nature and climate. Our afternoon begins with a dedicated look at some of the synergies in national planning for climate change adaptation and biodiversity conservation. So looking at the interlinkages between those two. Our second session will look at the role of national adaptation plans, or NAPs, as we say often inside of ISD, in scaling up nature-based infrastructure, which is a critical opportunity in the decade to come. Nature-based infrastructure being the idea that let's stop investing against nature. When our instinct is to pour concrete to deal with issues, how can we invest alongside nature instead of against it to deliver the societal outcomes that we want that are also nature positive? Our third session focuses on conservation and protected areas, and specifically the role that protected spaces and landscapes can play in supporting both community and ecosystem resilience to climate change. I feel, at least from where we stand in Canada, it feels like conservation protected areas is somewhere where we're making decent progress. I think I sense a lot of global support for the 30 by 30 target. And so that's an important topic in our third session. And then our last session, we hope that you will somewhat more kick back and relax, because we'll be showcasing some capacity building e-learning tools on ecosystem-based adaptation, on nature-based infrastructure, ecosystem restoration, and disaster risk reduction, both through short videos and a marketplace. So hopefully it'll be a bit more relaxed and a bit more fun. It's in fact, our staff have said it's kind of like a movie night at COP. So hopefully that will be a little bit of fun and educational as well. I want to conclude by just thanking our wide range of partners who have supported this program by participating, by delivering their presentations, by providing food and drink for us to enjoy. Please stay for as much of the program as possible. And if you have to leave, feel free to leave and come back in. That's great. Many thanks to all of you for joining us, for your dedicated work on this important topic. Where we all strive really to build a nature positive society and a world where people and planet thrive. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Richard, for those opening remarks and for providing highlights of the agenda, and particularly encouraging people to stay for the fun part of the evening, which is the movie night. I'd like to now welcome Dr. Paulus to provide some remarks on behalf of the government of Germany.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. A very warm welcome to all of you joining us here in this afternoon session. I'm very happy to be here and speak to you on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection. And I'm pleased to welcome you here at the Nature and Climate Thematic Afternoon at the Rio Conventions Pavilion. I would like to say a few general remarks to set the scene here for this afternoon, but also say something about why Germany is so much behind the concept and the program and what we are planning to do. The aim of this afternoon session is to draw attention to the connection of the two existential crises that threaten our natural livelihoods, biodiversity loss and climate change. These crises are the direct result of human activities and are closely interlinked. Both the IPPES and the IPCC have highlighted the need for tackling these global crises together. However, with the unprecedented increase in global temperatures, the negative impacts on biodiversity are intensifying, and we are feeling it even in remote places and even in places like Germany, which have been not affected until so far. Conversely, ecosystem degradation and loss intensify climate change. To break this vicious cycle, we need to reverse the destruction of ecosystem and biodiversity loss. Intact and healthy ecosystems with a high species diversity can significantly contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation. At this interface between biodiversity and climate protection, nature-based solutions come into play. They are an essential element in our toolbox for transformation, not only on biodiversity and climate action, but for sustainable development and human well-being. A good example is the restoration of peatlands, one of the largest carbon reservoirs. Protecting them is essential to keep carbon in the ground, store and regulate water, and provide a habitat for a multitude of animal and plant species, many of them being endemic. Yeah, and why is Germany supporting all this? We are committed to lead by example. One of the highlights of COP27 was definitely the first Biodiversity Day on November 15th, where we announced the ENACT initiative for nature-based solutions together with the Egyptian COP27 presidency and the IUCN. And this initiative, supported by the government, will serve as an international forum for nature-based solutions. At the national level, and we are also very much aware that we have to do our homework at home also, and not asking always our international partner to come up with action. At the national level, Germany is committed to both link climate and biodiversity related action. And since we have a new government in place since 1 year, we were able to earmark an amount of 1 billion euro per year for implementation of an action plan for nature-based solution for climate and biodiversity. So we are really planning to do something in our home country too. And it's a major contribution to restoring natural ecosystems in Germany. And we very much hope to learn also how to lock synergies between nature conservation and climate protection. And this is the issue for this afternoon today. Yeah, furthermore, Germany is increasing its international biodiversity funding to 1.5 billion euro per year by 2025. This is our pledge here to COP15 in order to secure a strong implementation mechanism of the post-2020 global biodiversity framework, and that shall set the path to protecting and restoring our ecosystems. And I'm sure that activities on nature-based solutions on nature and climate will play a major role in implementing the post-2020 framework. Yeah, and finally, as you did, I would like to express my gratitude to all colleagues from around the globe that are participating this afternoon and bringing in their input, their enthusiasm, their knowledge. The participation of so many experts from different institutions show how important international cooperation is in times of multiple crises. Your insights will help us identify the necessary pathways for fostering synergies between an ambitious global GBF to be adopted at the COP and the implementation of the UNFCCC Paris Agreement. Without climate protection, we cannot save nature, and without nature protection, we will not achieve our climate goals. The next years will be critical for this pathway to take and the Earth we live on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christiane. A real pleasure to have you here to welcome our participants, given Germany's strong commitments to action on nature and climate. Thank you. I'd like to welcome next Achille Coquetzo, who is from the CBD Secretariat, Head of Science Policy and Governance. Please, the floor is yours, Achille.
Thanks, Veronica. And thank you to my fellow panelists and to everybody here. Yeah, I'm just here to speak about how important the space is for the work on linking biodiversity, climate change, and land degradation and desertification. Veronica and I were involved in some of the very earliest iterations of the Rio Conventions Pavilion. I don't know about you, Veronica, but I remember we first worked on it in Durban in 2011. And in fact, what my experience was and has been that the Rio Conventions Pavilion, it brings the three conventions together in more than just a physical space. So in 2011, in 2010, it was at the CBD COP and then in Cancun. And then in 2011, it was the UNCCD COP and then the climate change COP. And you find that not only does it bring in the actors that are doing the work, the researchers, the practitioners, the policymakers, and the negotiators, I find that the work that goes on in the Rio Pavilion also translates a lot into the policy agenda. Those of you who will have been following both the UNFCCC and the CBD and the UNCCD will know that 12 years ago, it wasn't so common to have nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based approaches to climate change adaptation, mitigation, and disaster risk reduction. We've had a very fruitful past 10 years, 10 to 12 years in that regard, and making those linkages more apparent, making them more evident in the policy and the decisions amongst the three Rio conventions. And I think that it's the work of platforms such as the Rio Pavilion and the partners that support the Rio Pavilion. In my previous role with the CBD Secretariat, I was responsible for the work of the Convention on Biodiversity and Climate Change, and as well as drylands biodiversity, which linked then with the UNCCD. And under that work, we worked very closely again with Veronica in one, undertaking a synthesis on experiences with ecosystem-based approaches to climate change, and two, on voluntary guidelines for the design and implementation of ecosystem-based approaches to climate change. And actually like to acknowledge the kind of support that we received, for example, from the government of Germany through GIZ in the preparation of those guidelines. So I think that right now we're seeing in the policy sphere, in the CBD, that even though we're having a little bit of difficulty, or parties are having a little bit of difficulty with the concept of nature-based solutions, which I don't know how that's gonna play out. We are seeing that at least the linkages between climate change, biodiversity, and land degradation are actually acknowledged with the kind of ownership of the concept of ecosystem-based approaches. And so hopefully the global biodiversity framework, when it is adopted, will reflect that not just in the terminology, but in the breadth of the targets that are adopted, and in the area, in the sections supporting the actual goals and targets. And so all of this just to say that spaces like this and exchanges like this are very important, because in the end, they end up informing the policy process, and that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sekile, and really nice for you to touch on the history of the pavilion. It's almost a sentimental space for us now. We have so much history here, and it is so much a valuable space, and we believe so much in it as a way for pushing forward action and discussion on integrated actions. Next, I would like to welcome Celine Heinbecker, who is the Director of Global Climate Finance Partnerships at Global Affairs Canada.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about some of the work of the Government of Canada. It's an honor to participate in this event with my esteemed panelists. The Kanye Kehaka Nation are the custodians of the lands and waters on which we are gathered. It is especially important that Indigenous voices inform our collective efforts as we strive to advance the interrelated agendas of all three conventions. And Canada is working to support these very important efforts. On the climate change front, in 2021, we announced a doubling of our climate action commitment from $2.65 billion to $5.3 billion over 5 years. 20% of these funds, so over $1 billion, is dedicated to nature-based solutions for climate change and other projects that support biodiversity in developing countries. In addition to the nature positive commitment as part of our climate finance, last week Prime Minister Trudeau announced that Canada will provide a new contribution of $350 million to support developing countries to advance conservation efforts. In addition to these specific commitments, Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy includes an environment and climate action area, and this helps to fund efforts to advance the objectives of the UN Convention to combat desertification. All across our programming, we remain committed to ensuring that gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls are at the heart of what we do. This is both the right thing to do in terms of inclusion and equality, and essential to ensuring sustainable and locally anchored solutions to all of these challenges. Our commitment to gender equality and to Indigenous leadership is embedded in the Partnering for Climate initiative, which we launched in February of this year as part of the $5.3 billion commitment. This initiative aims to leverage the climate action and biodiversity expertise and commitment of organizations in Canada. We allocated $315 million to this initiative to fund projects from civil society, Indigenous peoples, and other organizations in Canada to support climate change adaptation and biodiversity in sub-Saharan Africa and other parts of the world. This $315 million envelope has two components. $15 million is earmarked for the Indigenous Peoples Partnering for Climate initiative, which supports Indigenous climate leadership and fosters partnerships between Indigenous peoples in Canada and in developing countries to build the climate resilience of Indigenous peoples in developing countries. Developing this Indigenous Peoples Partnering for Climate initiative has been an opportunity for Global Affairs Canada to build new relationships with Indigenous peoples and see how to transform how we work to enable more inclusive programming. 3 national Indigenous organizations and Global Affairs Canada have worked on this initiative together. And this work is helping us to advance our departmental action plan on reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And a little pitch here, a call for proposals for this Indigenous component for the $15 million is open until February 8th, 2023, and details available on our website, or if anyone is interested, you can grab me later and I'll be very happy to provide information about that. The remaining $300 million is targeted for sub-Saharan Africa, and we hope to be able to make some announcements about where that funding is going soon. In addition to programming, we're supporting a project with IISD to promote knowledge sharing and training on nature-based solutions, inclusive nature-based solutions, and it's called the Nature for Climate Adaptation Initiative. Our colleagues, I believe, are going to be sharing more information about that later today. And on that note, I will hand the mic back to our moderator.
Thank you so much, Celine, and for making that pitch for the Nature for Climate Adaptation Initiative and for the proposals as well that you mentioned as well. So Thank you. Oh, a little bit of feedback there. So I just encourage you to stay put. There's more food, and we'll give a bit of time to transition between sessions. But we have next a session that's focused specifically on the synergies between actions on biodiversity, climate, and sustainable development, and that's convened by IISD together with SWEDBio and CBD and GIZ and other partners as well. So I'd like to welcome Annika Terten from IISD to come up and moderate the session, and she'll tell you a little bit more about it. And in the meantime, you can, feel free to grab some coffee and get more food.
You can put more chairs. No, that's not a big deal. Hi.
Okay. Yeah, maybe next to Mayetta. Can I ask Wendy? Oh, there you are. And Mauricio?
I'm Kirsten.
Yes, hi.
I can remove my mic. Yes. I have only a couple of minutes.
That's fine. For the wireless microphone, or do you want to sit?
I think I would sit.
Yeah? Okay.
But then I can leave or stay with them.
You can feel free to come off. I'll just ask you maybe to use this. Yeah, maybe, or maybe just the microphone over here, or just like we are missing one person, Marie-Claire. No Marie-Claire yet. Hopefully she'll show up. But maybe we'll just get started because of timing. So thank you, everyone. I wanted to say for the nice welcoming remarks, and also welcome to the people who are joining us on the live stream. Maybe I'll move a bit further away from this for the feedback. But before we start, I'd like to invite Kirsten Higenert, Director of the GIZ Forest Biodiversity and Climate Change Cluster, to set the scene for our first session today, Enhancing Synergies Through Climate, Biodiversity, Sustainable Development and Actions. And we will be highlighting a number of key resources that have been released in the last few months that are really focused on building the synergies of the national processes that have been established under the different conventions. And then we're going to dive into a panel discussion to hear a little bit more about country examples, planning and implementation in a synergistic way on the ground, what's working, what's not working, and where do we go from here. Kristen, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Much was said already, but nevertheless, I would like to underline again how happy we are to be here with you and to address these topics together, biodiversity and climate change. It's super important, and especially super important to address the synergies and to address the solutions. So I think it was already underlined that the language is becoming more and more strong in the IPPES, in the IPCC, also during the recent meeting on the Biodiversity Day at the COP27. So the language is getting stronger and there is really need for action. And we have several policy processes now driving into the same direction. Of course, we have for some time, we have the SDGs, we have the COP, we have now the NBS integrated also into the COP 17, and now is our challenge to bring that together, the different policy processes that we see. We see the NAPs, you saw it, we see the NB subs, we know them for very long. We know that we have maybe to revise them very urgently to come into action. But we also have the NAP, the National Adaptation Plans, we work with from the climate side. So as GIZ, we are very happy that due to also the commissions from the German government, we are able to work with esteemed colleagues from the two secretariats for the UNCCC and the UNCBD, but also with all the esteemed colleagues we have here now on the panel, not only here, but also with some of them in the Nairobi work program, and especially on the biodiversity group, that is really a practical oriented hub to learn how to create synergies and to find solutions to converge the different conventions. So we would like to look at the experiences, the possible synergies today from analytical studies, also how to bring these policy and planning processes together. We have case studies from 4 different countries. We have it from Eswatini, Fiji, Peru, and Rwanda, but also colleagues with EU contribution looking more into details into Latin America and the Caribbean. So there is a lot of experience from this. I'm very happy that we have these many panelists to address this topic, and we are looking very forward to your contributions and having a rich discussion with you for more solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hegner. Perfect transition, I think, into our first part of the session. We have 3 speakers who are going to highlight some of those guidance notes that have been developed, as well as those case studies that we just heard about. I will introduce very quickly our 3 speakers, and then they're going to dive into the presentations. So we have Jeffrey Chi. Jeffrey is a policy analyst with ISD's Resilience Program. His research focuses on national adaptation planning processes, ecosystem-based adaptation, multilateral environmental agreements, and he is one of the co-authors of the study he's presenting. Wendy Atino. Wendy is a program officer for IUCN, focused on ecosystem-based adaptation within their climate change unit. Lots of international experience in EBA, nature-based solutions, climate policy, urban resilience, transboundary water governance, and lots of field and research experience also in Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. Mauricio Luna Rodriguez. Mauricio is also a policy advisor with ISD, with our resilience program, and his work focuses on adaptation, governance, international policy within the National Adaptation Plan Global Network. But today, Mauricio is more wearing like a GIZ hat, presenting work that he's been doing, has supported in his previous role with the German Development Agency. And Jeffrey, the floor is yours, and you have the clicker to move the slides.
Great, thank you, Annie, and thank you for the introduction and the opportunity to present this newly released guidance note on how to promote synergies between climate change adaptation and biodiversity actions, now as a NAP supplementary guidance for the National Adaptation Planning process. So this is a brief that was prepared under the guidance of the Nairobi Work Program, and it was supported and prepared by the Biodiversity Expert Group, which include ISD, GIZ, UNAP, CBD, Sweet Bio, the Least Developed Country Expert Group, the UNCCC's NAP team, as well as the Nairobi Work Program. So the central question that this brief is trying to tackle is, why is the connection between climate change and biodiversity so important to tackle at the national level? Countries around the world are grappling with the far-reaching consequences of climate change as well as biodiversity loss. And climate change greatly impacts ecosystem. Together with land use change is one of the biggest drivers for biodiversity loss. At the same time, preserving biodiversity as well as maintaining the ecosystem resilience can help countries mitigate and adapt to climate change, as well as supporting people's lives and livelihood, and helping increasing ecosystem resilience. This high level of interdependence between climate change and biodiversity necessitates and requires the critical consideration of how countries can explore the interlinkages between climate change adaptation as well as biodiversity actions. However, at the moment, national level actions trying to tackle these twin crises has often been siloed and separated. So exploring and building synergies between these two portfolios within national government is pivotal for the achievement of the goals of the Paris Agreement, as well as the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework that we are here negotiating today. So this technical brief reviews the interconnections between biodiversity and climate change adaptation and explore the potential to foster synergies between the process to formulate and implement the national adaptation plans, as well as the national biodiversity strategy and action plans, or NBSAPs. It tries to highlight some practical examples and lessons learned from 4 country case studies from Fiji, Eswatini, Peru, as well as Rwanda to showcase some of the practical examples on how effective coordination and joint implementation of biodiversity and climate actions are already happening at the country level. This technical brief emphasizes the interconnections between biodiversity and climate change adaptation by providing an overview of the two common elements, the common elements between the two processes. These include the joint assessment of needs and priorities, joint planning between biodiversity and climate change actions, the implementation and the financing of these strategies and plans, as well as the monitoring, evaluation, and learning for implementing adaptation and biodiversity actions. It adds value by highlighting the practical entry points as well as lessons learned from the case studies on effective coordination and joint implementation of adaptation and biodiversity actions. And this brief hopes to illustrate some important lessons learned and good practices coming from the ground and coming from practitioners who are already doing this important work. So I'm just going to highlight some of the case studies that are presented in this brief and showcase how they are already being integrated in the national level. So the first case study we highlighted was from Peru, where the Indigenous Peoples Platform for Climate Change was a pivotal avenue for engaging with a variety of stakeholders in Peru, trying to achieve one of the common guiding principles between the NAP and NPSAP process, which is the meaningful and participatory stakeholder engagement process. The government of Peru has established this IPPCC platform in 2020 as an avenue for institutionalized meeting space and being instrumental for the organization representing indigenous peoples to come together with the Ministry of Environment and discuss a range of interrelated issues and recognizing indigenous peoples and their role of traditional knowledge in addressing the environmental crisis in Peru's both climate change and biodiversity processes. The next case study is from the government of Swatini, where they have multiple national strategic frameworks guiding climate change and biodiversity actions. So recently, the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs has committed to pursuing a more integrated approach to biodiversity and climate adaptation planning and implementation. So to address these two interlinked crises, Eswatini updated its NBSAP to mandate all protected area plans to incorporate climate mitigation and adaptation considerations. Its 5th national report to the Convention on Biological Diversity also explicitly commits to increasing ecosystem-based approaches and protection-worthy areas into their national adaptation plan of action and its climate change strategy. Similar to Eswatini, the government of Fiji has been a champion of ecosystem-based adaptation in order to protect lives, livelihoods, and socioeconomic development. It does so by actively linking its national adaptation plan with national biodiversity and ecosystem protection goals, and by integrating biodiversity and ecosystem protection into its national climate change strategies, and also its national biodiversity strategy and action plan also integrates climate change consideration in it. In Fiji's national adaptation plan, it places biodiversity at the center of its risk and vulnerability assessment, embraces ecosystem-based adaptation measures to save lives, protect livelihoods, socioeconomic development, as well as biodiversity. And similarly, Fiji identifies ecosystem-based adaptation and ecosystem disaster risk reduction as one of its 9 principles for implementing its National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, and commits to the mainstreaming of climate change and biodiversity. And lastly, I want to highlight the case of Rwanda, where many countries are facing this issue that financing has been big challenge in terms of implementing their national adaptation plan as well as their biodiversity actions. So in Rwanda, its National Fund for Environment, the Rwanda Green Fund, which was created in 2012, has been a central mechanism for mobilizing resources for both climate change and biodiversity portfolios. Managed under one structure, this integrated financing mechanism ensures a coherent resource mobilization strategy that would fund both climate change and biodiversity projects. And the project as funds consider both climate change and biodiversity to maximize resource efficiency as well as synergistic implementation. So as highlighted from these case studies, NAPS and NBSEP, if NAPS and NBSEP are carefully planned and implemented in a coordinated way, it can yield sustainable, substantial benefits for climate change adaptation as well as biodiversity conservation. So from this brief, we have a couple practical next steps as well as lessons learned that we want to highlight for countries thinking about achieving this synergistic implementation. First is the promotion of coordinated processes across government agencies and different sectors, such as using mechanisms like interministerial committees, as well as multi-stakeholder platforms to achieve meaningful policy cooperation, implementation, financing in order to pursue synergies. And the second practical step is mapping the synergies between existing government policies to further enhance coherence as well as financing needs and achieve a more efficient allocation of resources. And thirdly, elevating and prioritizing solutions that have multiple benefits, such as using ecosystem-based adaptation as well as nature-based solutions, will be crucial to achieving this synergy. And lastly, it relies on a joint analysis of financing requirements. So from a practical point of view, this could include prioritizing and combining financing for solutions with biodiversity and climate change benefits, or earmarking climate funding for nature-based solution that would provide biodiversity co-benefits. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm happy to talk about this report that was prepared by FIBA, which is Undersecretariat is IUCN and Sweat Bio. As Annie said, my name is Wendy Atieno, and I work with IUCN's climate change team, working primarily on ecosystem-based adaptation. And as I mentioned, the report was published earlier this year, and it looks at, the aim was to produce a new guidance on how ecosystem-based adaptation plays a critical role across the SDGs, from health, water, nutrition, to clean energy, sustainable infrastructure, and equality. Sitting at the nexus of climate action, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable development, EBA demonstrates incredible potential to drive progress across the SDGs while building more equitable and resilient societies. And this is only a rapid review. I don't have that much time to go through all of them, but I really want to focus on some of the key ones. I'll start by defining my terms, but of course I think everyone here is familiar that EBA is a nature-based solution that harnesses biodiversity and ecosystem services to reduce climate vulnerabilities and build resilience to climate change for people. EBA can involve a wide range of ecosystem management activities such as sustainable management and restoration of forests, grasslands, and wetlands, with the focus of increasing resilience and reducing vulnerability of people and the environment to climate change. A recent report by IFRC and WWF demonstrated that EBA has the potential to reduce the intensity of climate hazards up to 26%, representing billions of dollars of economic impact. And EBA is not a new concept. It was formally defined at the CBD in 2009, and global implementation and collaboration around this concept has skyrocketed over the last decade. And since then, in the last 11 years, we have multiple case studies. And so one source of one source of collaboration on EBA is the Friends of EBA network, who worked together to develop this analysis on the reach of EBA across SDGs. FIBA is a global collaborative of more than 100 agencies, organizations involved in EBA, who all work together to share knowledge, tools, synthesize collective knowledge, promote the integration of nature into global and national adaptation processes. I think we're all familiar with this. This is the SDG wedding cake, which demonstrates that healthy ecosystems and ecosystem services serve the foundation for economies and for society. And this is the basis of all the SDGs. At the foundation of all of these, we have SDG 14 and 15, representing life on land and life underwater, together with 6 and 13, which represent clean water and a stable climate. EBA interventions fundamentally operate to ensure that we maintain the health and well-being of the biosphere in order to build climate resilience of society and economies. Climate change and ecosystem degradation can undermine historical development progress and prevent us from moving forward. And as Jeffrey shared in his presentation, that you can see that they're very interlinked and there's a lot of interdependence. In terms of going through the SDGs, like I said, I would love to go through all of them, but we only have so much time. I'll just quickly restate what I had said earlier in terms of climate action, life underwater, and life on land. The main thing is that EBA, as an approach to help people adapt to the impacts of climate change by enhancing ecosystem resilience, helps, or rather contributes to SDG 14 and SDG 15. On SDG 6, clean water, water availability and quality is dependent on hydrological systems and healthy ecosystems. EBA is an important approach to water management and security, including increasing water availability and quality, reducing water-related risks, and strengthening water governance. On SDG 3, on health, again, I'm preaching to the choir. Climate, nature, animal, and human health are intertwined, and we have seen that a lot in recent years. EBA helps address underlying environmental drivers of poor health outcomes by improving air quality, enhancing access to safe water and sanitation, and building resilience of communities to hazards such as heat waves, reducing exposure to vector-borne diseases such as malaria. On SDG 11, healthy ecosystems are essential to urban planning, especially under a changing climate. EBA can support building sustainable cities and communities by helping address vulnerabilities to climate hazards and disaster losses, increasing access to green spaces, and strengthening national, regional, and local development planning. These two I'm grouping together, but we do understand the distinction that as EBA works to enhance the resilience of people, then you have to address the questions of equity, particularly when it comes to costs and benefits. Who is going to benefit from the EBA implementation that we're putting in place is a question that is central to the work that we're doing. And finally, which there's still several more to come, but I would direct you to the report. I wanted to talk about SDG 1 on poverty. Extreme weather events disproportionately impact impoverished communities, particularly those with limited basic services and climate-sensitive livelihoods, such as subsistence farming, pastoralism, and fishing. EBA interventions can increase productivity of small farms, create new stable income opportunities such as ecotourism, and build the resilience of communities to climate hazards. To wrap up, but again, there's a lot more in the report. EBA has EBA has an interconnected role across sustainable development goals, from health, water, nutrition, to energy and sustainable infrastructure, while building more equitable and resilient societies. It is important to remember that EBA approaches are not meant to stand in isolation, but are meant to be integrated into broader development actions and climate adaptation planning and strategies. And for this crowd, I will add into biodiversity planning. For adaptation solutions to be effective, they must go hand in hand with global ambitious climate mitigation actions. With increased climate warming, the effectiveness of adaptation and development interventions will decline. So we really have to be thinking about this in a holistic and integrated way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wendy. Wendy, I hand over the clicker to Mauricio.
Thank you very much, Annika. As it was mentioned, my name is Mauricio Luna Rodriguez from IISD. And as it was highlighted in a different panel the other day in my previous live, I work for GIZ. And also I work for IUCN, actually. So I feel very comfortable as at home with the colleagues here. And it's great to have such a diverse panelist here. So the time is short, so I'm going to move quickly through all the slides. As you can see, we were trying to answer the question how are countries, including nature-based solutions approaches, internationally determine contributions. So I will go through a general context, some results that will show some of the methodology and some key messages at the end. So we use the widely accepted definition of nature-based solutions to put an emphasis on how to mitigate, adapt, and reduce the risks associated with climate change, providing biodiversity benefits and human well-being. Then we took the 16 countries that had updated their NDCs from 2020 to June 2022 this year in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we analyzed their nature component. So here you can see in dark blue the ones that incorporate MBS explicitly, and in greenish, the countries, almost blue here on my screen, light blue, the countries that incorporated implicitly. They use nature for climate action. In summary, all of the countries we analyzed include ecosystems for climate action. And then we started to understand the NDCs. First, we wanted to see if there were any connections with other international conventions. And out of the 16, 11 of them make a direct connection between the commitments, specifically and the SDGs, 5 with Sendai framework, 2 of them with both the CBD and the Certification Convention, and 1 with Ramsar. And then we created 3 general buckets to classify the commitments. On one hand, we had the enabling conditions, which are like the software activities. And on the other hand, we had the actions on the ground for mitigation and adaptation. And as you can see here in the result, most of them, out of 265, 176 are enabling conditions, followed by adaptation, and some for 150 for mitigation. And I'm going to cherry pick some examples from the analysis because the time is short. For example, an enabling condition for Argentina, they propose to mainstream EBA, International Adaptation Plan, or NAP. And then we segregated the enabling conditions into subcategories. As you can see here, the results and the categories at the same time. For example, when it comes to strengthening public policies, institutions, and governance, the great majority are related to that. But also we discovered that information systems and technologies is important, as well as spatial planning instruments. And at the bottom, you can see capacity building, financing instruments, and research. And I'm going to cherry pick Cuba here as an example, the information systems in strengthening monitoring, surveillance systems, and early warning systems for the whole island, including different ecosystems. Also, we subdivided the actions on the ground, taking the definition of nature-based solutions, so protection, restoration, and sustainable management, among others. And the results show that the great majority are related to sustainable management of ecosystems, mainly farming, agriculture, and so on, but also conservation is important, as well as restoration. We went a bit further because a lot of the commitments combine, for example, a protected area with the sustainable use by the community or the restoration of the buffer area. Also, some commitments do a combination of natural and artificial ecosystems. The example I like to provide is artificial wetlands for flood control, where the whole catchment is either protected or sustainably managed. And last but not least, we found some examples of the so-called green or blue infrastructure, especially in urban areas, which is completely human-made ecosystems. And now to move on to the next, I'm going to cherry pick Panama here in the middle, which is restoration. By 2050, 130,000 hectares of degraded lands will have been restored with agroforestry and silvopastoral systems. Also, we wanted to understand the connection to different development sectors, and my colleagues already touched on that. So the findings are that, as you can see, as one can expect the great majority from the top to the bottom were connected to biodiversity, but also planning, forestry, agriculture, water management, fisheries. But if you look from the top, from the bottom up, it's even more interesting because the great majority are multi-sectorial. They are connected to more than one development sector, and you can see some emerging trends on transportation, industry, waste, energy, and so on. And for this one, I would like to maybe choose Nicaragua for planning. Their commitment is to increase the effectiveness in the protection of the biosphere reserve through the land management program and the promotion of restoration. And to start wrapping up, then we also wanted to test what the potential ecosystem of implementation could be of those 148 actions on the ground that we identified. So for those, forest is on the top, but also agro ecosystems are emerging in the region in this second round of NDCs. Marine and coastal is very important, fresh water, urban spaces, even grasslands and others such as glaciers in the case of Argentina. But also I would like to highlight that, as you can see, we identified that many of them have the potential to be implemented in multiple ecosystems. And here maybe I can cherry pick Guatemala at the bottom, marine coastal ecosystems. By 2025, at least 1,000 and 1,500 hectares of mangrove ecosystems are restored and reforested. And I would like to highlight the rest because they say that with the full participation of local communities, indigenous and Garifuna peoples, which is a native group, women's groups, and the youth, which connects with what my previous colleagues already mentioned. And I wanted to make that particular connection because we also try to understand the participation of vulnerable or marginalized groups in the NDC commitments. So we analyze the NDCs as a whole, and we try to understand the presence of these groups in connection to nature. So we identified that out of 16 NDCs that we analyzed, 9 made a direct reference to this connection, 4 have a weak association, and 3 do not provide much details. Okay, and now finally, attending to the criticism of MBS, we also tried to identify if there was a net biodiversity gain out of what was on the text. The good news is 75, we could identify that if they are implemented the way the NDC commitment is written, there should be positive outcome. Another piece of good news is that we couldn't identify commitments that were detrimental. For example, large plantations of monocrops or forestry projects with monocrops. And there is a bigger space for collaboration because in almost half of them, it wasn't clear if there will be a positive outcome for biodiversity. So we think that experts like you from biodiversity will have to collaborate more with our climate change colleagues. A few key messages to wrap it up. We think there is a great potential for biodiversity from these commitments, especially if they are implemented the way they should be implemented, and if there is more collaboration between biodiversity experts and climate change experts. We also think that it's important that several ecosystems are incorporated in this second round of NDCs that can tackle both the climate and the biodiversity crisis. And last but not least, we need the active participation of many groups, especially women, indigenous peoples, and Afro communities in the region, but also in the world. So you can download the technical document from the Euroclima homepage. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mauricio, and thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Jeffrey. I think we nicely highlighted the power of nature, the multiple benefits that nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based adaptation, ecosystem-based approaches hold, but also thank you, Wendy, for highlighting the importance that ecosystems can only provide those services if we, at the same time in parallel, actually reduce fossil fuel emissions drastically. And guidance are nice, and the case examples are really nice, but let's move to actually hear what is happening and what's working, what's not working, what do we need. I'm really excited to introduce our panel. 3 panelists, I'm so excited. I had a little bit of an increased heart rate, but Marie-Claire is here, so I'm excited for that. But first, let me introduce Lorelei Picot. She is the executive director of the Ocean and Climate Platform, strong advocate for multilateral cooperation. She works for better integration of the ocean climate biodiversity nexus in decision making at the national and international levels. At the UNFCCC, she is the focal point for ocean and coastal zones for the Marrakesh Partnership Global Climate Action Agenda. And she's also a part of the specialized group of ocean experts of the Nairobi Work Program. Very excited. Marietta Sakalian is the Senior Program Management Officer, Global Coordinator at UN Environment, also leading the Pillar on Nature Action. And Marietta has 30 years of experience in ecosystems and natural resource management, mainstreaming biodiversity across sectors and systems, intergovernmental and interagency negotiations and networking, partnerships, resource mobilization, management of large-scale projects and programs, and strategy development and implementation. And as the Jeff Biodiversity Mainstreaming Portfolio Manager, she led the development and implementation of Jeff portfolio projects and programs in 47 developing countries. Marie-Claire Payet, she is the Nature Conservancy Country Director for Gabon, where she has been responsible for developing the strategic vision for the country program, established partnerships with key stakeholders from the public and private sector, built a team of Gabonese professionals connected to TNC's global network of experts, secured the operational setup of the program, and has been steering the work to deliver on conservation results. And in Gabon, TNC has also been providing technical assistance to improve wetlands conservation, inland fisheries management, and is also providing guidance for the sustainable development of hydro projects. I want to give each of you maybe a minute or two, I know it's not a lot, to very quickly maybe talk a bit about your work before I dive into the questions. So maybe Lorelei, we can start with you.
Great, thank you very much. Can you hear me properly? Yeah, brilliant. Well, first of all, thank you for the introduction. And before I tell a bit more about the Ocean and Climate Platform, let me just say how incredible the presentations were. And it's very exciting to be here because talking about synergies, it's a little bit of, language that is made for policy nerds. So that gets me very excited because I love that. It really speaks to my work and the way that we sit at the Ocean and Climate Platform is that the governance of the ocean is extremely fragmented. So we've had to work in collaboration from the beginning to make sure that whether it's at the Paris Agreement, so with the UNFCCC or the CBD and other fora, to make sure that the ocean is represented. So that's the core of our work. And why it's exciting to talk about synergies is because we're looking at how to do things better, how to improve efficiency. And that's a very optimistic conversation. And nowadays, we definitely need a little bit of optimism, I think. So I'll stop here before we dive into it.
Marietta.
Thank you very much. And one main message that is coming out based on what was presented by colleagues here is that there is really cross-linkage between climate change and biodiversity. And these are the two phases of the sustainability crisis that we are facing today based on unsustainable production and consumption. And what is important that ecosystem-based approaches provide way to tackle with ambition and very specific action on ground this double crisis. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. And again, I apologize for showing a bit late, a little bit busy with many activities. It is exciting because it's really great to be in a place where we're talking about nature, but you are really now more and more hearing about climate. And just a month ago, many of us were in Sharm el-Sheikh, and you start to see also the other part. So I think this integration is critical. I'm glad that the world is, coming to this. Coming from my little corner of the world, have the privilege to run the country program of the Nature Conservancy in Gabon for almost 10 years now. And we did start a program with a very freshwater focus approach. This was when we stepped in. The nature conservation agenda was very focused on forests. ocean was just starting. Nobody was looking at freshwater. So we have started this. But this last 10 years has given really clearly the importance of the interconnectedness of ecosystems and again, nature and climate. So as of the last year, we've launched this new initiative in collaboration with the government. We work very closely with the administration, and we're launching what we're calling the 30-30-30 initiative. Gabon as a nation had just, joined a little bit over a year ago, the High Ambition Coalition committing to the 30 by 30 agenda. And in the case of Gabon, we're going to make it very explicit that we're going to be protecting 30% of oceans, 30% of terrestrial ecosystem, but also 30% of freshwater ecosystems. And this conservation agenda that is really about nature, habitat protection, is clearly and also strongly related to the climate benefits. In a country that has 88% forest cover, that has a huge coastline with a lot of mangroves and important coastal ecosystems, those two questions are tightly, again, interconnected. So I'll be happy to speak a little bit more about this. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Why don't we start, Lorelai? I know maybe someone can just click the clicker to go to the next slide, because the Ocean and Climate Platform has actually also released a really informative policy brief on ocean climate biodiversity the Ocean Climate Biodiversity Nexus, and identified 4 areas of synergies between the conventions: science, policy, action, and finance. And I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more what that would look like in a practical sense. Like, this is a great graphic, but what does it mean?
Thank you very much, Annie. And it's true that I mentioned policy nerds, and when I see that graph in on the large screen, it's actually really important because to tell you the story about this is that it's one night 4 years ago I woke up and I was like, I have a vision. I know how it works. I know how the CBD and the UNFCCC can be connected and can better work together. And I got into my office and I drafted something on a whiteboard, and my colleagues were a bit like, okay, she's insane, it's completely fine. But the reality is that the Rio Conventions, in their architecture, in their bone structure, are made to work together, and they were created to do their very purpose. So what we try to look into is how can we, from a practical perspective, try and bridge those gaps between the UNFCCC and the CBD. Of course, that would be true also for the Desertification Convention, but working on the ocean, you can imagine that we're looking a little bit less at the UNCCD for sure. But yeah, to dive into a little bit of these 4 key areas. So first of all, we identified science. Now it's widely acknowledged that decisions must be science-based, and we do have a number of tools under both conventions. The SEPSTA, whether it's 1T or 2Ts, could definitely better collaborate together, and we have many colleagues that have been involved with the Nairobi Work Program for adaptation. I'm also part of the expert group on ocean, and we're actually walking the talk as part of the Nairobi Work Program, and trying to work with one another among the different expert groups to make sure that the recommendations that we make and the guidelines that we provide to parties are actually responding to these issues, while actually acknowledging that actions can be biodiversity positive and climate smart. Of course, we're encouraging collaborations among the epistemic communities, the IPCC and the IPBS. They've already started this in 2021. They had a collaborative workshop on the links between climate, biodiversity, and human societies as well. Recommendations are out there. The ocean is part of it, and we of course encourage more collaborations on the scientific front. From a policy side, I think it was very clear from the previous presentations that there are some evident overlaps between the NDCs, the NAPs, and the MBSAPs, and we need to make sure that they are both complementary, but also, I mean, this is going to sound very simple, but taking the example of my country, I'm from France. When we look at the ministries, some of the delegations that they negotiate at the UNFCCC are different than the ones that negotiate at the CBD. Their offices are among the same ministries, sometimes even on the same floor, but they don't speak to one another. So how do we make sure there is greater communication? Even just in terms of reporting, it would be much easier, because we were talking about protecting mangroves, for instance. Protecting mangroves, it's a multi-purpose solution. So it can be good for climate benefits, both mitigation by sequestering carbon, for adaptation as well, acting as buffers against the impacts of climate change on the coast, but also for people and nature and livelihoods and creating jobs and so on and so forth. So trying to have a little bit more coherence on the policy front. The action side is probably my favorite. As you mentioned, Annie, I'm also the focal point for the Marrakesh Partnership on Ocean and Coastal Zones. So many hats here, but the action part is where you have all the non-state actors. So that's where you have a lot of the ambition, a lot of the dynamics to showcase some of these good practices, these solutions that can be scaled up at different levels. But it's also where, when we look at the climate COPs, for instance, when you go to the negotiations, it can be a little bit depressing. Not that it's very exciting here these days, but when you go to the action zone, that's where you have a lot of the dynamics, of the creativity. And I think that as we negotiate for the GBF as well, it's absolutely fundamental that there is a space, a dedicated space for non-state actors to come together, to share these progresses, and to make sure that we also hold parties accountable for their action. And the final one, and then I'll wrap up, is finance, of course, crux of the issue. We're all here talking about finance and how can we facilitate access to financing. And again, here we have synergies because of these solutions that are both climate smart and biodiversity positive, can be better financed by existing mechanisms that are already allocating resources to either climate or biodiversity benefits. And I think it was a couple of years ago that France and the UK committed to having 30% of their climate finance also allocated to biodiversity. So we need to make sure that they're not mutually exclusive. We can't try to solve one crisis by creating an even bigger one. So thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Marie-Claire, we've heard a lot about the synergies now between on the international level, but ultimately what is really important is how these conventions or commitments under these conventions are implemented at the national level. And that's really where we're looking for these synergies. I was wondering if you can talk a little bit about how these synergies and bridge building between the COPs could look like on the ground. What are some of the practical things countries you work in are doing to strengthen the biodiversity climate linkages at the national, but maybe also at the subnational or regional level?
Yeah, and maybe I'm going to bring it to the very, the lowest level point of what is the local bee. I mean, just think about a tree growing in the tropical equatorial forest of Gabon. I mean, that tree is, it's a heaven for species, for life. I mean, it's, any single tree in a Gabonese forest is home to not only, feeding elephants and apes and birds, but also all of these other micro, species we have, the fungi and the bacteria. And the same team, that tree is, growing and has all of this incredible benefit it provides to the world by capturing carbon, storing it as it's growing. So when you look at that site level, those things are connected. Nature and climate are just all embodied in that tree. And you can go into the mangrove and it will be the same thing. So I think sometimes the human structures and the policy structures are built to separate those issues. But when you're in the forest, when you're down there on the ground, and when you're helping to protect this forest, you are by design helping to deliver both on the home for those apes and elephants and birds and fungi, and also the benefit it's providing in terms of capturing carbon. So I think what is really important is to help to understand and support the policy level and create this integration, but again, by demonstrating how on the ground those actions you do for conservations are delivering on both. I think in the case of Gabon, again, it's been really excited. It's a fascinating country who has so much nature, and being able to committing to protecting these significant resources across, again, oceans, rivers, and forest, 30% across each one of them, and understanding that each one of them is going to be, again, protecting the important habitats for all the species I mentioned, and the turtles and the whales and the important economic species that people use. I mean, this is also the source of fisheries, marine fisheries, freshwater fisheries. And in the forest, I mean, this is like forestry communities that are needed to harvest from the non-timber forest products, but also the forestry industry that is really providing jobs and livelihoods. So I think when you are there, when you are in those areas that we're managing, they are connected. And the way that we are moving this program in Gabon is really recognizing that we're going to deliver this work on the ground, creating those protections, creating the community's livelihoods, involvement around this, and then make sure that at the policy level, more and more we see the connections between the very ambitious NDC, for example, that Gabon has put forward, but making sure that our biodiversity plan and our adaptation plan, they all speak to each other. It takes, enlightened policy makers and leaders. We are very fortunate in Gabon to have that. That makes a lot of the work easier. But I also think it requires a lot of bringing all of these other non-state actors and showing that examples is like it's both of a top-down but also a bottom-up approach. So it's really been exciting in Gabon to see how we can deliver across all of these different indicators and goals.
Thank you so much. Before I open the floor to questions from the audience, I have one for Marietta, of course. Having all these years of experience, not just working within the UN system, but also on natural resource management, ecosystem management. See, it's been 30 years since the Earth Rio summit, and now I'm pretty sure this isn't new to you that you hear about these synergies that maybe these conventions need to work closer together. But why is it so important to strengthen these synergies? And based on your experience, what role do ecosystem-based approaches play in furthering and strengthening those synergies?
Yeah, thanks, Annie. To achieve the great ambition of global biodiversity framework, it's really important to work across sectors and systems. Whole of the society approach that is promoted by GBF, high ambitious targets and indicators that we all together are negotiating this week or in the course of the 2 years, can only be achieved if biodiversity is mainstreamed across sector systems, agriculture, food systems, finance, economy, health, and agriculture. I'm probably missing something. Most importantly, it has to be mainstream into the government and governmental policies. It has to be integrated in business plans and economic strategies. And why synergies are important? Because different, not only the Rio Conventions, all biodiversity-related conventions until recently were focusing on different sectors. But in order to achieve the global ambition, we have to work together. And this is not happening only in the global level. Conventions are setting up, the internationally legally binding instruments that help countries translate this to national policies, plans to enforce them in the ground level. But what it is important, all these NBSAPs, NAPs, and NDCs are developed. This is done in a very complementary, synergetic approach, and I think now through the GF and this the new early action support to countries to revise their NBSAPs. This framework provides opportunity to more close interlinkages at national level, and most importantly, what is really needed is to establish formal institutional collaboration frameworks. There are several examples around the world. Brazil, for instance, has been revising their NBSA, bringing different sectors together, and that could really help. And because it's already mentioned by colleagues, and I think that audience here is the converted one. You very well understand on the ground what is the linkage, the ecosystem level linkage between dealing with the crisis of biodiversity loss and achieving climate change benefits. There are recent examples and studies that, for instance, in the hotspots of some of the hotspots of biodiversity across the Amazon, Atlantic coast, Mediterranean zones, there is a high concentration of biodiversity. And if this biodiversity is sustainably managed and used, it can really help to reduce the greenhouse gases. So ecosystem approach provides one of the instruments, ecosystem-based approaches, sorry, provide the instrument on the way how we on ground and the practice can receive multiple benefits and enhance impact. Because in biodiversity, it's us. We are part of the biodiversity, and if it's sustainably managed, it will contribute to stability of climate change. And of course, we're not talking here about UNCCD, but land use changes and all these things are also interlinked to the climate change and biodiversity stability. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to open it up to the audience. Maybe I can ask Veronica to pick up. There's a second microphone at the front, I think. If there are any questions, maybe you want to raise your hand and she will be able to come around. Okay, well, while you might think about your question yet, I have another question, of course. We had GIZ and we had the German government, the government of Canada opening up our nature climate afternoon here. And I'm wondering, based on your experience and all of that, what's the message for bilateral and multilateral donors, agencies that are providing climate finance, biodiversity finance? This is a lot about finance again, of course, this COP. What does this mean in terms of financing and moving forward those synergies? Someone want to take a... Of course, I'm extending... Of course, Wendy, go ahead. This is also for our three presenters, of course.
And this, I think we talk a lot, this session is about building synergies and interconnections and recognizing that all of these things are interdependent. One of the things is maybe for donors to recognize that as well. There's a lot of funding available and we're very grateful for it, but also recognizing, or at least facilitating for more of this holistic approaches that we talk about all the time. So how can funding then be targeted towards more creative connections, right? How are we funding in the, donors in biodiversity? How are they thinking and linking and integrating climate change into their calls for proposals, and vice versa? For funding for the development assistance, how is that looking at biodiversity? How is that looking at climate action? That would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. And the biggest challenge actually for donor funding that there are not multiple funds. You have amount of money that have to be committed to climate action, reducing biodiversity loss, reducing land degradation. And so far, the tendency was to have different funding. Okay, the single funding mechanism for different crises. What is important now to put the priorities together, and as we're talking about the synergies among convention and synergies in tackling the global crisis, I think that the best way perhaps to deal with the global financial crisis and the planetary crisis is just to tackle problems together. Thank you. Because funding is not going to increase. It will be what is happening. The countries are redirecting the climate commitments to biodiversity actions and so on, and the same amounts. They are not additional amounts. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mauricio.
Yes, just to complement what is being said, I think it's also important to keep in mind that nature interventions usually take time. And processes on the ground, governance processes on the ground are complex, and they involve different levels, from community level to the municipal to the national government, and hopefully the impacts on the global scale. So I think from the donor perspective, it's important to communicate that message and making sure that those windows for financing provide the time that the process and the processes require in these interventions.
Well said. Oh, there's Jeffrey, quickly your intervention, and then we have a question over here.
Sure, yeah, I'll be brief. So kind of adding on what my colleagues and fellow panelists has already mentioned, I think it's also important to recognize that doing nature-based solution, right, doing ecosystem-based adaptation, right, takes a lot of time. Also, it takes, to get it right, takes a lot of steps to kind of involve local communities, to consult with marginalized communities, but also it takes a lot of skills. So it requires a lot of capacity building for subnational actors, for national actors, as well for international actors to understand these safeguards, to understand there are guidelines developed by IUCN and by many other organizations. And to get them right, it takes time and it takes a lot of capacity building as well.
Thank you. Well said. I think we had a question over here.
Thank you very much. I am Joseph from Nigeria. And as we continue to discuss all of these issues and discussing finance, hello, can you hear me? Okay, good. As we continue to discuss all of these issues and continue to discuss finance, there's a need to throw these thoughts in. And I think it will also help in the discussion that those who are providing funds should not think they are doing anybody a favor for providing those funds. Because I see that thought going anytime finance is being talked about. Some people think that, oh, they are providing funds for some people to do something for themselves. No. And I think by the time we start rethinking that thought alone will help us in a discussion about finances when it comes to either providing finance for climate change or for biodiversity conservation. But especially for in this context, we are talking about biodiversity conservation. So I think by the time we throw this thought in, it helps our discussion when it comes to finance. Because the truth is that the global south, you didn't get that. The global south don't actually, in the real sense of it, if we reverse everything the way they are, the global south don't actually need the global north in terms of finances because we have the resources. So when the global north provides money to the global south, they shouldn't think, or whoever is providing funds shouldn't think that it's doing anybody a favor by providing funds because we are all into this together. Biodiversity loss, climate change is going to affect all of us together, even though the global south are going to be the ones that are going to affect it first. I know this is an uncomfortable conversation, but it has to be said as we continue to discuss all of these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Any reactions? Nodding. Okay. I know there was another question over here, I think.
My name is Amr Al-Kindi from United Arab Emirates. First, I'd like to thank the ISD and all the speakers for this great talk. I have a question about the cost of nature-based solutions, like the initial cost of these projects in comparison to other solutions, like artificial solutions, and also the cost effectiveness of these solutions. Do we have any, is there strong scientific evidence about the cost effectiveness of nature-based solutions in the long run in comparison to other solutions? Which type of solutions are better in terms of cost effectiveness? Thank you.
Does someone want to take that on? Marietta.
As colleagues can contribute, but as far as I'm aware, not such analysis have been made, but it's very ambitious, to generalize because specific action, nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based adaptation, ecosystem-based approaches, they're targeting specific case, specific ecosystems, and it is very difficult to compare if different approaches are not applied in the same ecosystem. I think that it's not win-win scenario. There is not one approach that it should be considered as a best approach. Diversity of options should be considered, and whatever is the most appropriate in certain case should be used. And can I use the opportunity and just provide some feedback on the comments that was made by colleague
Go ahead.
here? If I correctly understood, your point was that the funding provided should not be considered as funding provided from the global north to the global south, and I agree with you because look at the Jeff financial mechanism. Actually, this is the financial mechanism for the CBD, and any country could be a donor. Funding is available for eligible countries, and there are certain criteria for which you have to meet to be recipient country. However, nobody prevents any country of the fact to be a donor, and funding is for eligible countries. Developed countries, there are certain criteria that have to be met, are not eligible for funding. That's another question if another fund has to be established for the implementation of the GBF. But I said that there is not, the borderline between North and South. It's based on certain criteria and certain needs and eligibility. Thank you.
I think we had one up here.
Okay. Is this in response to? Okay, yeah. Go ahead, and then we have. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, just very, very quickly to the point of cost effectiveness of nature-based solutions. Indeed, there is wide consensus, there is scientific literature that says that nature-based solutions do work and they're relatively cheap in comparison to constricting dikes, for instance. But there is no one-size-fits-all solutions. It's not about just only nature will save us, for instance, from the impacts of climate change. The biggest priority at this stage remains to reduce drastically greenhouse gas emissions. But in terms of the cost effectiveness of nature-based solutions, it's still important to say that compared to other solutions, they are relatively cheap. Protecting nature is very effective and also not very costly. So, just saying.
I see. Okay, yeah. Quick interventions, and then I have two more questions, I think.
Just very quickly to point you to one such study. There's a publication by IUCN, UNEP, and UNDP called Making the Economic Case for Ecosystem-Based Adaptation. This is one that does look at the cost effectiveness and looking at net present values of the net gain of different EBA approaches. And so maybe that would be a good place to start.
Just briefly add. Oh, sorry.
You go ahead.
Oh, great. Just briefly add on to that, I think it's also the cost effectiveness also comes from the fact that it can provide multiple benefits. So in the next session, you'll hear about nature-based infrastructure, where we can do great infrastructure in cities, but that will only address one specific issue. Whereas if you do nature-based infrastructure, it could also provide household benefits. It could provide more livelihood options. It could provide more shading area or increase biodiversity in that area. And I think that kind of also speaks to the cost effectiveness of nature-based solution, that it provides multiple benefits, and it's a great option.
And just to add a very quick resource, the Nature-Based Infrastructure Global Resource Center by colleagues at ISD, there is a great source of information on all of that.
You can tell our speakers are very passionate and leaning towards nature-based solutions are the better option of many options. Go ahead. I know there's a question here.
Well, there's one up here.
Okay. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Kerry Max. I work with Celine on the Partnering for Climate initiative. And I just wanted to come back for a moment to the very valid points you raised about timelines for doing effective nature-based solutions, and about the need for integrated finance that isn't siloed in the way that we're being faced with it. And while I agree entirely with that, I also work within a specific political system, with political timelines, with imposed structures for accountability. So I wanted to sort of turn it back to the table and put out a challenge. While we are doing our best to work to promote longer timelines, and this isn't a challenge for all donors, but it's still one for Canada, and while we're doing our best to promote more integrated programming, we're going to need from you an alternative along that journey, which is perhaps taking a look at longer projects, but breaking them into the 3, 4, or 5 year project time cycles that we can do, where we're getting concrete results that are justifiable in and of themselves in the context of a broader programmatic approach, which we can maintain if we maintain the momentum and the prioritization. And I think we've seen a lot over the last few years about how that can change very quickly. And the other side is we are accountable to the taxpayer and the international community and developing countries for reporting honestly and transparently on the finance we're providing. So under the current structure with the Rio markers, with the OECD DAX statistics, it's very hard to avoid either overcounting or to actually provide really accurate statements of how much of this went into biodiversity, how much of this went into climate mitigation, how much of this supported desertification. If you can make suggestions and perhaps tweak those systems to make that a little bit easier, it makes it easier for us to argue for a sort of a programmatic approach, but one that allows us to achieve to basically represent honestly and openly to our taxpayers and to the international community what we're doing. Thank you.
Someone want to react to that?
Can
Oh,
I?
yeah, go ahead.
Really, I think, I mean, it's interesting hearing the type of questions and, this idea of cost effectiveness and, how do you delivering on indicators. It still feels very siloed approach. We're facing things from either a climate change perspective, or we have our windows of funding that are designed for a particular element. And I think the name of this panel is synergies, and I think more and more we're going to need to be able to be comfortable. I think there's a clearly humongous fear about double counting, about cheating on one another. If you're providing here and then you tell me that is the same one you're providing me, in the end you end up giving me less. So everybody wants to make it very separate. But this is taking away the understanding that there's a huge amount of all of the co-benefits. I mean, in the end, as I say, I go back to my tree, and my Maobi tree in the forest of Gabon. If I protect that tree, I mean, this is going to be delivered across so many. It's going to deliver on the SDGs, delivering on the climate missions and goals of Gabon, is also providing in the nature. So we shouldn't be afraid of saying, once we've protected that tree, the important is that we are protecting that tree. Counting as you want. Let's be very clear and transparent that it is the same tree, and the money they took allowed to have that is not 3 trees, you've saved 1, but it is delivering across the human livelihoods, is providing across the nature and biodiversity, and is providing across the system. So we might need to be able to still think about how the systems that were used at a policy level, that we're all kind of very siloed approach working, how do we making them to be much more comfortable about really recognizing this co-benefits. We still need to raise ambition, we still need to raise more money. There isn't enough, not only from the global north to the global south, but even within our countries. It doesn't need to always become abroad. It is a lot about how within one single country you can remove your agriculture subsidy that stays in your own country. So it is about being much more comfortable with breaking some of those traditional barriers we have, but recognizing there's a humongous benefit about integrating, looking at the whole interconnectedness of ecosystems. So.
Thank you, Marie-Claire. Do you want to respond as well? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, very quickly, just fully agree on all the co-benefits. And maybe one thing to keep in mind as well is that when we allocate money for climate or biodiversity projects, there are criteria that are relevant to one another, obviously. And to your point regarding smaller timelines as well, for instance, developing 5-year projects or 3-year projects. Ironically, it's actually much more difficult to get very smaller grants of like $20,000, for instance, than billion-dollar projects. So of course, the portfolio of solutions that you can implement is very different, and the access of implementing and managing those grants is very different, especially in the global south.
Thank you. I think we have one more question over here. I'll just hand you over my microphone.
Thank you. It's actually a comment. I'm from IUCN, and I just wanted to comment on the economic feasibility, to say that I do believe, like the first 3 speakers said, nature-based solution is a very powerful tool to combine both climate and biodiversity actions. And I also want to say that the IUCN NBS standard actually asks for a comparison of the NBS approach compared economically to other alternatives. So it's not to say in general which are usually better, but there are tools that do ask proponents to compare one approach to the other and say which is the best in terms of economic feasibility as well. And then the other point that I wanted to make was around biodiversity and the fact that biodiversity does take a long time to recover. But I'd also like to say that there are new tools now, like eDNA approaches, which, although not perfect, do allow us to assess biodiversity in a much quicker time frame. And I think we should be talking about how we can do that better. And I'm working with my Nigerian friend here, for instance, training local communities to be able to assess their biodiversity and their biodiversity recovery. And I think these are some of the more optimistic things that are happening globally as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have time for one more question over here.
My name is Ben Sherman. I'm from the Lakota Nation in the United States. And I would just like to, this is a comment, I would just like to let you know that the people who possess traditional knowledge, the indigenous people, people you may call the global south, the poor people, close to the land, they control or they provide stewardship for 80% of the diversity in this world, but yet they are the least funded or maybe not funded at all. And if you would put traditional knowledge up there on your board right alongside science as something that's important, that needs to have major world support from all of the people here at this convention to find ways of financing their efforts so that they can carry on the good stewardship that they have been doing for hundreds or perhaps thousands of years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's a great comment to end our session. But before we fully end, I have one last question because it's the holiday season. I thought in 30 seconds, each of you could say one thing that you wish for that will come out of this conference that could help strengthen the synergies that we talked about today. Maybe I'll start with Marie-Claire.
I think, I mean, I hope that we come out of this with an ambitious GBF. I mean, this is a big, sometimes it's very easy to get discouraged when you see some of the quandaries. I mean, it is understandable that everybody is trying to find the best for our own realities, but in the end, we're all part of this one single planet, and we have to make it what it takes to be able to find something that we can all move, be better off. So I hope we can put all this, really all fight for the most ambitious GPF at the end of this conference.
Yeah, this is the difficult one. Can I just say two things? A comment fully in complement with the gentleman, the comment that was made about the custodians of biological diversity, local communities, indigenous people. I think as a wish and Christmas wish, it's that they are recognized and given the necessary means to play together with governments, international organizations, research institutions in the implementation of the GBF.
Thank you. I'll be very, very simple. At the end, in the next few days, I really hope that we secure the target of protecting 30% of both land and sea by 2030. We need that, absolutely. And my second wish, because, Christmas and it's snowing out there apparently, having a whole of society approach. We need an action agenda. As you said, sir, we need all people to be represented here at the table.
Thank you.
I'm going to add fresh water to your 30%.
Mauricio.
Just briefly, that's a tough question, but I think we need a paradigm change. I think I will build on what the gentleman was commenting on, really adding the local people and the local knowledge to this picture, going beyond silos, but really putting it into practice and completely shifting the way we finance everything around the world.
I think building on that, this panel is about synergies. It's really that conversation, as Lorelei mentioned, and it's not just for donors, which we've highlighted, but also for governments and having that cross-sectoral approach that we talk about, but also for us as speaking for myself as practitioners and organizations working in this space. That there's further collaboration between IUCN and GIZ and ISD to really be thinking about it more holistically. And I think to a final point, then, as you said, integration of scientific and local knowledge as well. So really just to have those conversations and not within this 2 weeks, but to go out of here and continue having those conversations. In a nutshell, my wish for, COP 16 rather, is that we won't be thinking about, this is the biodiversity audience, this is the climate action audience, that we will be one holistic group.
The wish list is getting long. Santa Claus will be very busy this year. And hopefully the negotiator in the hall will also be working as hard as Santa Claus to make this wish list come true. I think my wish mainly is to let's move forward on the nature-based solutions debate on the definition. Let's talk about implementation. Let's have more financing. Let's have more funding. And let's have more action on the ground to realize the potential of nature in helping to solve the climate change and biodiversity crisis. And for the GBF to recognize the 30 by 30 targets, as well as recognize people's rights to a healthy, safe, clean, and sustainable environment for all. So, big wish, but hopefully we can deliver it.
Thanks, everyone. I'm pretty sure it's more wish per person than just one, but I'll communicate that. I wanted to say thank you so much for your time, for your expertise and the insights you shared with us today, and maybe just ask the audience for a round of applause. Thank you so much. And I would also invite you to stick around for the next session, which is going to be great, and maybe grab a sandwich in between. And then thank you so much again, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thanks.
I don't think I have your contact details.
Yes, I can give you my card, which I had in my pocket before I got on stage. Oh yeah, here we go. Which way?
I don't think I have your contact.
No, I have my card down there. Love your.
Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Okay, so we're just going to start our third session, our second session of the afternoon. So welcome to Nature and Climate Thematic Afternoon at the Rio Conventions Pavilion. We just had a really wonderful session on synergies and NAPs and BSAPs and SDGs. And so now what we're going to do is have another session that's focused on synergies again, but honing in on the role of NAPs and NBSAPs in scaling up nature-based infrastructure. So I just like to mention a couple of housewarming items, housekeeping items. This session is being live streamed. If you go to the riopavilion.org website, you can find the links there for later. And we do have still some food that's left on the side there. Feel free to go and take some. And then at the end of the session, there's going to be a coffee break. So we hope that all participants will stick around and mingle and chat until we have the next session on protected areas. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce the moderator for this session, who is Natalie Berlusconi, who is the Senior Director for Economic Law and Policy for IISD based in Geneva. So take it away, Natalie.
Thank you very much, and welcome everyone. How are you feeling? The middle of the afternoon, okay? Some good, some thumbs up. And I know there's a lot of noise around, and we'll make some noise for the others as well. But so that we can try to hear each other, perhaps you would like to join me a little bit up front if you're interested in hearing this wonderful panel today. So thank you very much for joining us today to this event. Today at this panel, we're going to explore the potential role of national adaptation plans, NAPs, and national biodiversity strategies and action plans, NBSAPs. I always have to laugh about that acronym. It's a difficult one. And how these processes contribute to promoting and scaling nature-based infrastructure. We will also discuss some of the constraints and opportunities for achieving this outcome. So, the impacts of climate change and biodiversity loss are being felt in many countries, everywhere in the world. And in response, governments are developing these NAPs, or National Adaptation Plans, and National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans to identify and address medium and long-term priorities for addressing these interlinked challenges of climate change and biodiversity loss. And while the processes and actions are unique in each country, there is a growing evidence that nature-based infrastructure can serve as an effective means for promoting climate resilience as well as protecting nature. Infrastructure is key for achieving many of the Sustainable Development Goals, and investment in infrastructure is a high priority for all states. At the same time, infrastructure development is a major driver of greenhouse gas emissions as well as biodiversity loss. But it can also offer opportunities to integrate and innovate with respect to ecosystem-based approaches. Infrastructure planning offers an opportunity to resort to nature-based in lieu of traditional gray infrastructure, or to combine nature-based with traditional infrastructure. Nature-based infrastructure tends to be less expensive to manage and maintain given nature's regenerative characteristics, and it often involves less initial capital expenses. Also, it generates a number of co-benefits, like improved health, food security, and alternative livelihood opportunities not found with gray infrastructure projects. And despite these benefits, most countries continue to focus on traditional infrastructure solutions. And investments harnessing nature for infrastructure purposes represent only a small amount, a small fraction of total infrastructure spending. So today, we will hear first from Lisbeth Kazier about the untapped potential of nature-based infrastructure in her presentation. We will then turn to our panel discussion with a group of distinguished experts. We'll have Chizuru Aoki from the GEF, Santiago Aparicio, oops, there you are, from America's Flyways Initiative, and Anne Hamill of IISD. The panelists will discuss the opportunities that national adaptation plans and national biodiversity strategies and action plans provide for supporting and scaling nature-based infrastructure. They will also explore common constraints that must be overcome in these processes to accelerate the implementation of nature-based infrastructure. And they will discuss how we can ensure that nature-based infrastructure is gender responsive and socially inclusive. So now let's turn to Lisbeth. Lisbeth Kazier is a coordinator of the Nature-Based Infrastructure Global Resource Center at IISD. She is an advisor in public procurement and works with the sustainable asset valuation methodology to make the case for sustainable infrastructure. So Lisbeth, I look forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much, Natalie, for the kind introduction. So what I would like to do in the next few minutes is really just provide a little bit of an overview of the scale of the opportunity that we have in front of us to respond to the many infrastructure needs that we see across the globe, and making sure that how we develop infrastructure is actually in harmony with nature. And a lot of what I'll be speaking about is coming from research that we undertook last year, a paper we published on how can investment in nature help close the infrastructure gap. So really what we're talking about when we talk about nature-based infrastructure is taking nature, wetlands, mangroves, and thinking about the infrastructure services that it can provide. So just by means of an example here, something that to make it more tangible, what we're talking about is thinking to build with nature for flood protection. Instead of building seawalls and investing in great built infrastructure, investing in mangroves, in conservation and in restoration of these mangroves, not only because they provide the infrastructure that is needed for flood protection, but also because of the many co-benefits that mangroves can provide. And that's something we also heard in the previous session. What makes investing in nature so interesting for us as a society, and also in economic terms, is that it's actually cheaper and provides many of these co-benefits. And that's what makes it investment worthy. Now, taking a step back, what we work on at ISD is looking at the scale of the infrastructure needs we have to meet the SDGs. There is lots and lots of new infrastructure that will need to be built, and there is lots of infrastructure that need to be made climate resilient. And it's within that scope, and there's many estimates that we see coming out on a yearly basis. But when we look at the overall infrastructure challenge, we're looking at an investment that's needed of about $4.29 trillion annually. And that's in different sectors, covering transport, energy, sanitation, water, and making sure that the infrastructure is climate resilient. So that's an enormous, enormous challenge. And if we decide to build that based on our business as usual mindset, based on our business as usual technologies that we immediately turn to meet those infrastructure needs, we're not going to make the commitments set out in the Paris Agreement, neither will we meet any biodiversity targets that are so deeply, deeply needed. So what's really crucial is that we look at turning to nature to meet some of those infrastructure needs, and that we help to understand the infrastructure community that we can do this in a cost-effective manner. And so some of the research that we've been doing at ISD is to quantify the benefits on how nature performs the infrastructure service and the co-benefits that it delivers in terms of health, in terms of avoided costs, in terms of job creation, income creation, and contribution to GDP. And it's extremely crucial that we value those benefits. What we've seen is that nature-based infrastructure on average is 50% cheaper than its gray-built counterparts for that infrastructure service. Think back about the flood protection. It's cheaper to invest in mangroves than to continuously build new flood walls. And the reason why that's so crucial is because we know that infrastructure is that major driver behind climate change. Around 70% of global greenhouse gas emissions can be traced back to infrastructure development. So rebuilding with nature should help us mitigate that risk. The same as that it's a major driver behind biodiversity loss, we really, really need to rethink on how we plan, design, and build infrastructure. Now, another piece of our research is that not only is it around 50% cheaper than built alternatives, we also provide 28% more value than the built infrastructure because of those co-benefits in terms of health, income creation, a healthier environment. But if we don't value those benefits, it's going to be extremely hard to make the case for more investment in nature. Now, what we've been working on for a couple of years now is looking if this is also great, if MBI is that much cheaper and provides that much more benefits, why don't we see more of it? And so it's that conversation that we would like to have with you and with the panelists here today. Some of the barriers is what you see here on the slide. We see that there's a lack of knowledge on the biophysical performance of nature. There is a lack of knowledge on the quantification of the monetary benefits that nature brings. And this is important for the infrastructure community. We won't see investment in nature for infrastructure services unless we can make the comparison with the gray-built alternatives that we are traditionally geared to invest in, because that's what we know. That's what the community knows, that's what engineers know. Now, thankfully, there's good news, and we see increasingly different communities taking up building with nature. But we need more of it, and we need to systematically value the benefits that nature brings for those infrastructure purposes, so that we can shift away from the traditional thinking into immediately investing in more gray-built infrastructure towards at least looking at the nature that we have. Can it perform the same functions? If so, what does that mean? And what does that mean for the design and planning process? And then ultimately, even if gray infrastructure, because we will need still a lot of gray built infrastructure, we should also look in how nature can complement that existing infrastructure. Because increasingly we see the impacts of climate adaptation being extremely harmful to build infrastructure. And the economic cost of having to rebuild year after year built infrastructure is going to only increase the need for investment in this space. So we need to bring in nature into that equation as well. We see that in cities, we see that in peri-urban areas, making sure that we buffer our existing infrastructure by building with nature to preserve that is helping existing infrastructure and is also helping the communities and providing us with a healthier environment. So that's a little bit the scale of the challenge that we're looking at today. Very briefly, what we've been doing with the Nature-Based Infrastructure Center is to systematically look at those different nature-based infrastructure projects across the globe, and for them, undertaking integrated cost-benefit analysis to value the benefits and to make the case for more investment in nature instead of in gray-built infrastructure. And those are the types of valuations that we've been undertaking, making sure that we have that economic assessment of the ecosystem services and the co-benefits, undertaking a calculation on the financial performance of those projects, under different climate change scenarios, bringing in the climate data to ensuring, because infrastructure is our long-term investment, to make sure that it will perform under future climate change scenarios, and then making that comparison with gray belt infrastructure. So I'm very much looking forward to the discussion, see how we can overcome some more of the barriers that we see to investment in nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisbeth, for that introduction, and it provides a great background for us today. And we can see here the list of panelists on the screen, and I'd like to introduce briefly Chizuru Aoki, who is lead environmental specialist for the GEF programming unit and is a member of the GEF's leadership team. And she heads the GEF's strategy development and representation in 5 global environmental agreements, for which GEF serves as the financial mechanisms. She is also responsible for climate finance and manages the Least Developed Countries Fund, the Special Climate Change Fund, and the Capacity Building Initiative for Transparency Trust Fund. So we're very fortunate to have Chizuru with us today. We will then move, I'll quickly introduce Santiago Aparicio, who is the project manager at America's Flyways Initiative. America's Flyways Initiative is an alliance between the National Audubon Society, BirdLife International, and CAF Development Bank of Latin America. And the initiative proposes a unique, impactful approach to biodiversity conservation by integrating and scaling up nature-based climate solutions through major economic development projects designed to include safeguards across a network of critical habitat for declining populations of shared migratory birds throughout the Americas. And then third panelist, my colleague Anne Hamill, who is Senior Director of the Resilience Program at IISD. And in this role, she leads ISD's work on climate change adaptation and the links between environment, conflict, and peace building. She also directs the National Adaptation Plan Global Network, for which ISD has or serves as a secretariat. So coming to Chizuru, we have seen throughout the presentation from Lisbeth that nature-based infrastructure offers many opportunities, not only for climate adaptation and infrastructure services, but also for biodiversity benefits. But we do not yet see the level of uptake or scale that is needed. And so the Global Environment Facility has been instrumental over the years in providing financial support for the development and implementation of both NAPS and NBSAPs. And so I'd like to ask you, given this unique vantage point, what opportunities do you think NAP and NBSAP processes could provide for supporting and scaling up nature-based infrastructure?
Great. Thank you so much, Natalie, and good afternoon, colleagues. If I look a little bit tired, there is a reason. This is my 4th COP this year, and we've been having a marathon sessions related to resource mobilization. But anyway, I'm very pleased to be here. And I have to say that when you say we're going to make some noise, Natalie, it resonated because our pavilion's right next door. And whenever we're sitting in the offices, we can hear every single word of what's going on over here. And I would even argue we can hear it better over there than where I'm sitting right now. So now I understand why the volume is so high. And I'm just giving a shout out to my colleagues who are sitting in the offices, probably gritting their teeth. Anyway, so very pleased to be here. And so I have to say the question that was posed to me is a very good one because it led me to start thinking. It's very true that we've been working with IISD on this nature-based infrastructure initiative and trying to make the business case on the deal by deal and how can we make the nature-based infrastructure better understood on various contexts so that the decision makers, be it the policy makers or financial decision makers, would actually give a chance, as well as the decision on favoring nature-based infrastructure over great infrastructure. And so I've always been looking at this from the perspective of how do we actually do this kind of support to the countries and deal makers, right? I hadn't even thought about the possibility that MBSAPs and the NAPs would offer. So I assume many of you here already know what NBSAPs and NAPs are. Let me just say that from the GF perspective, because we're the financial mechanism for the CBD as well as a Triple C convention, we do support, for instance, the every country NBSAP preparation as well as networking, right? So on the side of climate change convention, countries at this point are primarily getting support for NAP preparations from the GCF because GCF provides readiness support. So we have a little bit of a gentle funds agreement that GCF will do the NAP preparation, and the Jeff side will actually do the implementation of items that are identified in the successive process of NAP preparations. And whatever comes out, if those are considered to be something the countries would want to come to the GEF to be supported, we are supporting these items under the NAP implementation. So what are some advantages and opportunities that, based on the very good question you posed, and I thought about this a little bit, and I think three things come to my mind. The first one is that the NAPs and NBSAPs are that all countries will do them, right, under the conventions. And that's a pretty unique opportunity that a lot of other types of assessments, as well as financial, preparation of financial assessments, would not have that kind of global opportunities. And the second element that's a unique advantage I thought about is that all countries actually will do them, right? Sooner or later, because these are the items that are being offered under the CBD as well as Triple C convention. So the countries will take them on. And the third advantage that actually comes to my mind is that NBSAPs as well as the NAPs, and I'm sure Anne will talk more about this, they actually come with built-in global coordination as well as capacity building opportunities. And so from the discrete project by project perspective done at the country level as well as a global, I think this could be a very interesting opportunity for us to start sensitizing countries as well as articulating opportunities for nature-based infrastructure opportunities to be addressed, either through the quantification or qualification, but also the inclusion into the financing plans that the Jeff is now moving on to supporting biodiversity financing plan development plan. So that's being offered to all countries, as I would say, as part of the early implementation of the post 2020 GBF. So I would say those are the advantages as well as entry points that we should be looking into, really. So it's about the power of systemic introduction and the power of really capitalizing the opportunity to introduce some innovative elements into the works that each and every country under the conventions would do. Now, do I talk about challenges or do I wait for the next question?
Well, I think those are really great thoughts, and happy to talk about challenges because what you mentioned right now is very positive, and a positive view on what can be done. And I wonder if some of the challenges maybe relate to the second question I wanted to ask you, which is, we were talking about these kind of high level processes and planning processes, and so moving from the NAP and the NBSAP processes, how do you think this can be translated to on the ground projects? And maybe that it was maybe one of the challenges you had in mind, but maybe there are others.
Thank you, Natalie. I think that's precisely one of the challenges that we would need to come up with a better narrative as well as explanation. Um, I'm sort of maybe embodying that problem here in the sense that when we talk about the introduction of um, nature-based infrastructure initiatives that we have been working with IISD, we've actually gone in from the perspective of what are discrete projects, right? Or what are discrete upcoming initiatives that we can sort of tap into to provide the kinds of assessments and business case for these discrete deals, right? Do the MBSAPs and NAPs identify entry points for action that are at that level of granularity, as well as um, identification of the window of opportunity where the kinds of support the countries would need to have to consider nature-based infrastructure valuation or nature-based infrastructure opportunity. Can the MBSAPs and the NAPs offer that kind of clarity systematically when institutions like IISD or ourselves can come in to support that? So, and I think the question is a good one that we really need to look into, because to be um, to be a little bit honest here, and let's be very honest here. When we started to look for these kinds of deals to help them do the valuation exercise, I don't think we thought about going to the NAPs or even NAPAs, let's say the generation before from the climate perspective, or the MB subs or any of the reports as the potential treasure trove of um, opportunities that the countries are already putting out there for us to look into, right? So this is something I think we would actually need to think about, whether going to the reports themselves um, universally would be the best way to do this, or we look into support that we're giving, for instance, for the biodiversity finance plans, for instance, that are sort of adding on to the MBSAPs, as well as articulation of priorities. Are those the associated entry points that would enable us to really look into these kinds of initiatives? And I guess the final point is that ultimately, we've also started to look into, let's say, pipeline development by multilateral development banks, or what the countries are looking into in terms of infrastructure investments that are not necessarily based on the reports as well as plan development under the convention. So we've kind of latched onto those as a potential entry points. So are there any ways for us to make better linkages between the conventional work and these kinds of investment oriented institutional planning tools, where we can actually do a little bit more justice to link the concept to the those who might actually offer consistent opportunities for the consideration of alternatives such as the nature-based infrastructure. And the final point I just want to add is the capacity, right? Um, there are many countries that would actually need to have sufficient capacity, sufficient tools, sufficient, I guess, proof of concept being done in other places for them to even consider taking these things on. So, do we have the critical mass of data points to be able to convince countries in a variety of contexts, as well as ecosystems and trajectories for climate change and biodiversity that these countries would be facing? So, those are the items that I think challenges that would be worth our while to look into. Thank you. Sorry if that was a little bit long.
That was excellent. Thank you, Chizuru. And I actually wanted to go to Santiago, but before I go there and turn to you, I wanted to actually ask if Anne wanted to respond to some of the issues that Chizu raised, especially at the beginning of talking about how is it possible? Is it with the granularity of the NAPs? and how these kinds of things could be integrated. What is your view? And you know, at IISD, we have actually been kind of talking about this because we have the NBI Global Resource Center, and we have the NAP Global Network, and we have been in discussion. You know, how do we work together to be even more effective? And it's not that obvious, but I think there are potentially so many opportunities there. And you raised some of the issues and some of the challenges as well, Chizu. But I just wanted to hear from Anne, maybe with response, just quickly in response to some of the things that Chizu raised, because you're the expert on naps. You dream of them and you live them, right?
No, well, that would be a bit sad, but no, thanks for that, and thanks for sharing your comments, just because I think, yeah, it's exactly some of the questions we're asking. I think, you know, national adaptation plans are sort of higher level articulations of priorities, right? And so, you know, I think it's a bit unfair, and it's frankly not the point of NAPS to sort of have very detailed project ideas and designs associated with them. So it's kind of a North Star. It gives you an indication of what are the vulnerabilities that countries are responding to, what are the options that they might consider in trying to reduce vulnerability, build resilience. And some countries do go into, you can think of sort of a hierarchy of detail. So you'll have sort of these sectors that they identify, and then priorities within that sector. It could be about, you know, shoring up infrastructure in the water sector, for example. It could be about more landscape restoration, for example. Those types of priorities, still very general. And then you'll get sort of a bit more detailed about, you know, where and when, through what mechanisms. But even then, you're not really getting into project design stuff, right? And so, and that's not the role of NAPS. The NAPS is really supposed to give you that, you know, sort of starting point of understanding what's going to be most effective and what's most important for a country to reduce vulnerability. And then you almost kind of hand it off to somebody to get into the more granular aspects of things. But one thing I would say, and I do really want to pick up on this point that you mentioned about systemic change. And I think one of the big potentials, and I didn't really even think of it until you really laid it out there quite nicely, was, you know, one thing that we are really trying to work on with NAPS is when you do have this identification of adaptation priorities and programs, potential projects, we're really trying to get this integrated into regular national development planning and budgeting processes. And so here is a real opportunity. If you're talking to a sector and they're looking at their funding envelope for the next year, and they're referring to the NAP, and they see there are sort of NBI options in there, and having those integrated into the regular budgeting and planning processes, that's a real entry point for scaling up NBI, and not just sort of having it as a sort of a niche type of project in a national adaptation plan, right? Bringing it right into mainstream development. So I think, and that's what NAPS are trying to do. So I just wanted to sort of have those two reactions to what is shared. Thanks.
Great, and I think we can, explore these opportunities further. But it's definitely a very interesting entry point, at least to get countries to systematically think about the option. But now, Santiago, you've been involved in government planning processes. You were involved in the NAP process in Colombia, and now you're developing on-the-ground projects like the America's Flies Initiative. So you have seen and experienced firsthand the link between policy on the one hand and project processes. So can you tell us more on the importance of NAPS and NBSAPs for catalyzing more nature-based infrastructure projects, and what is needed to support and accelerate these opportunities?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I think that it's adding to what the other panelists have mentioned. I think that is really key, acknowledging that there is an element that we usually not talk too much, but it's about the political economy. It's about how to really engage the right stakeholders, how to motivate the constituents that elect the governments to really begin creating the momentum that will take to action. So from my experience, there should be like a perfect equilibrium and a perfect mix between the technical part that, as Lisbeth was mentioning, we need to build the case, we need to demonstrate in economic terms with the same, like a tradable token with the, for having a discussion with the finance ministers about the importance of nature-based infrastructure, but we also need to really be really accurate in how we communicate and how we get the key political momentum, because that political momentum is the one that is really going to attract and allocate the resources. So we can stay on the first side. This is, I see this like as a bird. So we have one wing, the technical part, and the other wing is the political wing, and they need to be coordinated. If we only have one wing, maybe we will get a bit farther and then we go back to the other way, or we got lost. But if we have the two wings together, like moving coordinately, we really are going to fly farther. So that's one element that I think that it's key. I consider that the NAP specifically have been really instrumental to open the door in the countries to raise the awareness about the importance of adaptation, about the importance of having not like of living ahead that obsession of only thinking about mitigation. So it has been really key in opening that door, and really key in opening the big question mark of what's the best way to adapt and what's the most cost efficient way. And that's where, when you began analyzing that, not in all countries, but in various countries, you began finding nature-based infrastructure. So I think NAPs have been instrumental, would keep being instrumental along with the indices, and besides that, in the text specifically appears nature-based infrastructure. That's something important. Preferably that it appears, but if it doesn't appear, it's really important to open that door. And secondly, the biodiversity strategies, they are key because they are the ones that are going to protect and restore the backbone of those nature-based infrastructure. If we don't have that, if we don't have biodiversity crisis, there are not going to be any nature-based infrastructure solutions. So that's how I see the complementarity of the two instruments. But we should not stop on those instruments. I think the huge challenge is how we began introducing and taking the discussion to other planification instruments that are far away from the environmental discussions, from the environmental sector. So that's why I think the NDCs is really valuable, like planification instrument, but also the internal planification instruments of specific sectors. So we are talking about airports that usually are near the coasts and they have mangroves nearby. So how to begin affecting the specific instruments of the specific sectors that are really strong in infrastructure and that need to have that complementarity.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, explanation of the two wings,
Yeah.
which of course is also linked to your new job, right?
Yeah, it
with
is.
birds. So it's a nice picture. And I wanted to, building on that, move away a little bit from just the naps to, what do you think the progress in UNF Triple C and CBD processes to deliver on climate and biodiversity? How is that relevant for national planning processes?
Okay. I consider, and coming back to the point I mentioned about the political momentum, I think that these two big conventions with the others, also Ramsam Convention and others, are really valuable, obviously, in the technical part, but are also really valuable in really positioning globally a theme. Yeah. So that's where I think that's like the most powerful value I see on the conventions. And secondly, uh, a lot of people discuss if this is or not, but about the enforcements. When you have the huge framework, it's more easy for the governments to begin allocating like big budgets to commitments that exist over international frameworks. So this makes easier the discussion. It's not what is going to define everything, but if we don't have them, it's going to be much more difficult. So if we don't have all this track that we have been having on the last decade, like positioning adaptation, positioning resilience, positioning nature-based infrastructure, so it's needed. We need to keep moving forward with that, because it's like a must. That's what I would add.
I think that's a really important point, and I think for us and think tanks and sometimes IISD, we become very technical, and we like to Chizu said we were looking first at projects and then going into the details of nature-based infrastructure and what are the advantages, what is the cost over the life cycle, etc. But I think that the issue that you raise on the political impetus, and the funding that goes with it, if it's an international instrument, of course, those are really important things. And I think with NAP, we looked at these planning processes. It's the same thing. Whether I think that you're absolutely right that we have to keep that in mind.
There is one point, Natalie, and it's that there is also a sophisticated technique in the political arena, yeah, and in the communications arena. So as Chizuru was mentioning, we need to get better in how to communicate, how we have the right language. So there are sometimes like some techniques that are underestimated. So we think more about the economic technique, more about the environmental technique, but I think there are several techniques, and that's what makes this interesting: is how we come together like with a multidisciplinary approach, with a multi-stakeholders approach, to have like a complex view to approach complex problems as biodiversity crisis and as climate crisis. So that's something that I have seen over these years coming to the COPs, that we are getting better. And this morning I was saying to a friend that is a financial expert that you will be surprised that here there are a lot of your colleagues at this COP of biodiversity, and this is maybe it's one of the first times that we see this huge movement of the financial sector. But maybe next years we will have also here all the communities of political and PR experts walking here on the corridors, hopefully.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Santiago. And now I'd like to turn to Anne. So, the National Adaptation Plan Global Network has supported more than 50 countries to advance their NAP processes and accelerate climate change adaptation efforts. And in particular, the network has been instrumental in working with countries to ensure their NAP processes are gender responsive and inclusive. So my question to you, what opportunities and challenges do you see from the NAP process for helping to ensure that nature-based infrastructure and nature-based solutions are gender responsive and socially inclusive?
Thanks, Natalie. So if we understand really, NAPs and NAP processes are basically frameworks. They provide mandates and signals and commitments for all sorts of action to be taking place, including around natural infrastructure, nature-based infrastructure, nature-based solutions. And so if to the extent that gender equality and social inclusion is embedded in those processes, then you have a much better chance of having, actual projects and programs on nature-based infrastructure also be gender equitable and socially inclusive. We've been looking at the NAP. So for example, we know that right now there are about 40 national adaptation plans that have been submitted to the UNFCCC. And so we've taken a look at these with that lens to really understand the extent to which gender equality and social inclusion is included in them. And so what we can say is that almost every single one of them mentions gender equality and social inclusion. So that's a pretty low bar, but still it's in there, right? And that's a great starting point. We're seeing more and more, and recently, I'd say in the last 2-3 years, that the narrative around especially gender equality has moved from looking at understanding women as especially vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. That might be true in certain contexts, but really recognizing that women also have their own capacities and needs and voices and are agents of change, and these also need to be recognized in how we approach adaptation and therefore how we design and implement solutions like not nature-based infrastructure. So we're seeing more and more of that. And then we're seeing beyond gender that about 2/3 of the national adaptation plans that have been submitted go broader than that. They have entry point for more inclusive approaches. There's language in there about empowerment, for example, about human rights, like I said, social inclusion more broadly. So already we're seeing some sort of a context that's making it more viable for nature-based infrastructure to have a gender equality and social inclusion approach. Within this, I would just identify 3 concrete, entry points, if you will. One is, guiding principles. So a lot of these types of documents, these processes, these plans will be underpinned by guiding principles. And the vast majority of the national adaptation plans, for example, have gender responsiveness, for example, as a guiding principle. So already there, it provides a mandate to make sure that nature-based infrastructure is also, as an adaptation solution, is gender responsive. We're seeing also that a lot of NAPs and even the activities and the priorities that are really contained within them are informed by gender analyses, for example. And so right there, you even have a stronger evidence base for coming up with nature-based infrastructure that responds to the specific needs and capacities of different social groups. And then finally, when you take a step back and you're looking at the process itself, more and more countries, I would say, we're seeing that gender equality and social inclusion is really embedded in the process itself, making stakeholder engagement critical part of identifying adaptation priorities. And so talking to different types of organizations, and I would say actors and organizations both within government and outside of government. So for example, we've seen in countries who are developing national adaptation plans, they are reaching out to gender ministries to really understand what some of these adaptation priorities can be. Again, that provides a really solid foundation for coming up with solutions like nature-based infrastructure. And how can they address some of the priorities that are jointly identified by different actors? And then, talking to civil society organizations as well outside of government. And again, getting those voices and those experiences. So those are sort of 3 very concrete ways to make sure that we've got the sort of gender equality and social inclusion infused into the process and then the resulting sort of priorities. And I think that provides a solid foundation for making sure that nature-based infrastructure is also reflecting all of this. Thanks.
That this is really useful with these 3 points. And a little bit on a different note, given that you've looked at all these national adaptation plans and that you're supporting countries with their NAPs, what trends are you seeing in terms of focus on the role of nature? So we talked about gender, but on nature, is there more interest in exploring nature-based solutions than a few years ago? Do you see an evolution there, or has it always kind of been a topic? How does it vary?
I think first off, I would say that the language of nature-based solutions is not actually used that much in NAPs. It's still very much ecosystem-based adaptation, ecosystem-based approaches. But that said, there are many hooks for nature-based solutions, nature-based infrastructure in NAPS. And so, our analysis from actually a few years ago, so we could update it, but even a couple of years ago, we saw that I think almost 3/4 of NAPS were mentioning, ecosystems as part of their vulnerability assessment. So countries that identified that, there were vulnerable ecosystems that absolutely needed to be addressed as part of that country's adaptation response. We had over 60% of NAPS mentioning ecosystem-based adaptation, whether as a guiding principle or coming up with concrete actions. So you were already seeing a few years ago that it was actually gaining momentum and sort of increased in profile. And we haven't updated the analysis, I don't think, this year, but I would venture to say that you probably see a higher profile given the sort of conversation that's been expanding around nature-based solution, nature positivity, obviously the lead up to the global sort of policy conversations like this. So I think that there's a lot of footholds for it. One thing I would say too, and maybe this is also kind of a challenge, is we talk a lot about, well, there's a little bit of frustration sometimes around the language, right? Around nature-based solutions, and even beyond sort of formal terminology, like a lot of these NAPs do have things like forest landscape restoration identified as a key solution, right? And so that's not necessarily identified, called out as a specific nature-based solution or nature-based infrastructure, but there's a lot of these types of solutions, particularly in LDCs, I would say. So a lot of openings and opportunities in them. Sometimes we have to sort of adjust our lenses when we're reading them to sort of really understand the full potential, I think.
Thanks. That's a really adjust our lenses to identify some of these hooks, I think. And that brings us back maybe to your point on sort of the bigger picture political kind of impetus that plans can have. And, we're finding probably that the multilateral discussions, finding the language used there, and sort of new topics finding their way into NAPS, and then hopefully from the NAPS into the projects as well, and the budgets. So I think that's been really great and fascinating. I think we have a bit of time to open the floor. And I'm wondering if there are some questions. I already see, okay, I'll go first on this side and then over here. So please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot. My question is basically to Elizabeth and to Shizuru. And I wonder if there is a measure in NAPS or NDCs that allows for climate proving or biodiversity proving or EBS proving of public investments. If that could be an approach to make sure to have NBCs in both instruments and have like really a broad impact.
I'll just take one more question. Let me just go on this side if I missed someone because I can't see so well. So I think on this side we only had one question. No? Do you see? No, I think that's. I'll take one more here and then we can move on. So please go ahead from starting in the front. Starting in the front here.
Thank you. Kerry Max from Global Affairs Canada. And as you can imagine, Canada is absolutely in favor of all of the efforts that you're doing and getting this issue onto the top of the agenda and getting them into all of the planning documents. But as we also all know, getting something into a planning document, and this speaks to the very important issue you raised of political economy, and I want to bring it right down. At the end of the day, we're talking about procurement. And procurement is run by a bunch of people that are comfortable doing what they do, that look to what they're allowed to do, and absolutely need to have suppliers that they're allowed to work with that are able to deliver what they're being asked to do. And I think that the only way we're going to get nature-based infrastructure solutions onto the agenda of the actual procurers is if there's a bottom level accompaniment to accompany the high level signaling that puts this on their agenda, that goes beyond showing them the cost effectiveness, because we all know that first best decisions don't always, and one would argue don't often, rollout of governments, it's often second or third best for a variety of reasons. So making them aware, making sure they're allowed to do it based on existing procurement rules, and also setting up suppliers, especially if you're talking about mangroves versus seawalls, setting up suppliers that can actually deliver, that are considered credible and sort of pre-screened and things like that.
Two excellent questions. Let's hear from the panelists. I don't know, Chizuru, did you want to tackle the first question, and then maybe Lisbeth, you can complement, and also maybe I'll call on you on procurement.
Okay, thank you. May I also address the question?
Okay.
Yeah. So let me try to answer the question first on the point you raised on procurement. Absolutely right. Um, Many moons ago, before I came to the JEF, I was at a UN agency, and I was actually working on the post-conflict assistance in a country that will remain unnamed at this point. And one of the things that we were doing is the whole notion of how do you restore ecosystems, but also at the same time provide some basic services. For us to provide basic services such as drinking water, the procurement system is fairly simple, right? One of the options we put on the ground was the whole notion of constructed wetlands, as the utilization of phytotechnologies to provide decentralized wastewater treatment options, and we went ahead and did that. What happened is that it's not so typically easy to do the procurement of this kind of work. So you would, instead of doing the call for tenders and what have you for the plant, you end up looking for consultants that could actually do the planning. But ultimately, we ended up working with the local communities as well as certain municipal level governments that would be amenable, if you will, to be able to support this kind of work and release the workers, and as well as ultimately agree to take on the monitoring as well as upkeep at the end of the day. So I take your point, and but also I do think that there is the whole notion of how to do this in a decentralized manner, municipal level, community level, as well as trying to get that level of bottom up understanding as well as experiences built. And I think that's probably one of the ways to address the barriers um, of it's not necessarily just procurement, but how to get these options on the table as viable alternatives to other elements. So I just wanted to highlight that. And the notion of who the suppliers and technology providers may it just might be you need to have an entirely different mindset to know what that procurement as well as putting these things on the ground might be. Trying to address the first question, I'm not quite sure if I fully got it. You were asking about proofing, climate proofing, and biodiversity proofing of public investments? Okay, so I'm not sure I'm going to be able to answer that question in the way you're framing it. Any public investments or initiatives that an agency or an institution like the GEF or agencies that will be entrusted to implement the initiatives would actually need to ensure that certain safeguards, certain fiduciary standards, as well as the gender standards, gender policy, and so on and so forth would be fulfilled. Within that framework, and also to complement that, we do ask that there is a characterization of both climate benefits and impacts, as well as biodiversity benefits and biodiversity impacts. Um, at this juncture, I do think that's an area that we would also need to look into further, because that kind of data as well as quantification might also provide additional incentive for us to really see, hey, is this an area where nature-based solutions could be an attractive entry point if there is an opportunity for us to really think about investing in this kind of projects or programming into the future. Not quite sure if I answered your question, but that's the best I can do. So I'm going to pass it over to Elizabeth. Yeah, I'll also first pick up on that. Safeguards was what came to mind when you mentioned climate and biodiversity proofing, because that's really about ensuring that we don't do further damages. I think one way we might be able to think about it as well, connecting back to the NAPs and the MBSAPs, is when we think about the nature positive infrastructure. So that's not just about mitigating negative, but really looking at positive contributions, and maybe there's something there, but I think further to be explored, and we'll keep thinking about it. About the procurement question, and here I have to be careful not to start off on a 15-minute talk, but definitely happy to talk more about that. I think there's a couple of things that come to mind. Procurers, and from the work I've been doing with procurement agencies, traditionally, and for good reason, have a risk-averse mindset. So we will, regardless of whether we're purchasing built infrastructure or nature-based infrastructure, we'll have to do work to make procurement agencies more comfortable with taking certain risks, because we're entering an area where there is a lot of uncertainty. And I think we're trying to provide as much evidence as we can to help mitigate some of that risk, and providing just more evidence. But there are certain areas where I think we can invest more in, and that is providing better technical specifications for these types of solutions, looking into performance-based procurement, so targeting the procurement at a certain performance that we would like to see. We'd like to see X amount of floods mitigated. We'd like to see X amount of damages avoided, and kind of trying to work around those kind of performance measures, I think will help us enable that space for nature-based infrastructure. There's very interesting work being done around the classic green roofs, green walls, and energy efficiency in buildings. And I think we need to bring those examples out more, because there we've seen that through some innovative procurement practices, suppliers have responded with those solutions to actually reduce energy efficiency in buildings, not through traditional gray technologies, but by providing the nature-based solutions there. The other part of that is not only working with that procurement community, but working with suppliers. And it's not only about training procurers to use the procedures to pull out those innovative, green, sustainable measures, but to train suppliers in how to respond to that. And I think what we would like to see in that space, a lot of the innovation comes from small and medium-sized enterprises. That's traditionally a category of suppliers that is overlooked in public contracting, because it is so intensive, and it's a time-intensive process to respond to public tenders. But it's really essential that we look at measures to engage that market better, so that we bring that innovation through the procurement processes. I'm going to leave it at that, at the risk not to talk too much.
I think we should definitely have a discussion at some point on public procurement in this space. It's a very important kind of impetus for unlocking, some of the innovation in the private sector too. So I think I have two more questions here, and so these two, and then we're going to have to wrap up after that. We have another 11 minutes. All good. So
Hello. I have a question about how you identify countries that you want to build NAPs and NBSAPs or any action plan with. So talking about political momentum. So how do you make sure that you're not investing lots of time and energy with governments to make national action like NAPs and NBSAPs? And how do you make sure that that these actions that they're identifying are not going to remain like ink on paper? Because often national like NAPs and NBSAPs are made, but no actions are taken afterwards. So they just remain papers because of political issues. And another question would be also that you have so many action plans, not only related to biodiversity, but also in other fields like human rights, for example. And talking about a multidisciplinary approach, how do you make sure that all of these action plans are coherent with each other? So, yeah.
And maybe one more question, and then we'll go to Santiago and Anne for, I think, to respond to some of these to these two questions.
Thank you. It's a question related to Carrie's comment and Elizabeth's answer. I mean, I'm wondering whether you have seen the potential of, climate mitigation or zero carbon targets to leverage finance for nature-based infrastructure, because zero carbon commitments that city do or companies do means that internally projects need to capture carbon or removal. So that can be a potential opportunity for nature-based infrastructure, like for generating internally carbon removals and sequestering carbon. So I'm wondering whether you have tapped into that, because increasingly we see these commitments at private sector and public sector actors, local, federal. So whether that could be an opportunity to increase these projects.
Okay, Santiago, did you want to go first to at least the first two questions, and also Christina's question, if you have some ideas?
Okay. Well, thank you, and really good question. Like it's like a PhD question, how to really move to the action with all the multiplicity of different instruments. I think that the existing instruments should be seen as guiding documents that should orientate like national governmental instruments, and that's something key. On every government, there are some changes. Usually, every 4 years, you change of a prime minister or president, and that's the point where you need to really like push it further, integrating the existing guiding documents and the existing guiding action plans that should be updated regularly. Because maybe you make a guide, an action plan 5 years ago, but it's obsolete. Maybe it doesn't mention nature-based infrastructure in this with this tag. So I think my short answer would be to be aware that the proximity that the constituents have with the national instruments is key. I mean, you need to affect every 4 years or every term of the government the specific instrument that is going to be selected, and obviously try to promote like the political culture so that people elect key people that are going to advocate for nature. That's would be my short answer.
Thank you. I thank you very much for that. And I think, Anne, I'm sure you have a lot to say about this multidisciplinary approach. And I don't know, Lisbeth, if you wanted to say something on the carbon, or Chizuru. Yeah.
Sure, I'll just be very brief. So I heard two questions. So one was making sure that these plans just don't sit on shelves, that they do lead to action and implementation on the ground. And I mean, that's the number one thing we hear about plans, right? And when sometimes we're a little bit gun shy to tell people that we're with the National Adaptation Plan Global Network, they're like, great, more planning. But I think what we're effectively seeing, and what we're really trying to get people to recognize, is that actually, as part of, if you really want to see implementation happen, you have to plan for implementation, right? And so it is about sort of the stakeholder, things like stakeholder engagement, having the right analyses, getting people sort of to recognize and have the capacity to implement as part of the planning process is actually going to be critical to moving quickly from identifying priorities to actually addressing them. And it's not a matter, and sometimes, we worry a little bit that countries might see it as, here's our list of priorities. Now let's just get into writing a whole bunch of proposals and talking to as many sort of financiers as possible, and the money's going to start flowing in. But there's a whole missing middle of different actors and analyses and capacities that's needed. And so I think for us, making sure that those are identified and those capacities are built during the planning phase so you can move seamlessly to implementation is sort of the approach that we're increasingly seeing taken. And I think with funding like from the GCF, which is significant funding for that processes, right, up to $3 million per country to work on their national adaptation planning process, they can make these kinds of investments. Because before it was much more piecemeal. Countries would get much smaller bits of money, and so they would really focus on doing a vulnerability assessment and then identifying options, and then that's kind of all the time and resources they had for it. But now you can invest more into a more holistic approach to it. So I think that's going to be really critical, and we're going to see more of that, hopefully. And in terms of alignment, I mean, I think, not to be sort of trite about this, but I think it really is talking, getting different stakeholders to talk to each other in government, right? We saw this with some of the work that we did on sort of disaster risk reduction, for example, and how that might link to national adaptation planning. We're seeing it with NDCs and NAPs, and we know that these are undertaken by different parts of government, but sort of pulling them together and giving them also a common framework and being very practical about sort of where different parts of their priorities and their frameworks actually can speak to each other. I think it's facilitating those kinds of conversations and interactions. I don't know that there's a simple solution. I think you can put guidance out there that can be a starting point, but it is actually getting people to sort of engage with each other that I think is going to be important. But I think you see sort of in the guidance that's put out for these action plans, all of them say you have to make reference to the SDGs, you have to make reference to these other frameworks. So the signal's already there. The mandate, the push for this kind of alignment is there. It's a matter of what now? How do we make it happen?
Yeah, thank you. Very quickly, just building on the points that very good points that Anne made. So there is also the element of the readiness on the part of institutions that are making plans for investments. And I would argue until and unless there is a readiness on the side of funds like the GEF, the GCF, as well as the private sector or whoever else, in this case, the procurement, to be able to look at these plans and sort of be informed by what's in the plans. I think the whole question of will they just sit on the shelves, I think will continue to be a reason venues like this. From the GEF side, we are supporting these reports across different conventions. So every proposal we get, we ask the question of, okay, what's the characterization of in the national reports or investment plans that we have supported, or in the case of NAP implementation, what did the NAP that has been completed, what do they say, and how are they being raised in the proposal you're putting in front of us? And it's not rocket science. Sometimes it's a pretty basic causal thing that one paragraph and somewhere somehow shows up. But I do think that it's important for an institution like the GEF to ask these questions and to make sure that the countries get into this notion that in order for them to request support from the multilateral system, for instance, there is an expectation that the planning documents as well as financing plans and reports that are being supported under the convention would obviously be utilized to help inform the investments that you say are priorities. So I think it's sort of a process that we need to continue to do among the funds, and eventually, hopefully, the quality and timeliness issue can be further improved to also inform other types of investments that are being made outside the multilateral windows. Thanks.
That's great. Thank you. Thanks for that. So there's like this back and forth between the NAP and then going back up. Very interesting. Lisbeth, I don't know, did you want to mention something on the carbon or? if you have.
I can very briefly respond to that if I understand the question correctly. That's the conversation around offsets from the private sector, or
I think I have to, since we're running out of time, I think you should do it bilaterally after, because we are at the hour. And I will forego a wrap up, but I just want to thank the panels and also the audience here for staying with us, asking questions. And as a little treat at the end, the organizers have put in the back some coffee and tea. So, and I need to let you know that you should come back. So you can have some coffee and tea, but not leave, because there's another session to come. So thank you so much to the panelists, the audience, and have a great continuation of the day.
Everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third session of Nature and Climate Thematic Afternoon at the Rio Conventions Pavilion. So welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us. And you can feel free to grab a coffee, have a little pastry before we get into our next session, which is on the role of protected areas in climate adaptation. Our moderator for this session is Alec Crawford, who is the Director of Nature for Resilience at the International Institute for Sustainable Development, IISD. So I'll just leave it to Alec for the moderation, but I just wanted to remind everyone that we have one more session after this one. That'll be really fun. It's a marketplace with, we call it Movies in a Marketplace, so we hope you stay on for that as well. All right, Alec, take it away.
Thanks so much, Veronica. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for our third session of the afternoon. It's really encouraging to see that not everyone has fled Montreal in advance of the snowstorm that is due to arrive tomorrow. So thanks again. I hope you're not stuck here for an extended period of time once the flurries start to fly tomorrow. Again, welcome to our session. Today we're going to be focusing on protected areas and climate adaptation. My name is Alec Crawford, as Veronica mentioned. I'm the Director of Nature for Resilience at the International Institute for Sustainable Development. Given the conversations that are happening in this building around the GBF 30 for 30 target, we wanted to pull together a session that was focused on protected areas and the role that they can play when they are well-financed, well-designed, when they're inclusive, when they're rights-based, the role that they can play in all their forms to support climate resilience and climate adaptation in particular. For this session, we brought together a terrific panel for you of both practitioners and policymakers from conservation NGOs, from civil society, and from government. The stakes, as we all know, couldn't be higher at the moment, and these panelists are often at the front lines of both the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis. They're working to protect, restore, and manage the critically important landscapes and seascapes and support the communities that depend on those from the crises we now find ourselves in. So this afternoon, we're going to go on a bit of a global journey. We have good representation from around the globe. To take us there, we have actually 4 excellent panelists. The 4th is missing at the moment, but she will be arriving in about 30 minutes. They've joined me here on stage. I'm not going to go into lengthy bios of them, but rest assured, they're very well educated. They're very accomplished. They're very nice people. Let me welcome first Alice Rueza, who is the Regional Director for Africa of WWF International. We also have with us Gilles Sutin, who is the Chief Scientist for Parks Canada. And finally, also Emily Darling, who is the Director of Coral Reef Restoration at the Wildlife Conservation Society. We will be joined by Viviana Figueroa, who is from the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity, the Indigenous Women Network on Biodiversity from Latin America and the Caribbean, and also the Indigenous Women's Biodiversity Network. Viviana wears many hats, one of which is keeping her from us right now. She's in the negotiations, but she will, as I mentioned, hopefully be here in about 30 minutes. We'll be starting off the panel with a moderated discussion, and then we'll open up the floor to questions from the audience. So please start already thinking about any questions that you might have. And I'm actually going to start with Alice, which I hope is okay. I know Alice just rushed into the building. She just rushed into the country, but I don't doubt that she's ready. Alice, WWF Africa has been working in this space for quite some time now, perhaps most notably in recent years through the Africa Adaptation Initiative. I was wondering if you could give us a bit more background on the initiative and what drove your team to make these connections and push for joint actions on adaptation and conservation. So Alice, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon. Is it good afternoon? It's hard to know what time it is. I'm still in Nairobi. So why you're asking what drove us to think about working on these issues? Of course, it is no secret that Africa contributes only 3 to 4% of greenhouse gas emissions. And yet we are the ones that are highly vulnerable to climate change. We are the ones that are severely impacted by climate change. And we see the impacts every day, whether it's catastrophic floods in Cameroon and Durban killing over 300 people, whether it's the drought in Kenya, where I live now, which has really been going on for a long time, whether it's Madagascar, which is facing the first climate-induced famine. We see the vulnerability everywhere. And so for Africa, really the story is that we need to adapt. Adaptation is the name of the game. Yes, of course, we can still do. We can contribute to mitigation. We have the second largest intact forest in the Congo Basin forest in the world. The second largest carbon sink. Actually, we have the Cuvette Central, which is the largest, I think, intact tropical peatland in the whole world. So we do have opportunities for mitigation, but actually adaptation is really what we need, because we need to reduce vulnerability to climate change. So this is why we decided as WWF to really work on adaptation and to establish the Africa Adaptation Initiative, and really to use that to raise the relevance of adaptation in our work, especially, and also to look at how nature-based solutions can play a role in adaptation. And one of the ones I'm going to share today, the work that we did, was looking at protected areas, the role of protected areas in adaptation. And so we did what we called a vulnerability assessment of our protected areas in Africa. We looked at Africa has over 8,500 protected areas. So, and these protected areas, are not only could they be common things, but they also can play a role in adaptation. And we were very curious to see how those can be elevated as a nature-based solution. So what we looked at then was, first and foremost, we needed to understand how vulnerable are these protected areas to climate change on the one side, and then what is the adaptive capacity that they have to look at that. So we looked at species change in terms of impacts. We looked at habitat change. We also looked at resource pressure change. And then on the adaptation capacity, we looked at management effectiveness, adjacent land use, and financial resilience. And we looked at 263 protected and conserved areas across sub-Saharan Africa, in Madagascar, in Congo Basin, in Namibia, in East Africa. And we found serious impacts, particularly on climate change. We looked at issues, a lot of species movement, lots of potential species movement, habitat change as well, and a lot of resource pressure change, of course. So the results really show that we have out of the 263 protected areas, we only had 4 that were resilient to climate change. The rest were highly vulnerable, almost 57%, 41 vulnerable. And, most of them were going to have more than 50% of their species no longer finding the protected areas suitable. And so for that, we had to come up with, to work with our protected area agencies and with the recommendations on how can we support them. So we needed to look at, for example, protecting and rehabilitating these areas that are identified as important refuges for species migration. We needed to restore and facilitate wildlife dispersal areas and movement corridors. Developing transboundary strategies. We have a lot of protected areas that are transboundary. Our elephants can move from Cape to Cairo. Strengthening local and transboundary monitoring of climate impacts, and also supporting our communities to diversify into additional climate-compatible livelihoods. So I'll stop there. Wanted to throw that example out there. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Alice. And we'll definitely come back to your experiences. This effort that WWF undertook of really grounding their knowledge of adaptation in risk assessment, both the biodiversity risk, I think, within those protected areas, and also the risks that were faced by the communities, is really a wonderful kind of foundation for action within these protected areas. So kudos for for undertaking such an enormous task. But a great first step in moving forward on resilience building. We're going to move from landscape to seascape. So I'm going to turn to you, Emily. Your work at WCS is focused on coral reef conservation. So could you give us a bit of a background on how and where WCS is working to increase climate resilience and support adaptation through its marine work on reefs and the communities that depend on them.
Perfect. Thank you, Alec. How is the sound in the back? Cool. Thank you. Well, it's an honor to join this panel with my esteemed colleagues, and thank you all so much for joining us here. That question to me really starts with a story, and I'd like to tell you about a time when I was honored to join our WCS team in Fiji and join the village of Nakondu in a community fish harvest. This was on Coral Island, where we were sworn into the village Nakondu by candlelight, and with the gift of a sperm whale's tooth, we shared blessings for a safe and productive community fisheries harvest in one of their protected areas or managed areas, which is called a tambu. So soon thereafter, over 100 village members dressed in flip-flops and homemade goggles and shorts swam out to the coral reefs. I was dressed in a wetsuit and fins and feeling horribly overdressed. But we swam out to a kilometer-long vine that the men had harvested earlier that day and lassoed around the Tambu coral reef. This was a reef that they'd been protecting and managing for this day specifically. So working alongside community members in this traditional harvest, we caught over 1,000 coral reef fish that day. And actually we caught 1,031 fish. And I know that because we stayed up all night to count each fish before, leaving the circle. And then the elder women entered the circle and carefully divided the fish that we had counted into small piles. One for each of the families in the village, some for the nearby families, but the majority of the fish were sold. And that year, they were able to pay the annual school fees to send their children off island to school. This story, to me, and to my colleagues at WCS, and I'm sure here on the panel as well, reflects the intricate and long-held relationships between coral reefs, local communities, and Indigenous peoples. These relationships between people and nature, as we all know, will be critical for climate resilience and adaptation, helping people prepare for and respond to the impacts of climate change. To adapt to climate change, for example, in Nakondu, this is increasing storms, this is sea level rise, this is coral reef bleaching and the loss of habitat for those fish. But the people of Nakondu will need thriving fisheries as the engines of local economies, and they will need a strengthened culture that they have and to continue to maintain, and they will need protection from their coral reefs and mangroves from rising sea levels and increasingly damaging storms. Switching now to some of the data worldwide, healthy coral reefs can reduce 97% of the wave energy hitting shorelines, protecting communities like Nakondu from the devastating and increasing impacts of climate change. If we think about a piece of fish that I can hold in my hand, or that for coral reef fish, this provides a child with 1/3 of the recommended daily requirements across 6 critical micronutrients. Nutrition and coastal protection will be critical to helping coastal communities like those in Nakondu adapt to climate change. And these are ecosystem services that are provided by coral reefs, and most importantly, coral reefs that are managed through traditional relationships with local and customary owners. This is going to be increasingly critical as scientists estimate that 50% of coral reefs worldwide have been lost, and only 1 in 10 corals are expected to survive the current trajectory of climate change. This is obviously why action on carbon emissions, as well as to halt biodiversity loss, is absolutely critical, which is why we have all come here this week. So what are we doing? Well, I'd like to highlight that nature is resilient. I'm a coral reef field biologist. I'm happiest swimming out and surveying coral reefs with community members from Nakondu. And our science has shown that coral reefs can recover with local management and urgent reductions on emissions. In Sharm el-Sheikh, where I'm sure many of you were as well, we launched a 5-point call to action for national governments on how to include coral reefs in their national adaptation plans and financing. Our first point was to protect and restore coral reefs as a climate adaptation strategy. That's through both protected areas as well as other effective area-based conservation measures, or OECMs, as well as other managed areas that may fall outside those particular acronyms. In addition, our call to action was to ensure that conservation benefits communities, to reduce pollution, to rebuild community fisheries, and to ensure a strong post-2020 global biodiversity framework, which we are all here to support our negotiators to do this week. To wrap up, I wanted to share just very briefly 2 examples of what this looks like in some of our other areas around the world. In Belize, we are working with 2 national protected areas, Glover's Reef Marine Reserve and Southwater Key Marine Reserve. We are working on livelihoods and reef restoration and disaster recovery that will have benefits to 45,000 people. And we'll be conducting climate vulnerability assessments, like my colleague mentioned, reducing pollution to coral reefs through ridge to reef restoration, as well as thinking upstream on what will be the climate impacts from increased rain and how to mitigate the sediments and chemicals that rain will bring to coral reefs. In Fiji, coming back to Fiji and working from Koro Island and out to all the Fijian islands, we are partnering with local communities and customary rights holders, the Fijian government, Bloomberg Philanthropy, and the Kiwa Initiative to design nature-based climate solutions in and around protected and managed areas. This looks like promoting sustainable fisheries, safeguarding locally managed marine areas, and most importantly, looking upstream to restore and recover critical riparian and tropical forests and agriculture. This type of watershed improvement, as well as its integrated rural infrastructure and water health, water sanitation and hygiene, can really clean up water for both human health as well as coral reefs, increasing the ability of both coral reefs and people to adapt to the coming impacts of climate change. Lastly, as we look to a 30 by 30 deal over the next few days, this is not only about halting biodiversity loss, but also ensuring that nature can help people adapt to climate change. We must also call on our negotiators to ensure strong coral reef indicators in the monitoring framework so that governments can track how coral reefs are supporting biodiversity and climate adaptation for communities through this intricate play of protected and managed areas. To end, coral reefs are on the front lines of biodiversity and loss and climate change, but they are also a frontline solution. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Emily. Thanks for painting so vivid a picture. I think that for those of you who haven't been up on this stage, the lights are hot enough that if you close your eyes, you might be able to picture yourself on a beach in Fiji. So thank you for painting that picture. I don't think we're almost as far away as you can get to Fiji in downtown Montreal in December, but thank you for that intervention. We're going to turn to Gilles next, but before we do so, could I ask you to welcome to the stage our 4th panelist, Viviana Figueroa. Thanks for joining us, Viviana. Gilles, you come to us from a government perspective, having worked at Parks Canada on some of these issues for many, many years. How has the Canadian government made the link between its protected spaces and its resilience to climate change? And how do you see the government actions in this space evolving over the coming years?
Thank you. 2 things first. Thank you a lot. It's very important, very topical that we discuss this at this in this venue here. So thanks to IISD for organizing this. The second thing is I want to defend myself. Yes, I'm in government, but I still prefer to be called a biocrat than a bureaucrat. So just painting the picture, Parks Canada is actually a very large land manager. We're managing it's a third of the entirety of by size, the entirety of the protected areas that are recognized in Canada. This is 450,000 square kilometers. So it's, put together, it's the size of Spain or the size of Sweden. Our largest park is Wood Buffalo. It's 45,000 square kilometers. It's the size of Switzerland, and there's 12 kilometers of road, grand total. So you can see there the challenge of, monitoring, knowing what's happening, but still all of these places are under the need to, to integrate adaptation thinking and building resilience. For converted, for I guess probably everybody here in this room, making the adequation that protected areas are nature-based solutions or nature-based climate solutions is pretty obvious. But that's not true for a lot of people. That's not true when I talk to the funders, to the Ministry of Finance. That's not our mandate, and we have a lot of progress to make. On top of that, that the fact that we label ourselves protected area management community as a natural solution to climate change or a nature-based solution, we have to accept that we still need to learn to walk the talk. We still have a lot to learn, and we still have a lot of policy frameworks, approaches that are not well aligned. So before getting to this, what are we doing? We have produced a set of climate projections for at the scale of the parks and its region. There is development in the climate science that allows to have those fairly specific, localized to scale the knowledge of whether it's going to be warmer, but by how much, weather, frequency of extreme events, frequency of maximum minimums and things like that. The climate science is there, and it's there globally. So we have done that for the parks, and we are presenting that through very simple 2-pagers to the management tables and to all of the communities surrounding or living in the protected areas that we are managing. We are, in terms of learning what we're managing, we are in the process of producing what we call the carbon atlas, or and there is a poster there. I invite you. It will be there for the evening. But basically, this is understanding, and it's on a 30 meter by 30 meter, everything you have to know about the ecosystem and the carbon that is there, and the carbon, how it, not only what is there, but how it moves around, and goes back to the atmosphere or is sequestered. We are creating and building up a knowledge hub of the solutions. I'm very tired of hearing about the threats and hearing about the impacts and having so much of the energy focused about learning more at this finer spatial scale about the impacts of. We really, I'm a manager. My accountability is not to tell Canadians, how threatened the place is. My accountability is to fix the problem. To identify, as a scientist, my chief scientist, my accountability is to provide solutions for the managers on the ground to fix the problem. So we're building, a clearinghouse mechanism in CBD terminology, but a knowledge hub of solutions, easily searchable, multilingual. And we are making, in addition to that, we're making a set of program adjustments. I'm not going to go through, but things like using prescribed fires, not just to restore ecosystems because they are ecosystem dependent systems and all that. I'm not here as a biologist giving a lecture, but really using prescribed burns and other techniques of forest management, to make the place fire smart, so that the communities are protected, so that we do not face those massive fires that are outside of the normal fire regime and that are counter-adaptive for the ecosystem, but also for the communities and things of value. A lot of work on, adapting the infrastructures in parks, roads, networks, all sorts of things. So there is a lot there. What we've learned through that is that there are things that we are already doing. And let's just take stock. And that's the knowledge hub, right? There are things that we need to learn to do better, and there's research and development, but more importantly, things that we have to adjust, learning from others. And so I feel we need to strengthen the networking across, we need globally, as a protected area management family, to be much closer to one another and to learn from one another. There's no way we are gonna be the steward of 30% of the planet, land or water, without working much, much more closely and much more coherently together. Like, this 30% it's an incredible opportunity, and we need not to miss the mark. And I'm really worried about. We need to move from projects to program. We need to move from initiatives to institution building, right? We need to have the equivalent of the School of Engineering for protected areas. We need to have the equivalent of the, of the hautes études commerciales, the School of business management for protected areas. 30% of the planet, 30% of nature's capital, natural capital. Like, so anyway, I'm I'm on a tangent here, but we need to learn from one another much more. And there are areas that we don't know about in terms of adaptation and integrating that into our, as a main deliverable in our agency's mandates. And there's a lot of research and development. And here again, my pitch for, we need like in the university to be resting, on institutions, not on a single lab in a single department in a single university type of things. Big challenges. So we have the opportunity. Big challenges, we have to review those policies that are limiting. We have a lot of policies that are limiting, that, direct our priorities to be for, saving species and saving ecosystems as they are. We need to adjust all of these policies and the programs that are linked to them to be forward-looking. Restoration ecology, the term itself talks about restoration. It calls for something, a reality of the past, right? Like, the baseline for restoration ecology should not be something of the past, the good old days. We need to set up the stage, and we need to have actions on the ground to help the ecosystems get to this future, resilient place without chaos, without going through, just chaotic and major, moments of major loss. And so that's a big challenge. And the other big challenge is in my mind, is the proper weaving of indigenous knowledge for Canada, indigenous and local community knowledge is maybe a little more prevalent in other cultural and social settings, but it's the weaving of knowledge derived from different knowledge systems, different worldviews, and the full weaving of it at their full value, not in a hierarchical manner of trying to, nest that, and it's often when convenient, as supporting the Western science derived knowledge. We really need to that's why I use the word weaving. The integrity of the fabric, right, is dependent on every single fiber of the fabric when it's weaved well. And so that will lead to much stronger, well-grounded in the cultural setting in which where our parks are based and will remain. Parks are fixed in place. So that's the second challenge I wanted to highlight here, and by no means the only challenge that we have. So thanks.
Thanks so much, Gilles. Big round of applause for Gilles. That was for that passionate intervention. 30% of the land and seas. It's an incredible opportunity, as you say, and a big task ahead of us. But hopefully we'll get there. That's a perfect segue. I think your last challenge that you or opportunity that you brought out, and Viviana's intervention. So we were wondering, Viviana. Thanks again for joining us. I know you have a very busy schedule, as all of our panelists do today. But I was hoping that you could share with us some of your perspectives on the role that protected areas play in supporting both ecosystem and community resilience to climate change, and crucially, to build on Gilles' point, the role that traditional knowledge of Indigenous peoples plays in supporting adaptation in protected areas.
Okay. Thank you so much for this invitation, and to all organizers. I think that is much better. So first one, our land and territories, indigenous people and land and territories are conserving the high biodiversity. So this is something that is important. And also currently, I'm from Argentina. Currently in the world, there is a lot overlapping between biosphere reserves declared by UNESCO and indigenous land and territories, but our land and territories were before these protected areas or biosphere reserves were established. And this is, you can say why, because we still maintain, even that we pass several processes in the history, we still maintain a close relation with nature. We still maintain our practice, we still maintain our beliefs, and we still maintain the respects for our Mother Earth. In my community, it's called Pachamama. For this is, for us, is I'm not sure about the protected areas in the whole, because there is not an study about the contribution of protected areas where indigenous people are inside these protected areas. But there is a lot of studies, and especially the biodiversity reports, assessments of IPBES that show the land and territories of indigenous peoples are island in a seed of devastation. So without being a protected area, without being getting any support, any fund, even contrary, not respecting the land and territories of indigenous people. I think, and I want to explain what is traditional knowledge, because traditional knowledge, it's the pen of you people, the pen of your ecosystem. You will learn according to your culture. For example, some people, some communities teach traditional knowledge since the kids are 2 years old to 8 years old. So because many science say, please, could you teach me traditional knowledge? It's not possible because it's from 2 years to 8. You have to have this visions and also, for example, in my community, if I want to learn someone who is the spiritual guy of my community, they will say not, because I have to have a special characteristic. I have to have a special rule in the community. It's not something that you can pass just. Another issue is also the woman. No? The woman has some deep knowledge about seeds, for example, or some techniques of and some special knowledge and rules to transmit it knowledge in language. Because sometimes we say it's important traditional knowledge. Even the IPCC report is highlighting this. But at the same time, no one, or at least in my country, there is a lot of policies to support this knowledge. For example, there is not any policies to support the maintain of indigenous language, to maintain the territories, to maintain the biodiversity in our territories. So we are losing this traditional knowledge. But also, this knowledge is collective. I know a name of a plant, but also my brother and sister in the community has the same knowledge. It's not something that this is the difference with scientific knowledge, because the scientific knowledge is most developed by individual, it's more private, it's different. For us, it's collective. But also, it's not something that I learn now. It's something that I have learned from my ancestor, and my ancestor has passed to my ancestor. So it's a very long relations, no? And I have the obligation to pass to the next generations. So it's totally different. The traditional knowledge is collective, is maintained and passed orally, and also is related to the practice and cultural language. So it's a more an holistic point of view. So for this is different of scientific knowledge. Now also it's called indigenous knowledge. But also indigenous peoples has their own institution, has on their own policy decisions. They have their own practice and customary law. For example, in my community, I cannot kill wildlife animals because for export, or because I like it or I don't like it. I have to respect these animals, because if I do bad things to these animals, I can have disease, I can have bad dreams. So it's all rules. For this is for us, it's like even when we take our traditional or medicinal plant, we have to ask for permission. No? This is what is traditional knowledge. This is what indigenous people are, that are collective. And now the UN system recognize these rights, these collective rights of indigenous people. And that is very important, because many scientists are saying we want to know traditional knowledge, but they don't want to respect the free prior informed consent. They don't want to even inform what are the conditions, where the resource will be done, or where and how, and what will be the benefit and what happened with the benefit. But now currently we have rights. Regarding the adaptation, I would like to know how many of you are doing actions to adapt to climate change, because all are being affected for this. What we are doing in my community is we are keeping the seeds, recovering traditional knowledge. We are trying to recover traditional technologies. For example, how we build our house. Because we cannot build a house with a material that is not sustainable, and it will be even a gain of adaptation of climate change. We can use, we in our community, we don't use fertilizer or commercial seed, because we know that are weak to climate change. We will lose all our food. So we can not pollute our river, because no, it's not water in the river. It's very little. So, but we as the community are taking action without any support of the government. So for this, I think it's important that everyone start thinking about what actions will take regarding the adaptation, because adaptation is something that we all will need to go. And unfortunately, we are the most who has contributed to the conservation of biodiversity, so mitigation to climate change, but unfortunately, we are the most impacted for climate change. But at the same time, we are the most resilient, because if there is not water, we have some ceremonies. If there is not food, we know what are our seeds that are resistant to climate change, and we are keeping it. We know if also see a disease, we have traditional knowledge on medicine plants that we are recovering. This is action that I think there is need to get more support, because we are not doing for our individual well-being. We are doing for the society in general. When we have the problem with the COVID in my community, we all support each other. And we, unfortunately, we could maintain because of knowledge. We could survive because of knowledge. We could take care of each other because of culture, because of collective well of living. For this, I think the society maybe can take some of these actions, what indigenous people are doing, to also support this action of indigenous peoples, not to see that indigenous people are like again of some policies. Not, we are thinking not in today, we are thinking in 7th generation, and we know, and unfortunately it will be worse. And for this, it's important to think about that, but also to work together. The communities doesn't know or doesn't have all the knowledge how to adapt to climate change. And also we know the society doesn't know how to adapt to climate change. But I think together we can try to find common solutions or common actions to address this, or to be well prepared. No? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Viviana. Yeah, that call for finding common solutions and helping each other work through these crises is definitely one to take to heart. I had a couple other questions, but I also know that time is running along. So if people do have questions that are coming to mind, start thinking about them, and maybe after this next question that I'll put out to the panel as a whole, we can start moving around with the microphone. There's obviously a great urgency to increased action in this space, particularly if we hit the 30 by 30 target gets passed. There's going to be a lot more work in this space, and a need to do that expansion in protected areas in an inclusive, rights-based way. As another question to you all, what do you need as a conservation organization, as a community leader, as a national government, to really scale up action in protected areas as a nature-based solution, both to the biodiversity crisis and the climate crisis? Is it just a question of financing? Is it leadership? Is it capacities? Is it data and information? What is it that you require in order to make that jump towards a future where there's far greater protection of our lands and seascapes? Does anyone want to jump in first? Viviana's ready to go. So Viviana, over to you.
Thank you. No, I think there is a need to urgently to recognize the rights of indigenous peoples on lands and territories and resources. So I think there is urgently. And of course, we are not like saying that it's an easy task. And unfortunately, the lands that contain biodiversity, natural resource is our land. But we need to maintain them for the well-being for the whole. Thank you.
Any other interventions? Alice, over to you.
Um, sure. I mean, I definitely agree with the recognition of the rights of indigenous people and local communities, and I do also agree to the point that those lands, the studies have shown that they are better managed. That where they are managed by local indigenous communities and local indigenous people and local communities, we have had better results than we've had where they are managed by government. In terms of what we need, I think that we need, first and foremost, we need to not treat the protected areas in isolation. I think we need to look at them as part of the wider landscape, because we don't want to create a case where protected areas are lands, they're a whole land on their own, and we don't want governments thinking that we need to look for money for protected areas. I think we need to integrate them in the wider economy and the wider discussion, because once we do that, then governments will see them as part and parcel of the solution. And secondly, and even in relation to integrating the wider landscape, is the 70%. So when you do the 30%, which is amazing, it's important as Giles has said, but what happens in the 70% matters to whether the 30% remains intact. And I think integrating whether it's the communities that live next to protected areas, um, being being part of the management plan, giving incentives. We've seen in many countries in Africa, where the government has provided incentives for communities, whether it's benefit sharing, whether it's access to the resources. That's where we've been successful. We've been successful where they don't feel like the protected area is keeping them out, but they're actually part and parcel of the solution. Obviously, management effectiveness, finance, you've talked about those. Those are all important. Absolutely, they're extremely important. Connectivity, very important, because if you're not having the connectivity there, it won't work. We need the right places, the right the the right protected areas, in the right places. We can't. It's not a matter of just creating them. It's them, and yeah, and I think I covered. Did I cover valuation? I did, right? I did talk about valuation. Yeah, and of course, I didn't talk about the gender responsive approaches, and I think that I should bring that up. That it's always women, right? It's Mother Earth. It's the women that are always really at the heart of protecting these places, and therefore recognizing their rights, their agency, and giving them a voice is a big part of the solution. Thanks.
Thanks, Alice.
Sure, thank you. It's too close. So the question is, what do we need? Thinking from the perspective of coastal communities, they're really facing, the potential for a triple impact. That's climate change, that includes 30 by 30, and that also includes the blue economy. These are all coming into coastal communities. And so what do they need? Well, they need everything that you've spoken about, whether that's data-driven solutions, whether that's new partnerships with new sectors. We need to measure the success of these initiatives coming in, but ultimately, there's a need for strong community governance. There's a need for human rights-based approaches to any type of conservation and management, and there's the need for free, prior, and informed consent. Understanding these knowledges and what is happening requires the integration of Western and traditional knowledges, and it all comes back to this comment of, sure, there's going to be 30% that we're focusing on, but this must be within the wider landscape and seascape of 100% sustainable management. So a recognition of all of those things, and really thinking about how does that work on the ground, the importance of local context, that different coastal communities, different members in those communities will approach this differently. This is all critical to how we build this bottom-up success of global initiatives like we're all here for today. Thank you.
Yeah, the list is already quite long. But if I can group that, then there are different ways of grouping that. But I just so much concur that in terms of governance, the cooperative, co-management, joint management, integrated management is absolutely fundamental. we need to have a greater coherence in the community of parks and parks lovers. There are still way too many people who have that, fairly narrow, this is for tiger habitat, and that's the purpose of a protected area. In terms of policy, a lot has been mentioned already, but basically that's, if you want a chapeau to all of that, it's time we pay attention and we move our focus on the qualitative elements of IG target 11 or the new target 3. The connectivity integrated in the landscape and with the communities, connectivity, and all of this thing is all of these qualitative elements. And as a community, we've not paid enough attention there. And in the science, I've mentioned in the Western science part of it, it's, really, really looking at the future, looking forward. And as a whole community, the mindset is about, we need to shift the mindset to solutions, not just painting ourselves as under threats and investigating the threats and the impacts. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Gilles. We'll go to the audience now. So does anyone have any questions for our panelists? I see a question at the back there to start us off. Oh, I know. It's burning my retinas.
Thank you. Sorry, hiding at the back. Hi. I also know you probably can't see me because the lights are so bright.
Yeah.
So
I think my retinas have detached at this point. So
don't worry at all. I'll just be a voice in the ether. I'm Bethan. I'm from the Zoological Society of London. Thank you so much for those presentations and speeches. Really fascinating. I wanted to hear the panel's thoughts on something that Giles said around around not looking forward towards building resilience rather than back towards ecosystems in which the climatic reality that we live in can no longer arguably support them. And I wondered if other people on the panel had those thoughts. Because at ZSL, the Zoological Society of London, we're doing a lot of thinking and work on the concept of rewilding as an option for building resilience in a way that understands the nature of climate change and what it's doing to our ecosystems. And I just thought it was a really interesting point. So I wondered if there were any other thoughts on the panel on that side of things. Thank you.
I could take another question if there is one, or if you want to continue thinking about it, we'll pass it over to the panel. Do you want to? Emily's going to start off. Thanks for your question.
Thanks so much for that great question. For coral reefs, there's certainly a critical element of looking forward and not looking backward. How we do that is by thinking about climate resilient coral reefs. Several years ago, I was an author on a study called the 50 Reefs, which looked at what are the conditions where coral reefs are going to be best able to survive into the future. That thinks about, less temperature, less extreme temperatures, less cyclones. And in doing that work, we identified a global portfolio of coral reefs that could provide the blueprint for how coral reefs can survive and then eventually restore and recover the areas around them. Last year, we added to that study by thinking about stepping stones between those sanctuaries. So how can we link those stepping stones up so that heat-adapted larvae, from either climate-resilient reefs or their stressed reefs nearby that survived, how can those genes travel through these networks and give coral communities every chance to survive, to be able to maintain that critical habitat, maintain coral reef fisheries with, local management and deliver ecosystem services. So I'd say looking forward requires, obviously thinking about what are the incoming climate impacts and being very solutions focused. Where are these sanctuaries? How are they connected in stepping stones? And then how do we bring that into policy priorities at all scales, from local communities to international agreements. Thanks.
Alice, did you have any interventions?
Yes, I do. And I guess you are talking about the ecosystem resilience, or are you talking about the people? Both, yes. Obviously, yes. The at the heart of our work on adaptation is building resilience. It's how you ensure that the people are going to be resilient to the next shock that's coming up. I agree, but there's also, of course, a lot of examples of and I mentioned earlier a lot of examples of when we did the vulnerability assessment of protected areas and understood, what is how where are the species going to move if it becomes too warm here or too cold here, or how is the habitat going to change. Some of the solutions we are looking at are exactly that, is how to make those species more resilient to the change or more adaptable to where they move. And yeah, and there's a lot of science there being done, but it is a very interesting move. On rewilding, yeah, very interesting. Recently I was on, I don't remember which panel I was on, and we were talking about that, and there was this argument about, okay, so rewilding works for those places like Europe where you've already destroyed everything and you need to rewild. But how about us who still have very intact, where we still have intact? But we are definitely doing restoration, which I think is different from that, because we're restoring original habitat. But I think it's an option that is worth looking into. So yeah, I agree. Over.
Any other questions from the audience? No? If not, maybe I will. I'll.
Sorry.
Oh, yes.
I did have a question. It's for Gilles, because I remember you were speaking a little bit about the restoration ecology and about how the baselines are now shifting and we have to rethink the way that we do ecological restoration. But how far ahead should the baselines shift? Should we not try to maintain some kind of equilibrium or some kind of like future state that's reminiscent of what's possible from the past, but is still resilient to future change? I'm not sure that was the most articulate way to to pose the question, but I think you understand what I mean.
Yeah, it's something I'm not like we I can't provide you a response. This is something that we need to explore. But it has to be more than like, it has to be something like accompanying, helping, holding the hand of the ecosystem to shift, right? Uh, the park boundary is not going to migrate with the community it's supposed to be, like I'm talking about the ecological community and the species and things. And, so what we need is a smooth transition so that we do not have those catastrophic events that are bad for nature. You lose a species, and are catastrophic also for the communities that are in the park or around the park or that depend on the park. If you lose, a part of an ecosystem that is provisioning, fresh water, it's that broad set of impacts. So we have to think about resilience, conservation, ecology, not just the way it has been, I would say, largely so far, which is about, focusing on the species composition. it is now integrating in a lot of cases the processes, but we have to really look at it with some, as focusing on the attribute of adaptability, of maintaining, how can we accompany a system shifting through those species in a different rhythm and things, but that remains, that keeps the options for the future open, and that you don't have such a shift that foreclose a whole set of options and necessarily leads you to a devastated desert that has lost 90% of its productivity, right?
That's great. Thank you so much, Gilles, for framing it in that way. And I wonder if I might seg to Emily Darling, because I think you look deep in thought. And I just was wondering what that means for corals in particular, because there are certain tipping points where you really can't restore, like if they're bleached. What does that mean? And what would you do about migrating area boundaries to assist with temperature shifts, helping the corals to adapt to temperature shifts?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a fascinating question. I mean, I think we know that coral reefs, like many critical and vulnerable ecosystems, are going to be experiencing rapid change. And this is, building on Gilles, your comments, not just a change in species composition, but a change in ecosystem functioning. And so there's really going to be three types of change and three types of actions we can do to respond to that. That's either, protecting critical climate refuges, that's recovering, ecosystems that have been impacted, or that's transforming both ecosystems and, their connected societies where that change is going to be too much. The way that we can determine that action is by, using thresholds. We know that coral reefs are a system that experiences tipping points like many others. And through decades of coral reef science, we have identified those tipping points. So one example I'll give you is a threshold for live hard coral cover. As we all know, hard coral covers are the cute little upside down jellyfish that form the architecture, the calcium backbone of the entire ecosystem. Below 10%, coral, that living coral cover, is not able to keep up with sea level rise. Above 10%, it can, and above 30%, we think is a more of a biodiversity significant threshold. So really, the key to managing this change is to take a functional approach to ensuring the integrity of ecosystems and really using these thresholds. The way that we can do that is through globally standardized and normalized data. And I'm going to put a little bit of a plug in for a platform that we have developed to help coral reef scientists around the world and decision makers do this, which is Mermaid. This is a partnership between WCS, WWF, and Spark Geo, and it's a system that allows coral reef scientists who are underwater on a reef to be able to really quickly collect the information from a reef and see the results in a cloud-based platform. This lets you say, is my reef above or below these thresholds, and quickly manage that change. The key to using these types of cloud native platforms is the speed at which you can accelerate data to decisions. So thinking very quickly about one time in Fiji, but in Ovalau Island, we're on our way out with the communities to do these surveys, and an elder pulls us aside and says, how is our reef doing? We've had these cyclones, where are we? With Mermaid, we are able to take our surveys, that day, turn them into, actionable data, and around the kava bowl that night say, your coral cover is above these thresholds, but your fish biomass, the stocks for your fisheries, are below the thresholds for fish biomass. So your habitat is still in good shape despite these shocks from bleaching and cyclones, but there is an opportunity to rebuild fisheries. So taking a functional approach is critical. Understanding thresholds and tipping points is critical. Thinking about what information do decision makers really need at all scales, from local communities and traditional owners to the international agenda, and then embracing technology that is appropriate and flexible that can turn that data into insights very quickly. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Emily. We're winding down here. If there's no other questions, what's that? Emily's just getting started, so we could stay for hours, but we won't. I have one question there in the striped blazer.
Thank you so much. Yes, you mentioned earlier that access to finance was a challenge for projects on protected areas and adaptation. So, and this is elements that you've already touched on during your presentation, but how could we make a stronger case for protected areas and the benefits of adaptation and how they can increase the resilience of not only species, but communities and peoples and eventually support countries' adaptation plans? So how could organizations like yours make a stronger case to donors on the potential for protected areas on adaptation?
Thanks very much. So yeah, the question was on financing and whether the climate resilience angle for conservation kind of adds to the case to be made for more financing. Anything to add to that from WWF's perspective?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, so okay, first let's start from the climate side. On the climate side, we know that nature-based solutions are 37% of the solution, and they still only receive 2% of the finance, so 2 to 4%, very little. So clearly, we have not made the case. We have not made the case that this big solution of 37% requires financing. And I go back to the point I made earlier. I think for a long time, at least in many places where I've worked, protected areas and have always been seen as in isolation of everything else that's happening. And that is what needs to stop. We need to show protected areas as part and parcel of the development plan or planning or the development and economic solutions. And we did valuation for a while there, and I think we thought that would make the difference. It has, and it hasn't. I still think there's a narrative there that we need to make sure that our policymakers and our governments see the protected areas as just not just something in isolation. And I don't have the whole solution yet, but it's work in progress. I think tourism, at least in where I come from, tourism is the second largest foreign exchange earner for many of the countries in Africa, and a lot of that tourism is actually in protected areas. And I think when you start to look at that, you look at what $1 of tourism resources when it goes through the economy. It is not just about maintaining park operations. It's also about these funds going to treasury. They pay for health. They pay for education. The multiplier effects are huge. We need to make those cases more and more to resonate more and more. And I think then we can get our Ministry of Finance or budget people starting to see why it is important to invest in protected areas. So, over. I think Parks Canada should have an answer to this.
Well, it needs to be an how to say that in English, but we need to explore all possible avenues. We have seen that a time where money is less available, a time of economic turmoil, like now with having to pay the nations have to pay the COVID debt. It's threatening the appropriation to park systems. We've put a lot of hope in the tourism, right? But we've seen with COVID that this has led to firing like 3/4 of the workforce of the park system in Mexico and 2/3 in Kenya, etc. So it's it's risky. Ecosystem services is, clearly an avenue. But, there you are, getting into the discussion of, commodification of nature and all of the risks that are associated with putting a dollar sign on, on nature and, ethically what it means. But I think we cannot, we cannot not explore that dimension. But yet again, it's insufficient to, to account for the social value, the continuation of culture. Like Arctic people in Canada. I'm just talking about Canada. Arctic people. The land is them and they are the land. Like they're not living in this kind of dichotomous, nature culture that we experience more in the OECD developed part of the world, or Western culture. Um, we I don't know how many avenues we need to explore, but natural capital accounting. And efforts started in many places in the UN system. Um, you know, Again, it has just a number of those shortfalls are putting a dollar value on nature, on intrinsic, and getting us in this uncomfortable zone where we sort of exclude the intrinsic nature of. I don't know how to get out of this, but anyway, so a lot of work still.
A lot of work. Final thoughts, Viviana?
Yes, thank you. I think the financial issues is a key, but currently what we are discussing is that there is a need for direct finance access for indigenous peoples, especially to secure their lands and territories, because currently there is a lot of projects placed for climate change, and especially including some mention for indigenous peoples. But according to some studies, less than 1% is going to communities on the field. So many issues are going to studies, and we are not doing anything with the studies. We really need to work on the field, and this is something that indigenous people does every day. For this, and of course, we maintain our knowledge and we can maintain our practice, and to take care of nature is part of our identity. It's part of the responsibility that we have with the nature, with our mother. For this, we really want that there is a mechanism for direct access to funding to indigenous peoples, because the best land that are conserved are indigenous land without any fund, without any cent. For this, for us, it will be great because we will be doing much better work if we get direct access to funding. No, thank you.
For coral reefs, the picture is very much the same. A study from several years ago found that a lack of capacity and resources jeopardizes the outcomes of protected areas for coral reefs. This could be a lack of boats, of gas to put in those boats, of rangers, and of the critical traditional stewards of these areas. So access to finance for protected areas is critical. One example of something new that we're seeing is through the Global Fund for Coral Reefs. This is supporting reef-positive businesses that can help meet that finance gap. In Tanzania, for example, the National Marine Protected Area Network is severely underfunded, but Tanzania is home to some of the largest mangroves and seagrasses in the entire Western Indian Ocean. This opens up the opportunity for blue carbon, and by exploring appropriate pipelines that bring financing to local communities as well as to the national MPRU, the unit in charge of managing marine protected areas, is a viable option and a theory of change for increasing that access to finance. So the more creative that we can be, the faster and more agile we can be with finance, and the more we can bring all stakeholders into these types of arrangements for finance is going to be crucial for implementing our post-2020 global biodiversity framework.
Thanks very much. Thank you all for joining us today for this conversation around climate change and protected areas. I think it's become clear through the interventions of our great panelists that these spaces, whether on land, whether on coasts, whether underwater, can be really crucial avenues toward building ecosystem resilience and community resilience to climate change if they're designed, again, in a way that's inclusive, that's rights-based, that's focused on quality of biodiversity. It's been, for me, a nice kind of reminder to not always focus on the risks, but also focus on the opportunities and the solutions and looking forward and what's to come. So please join me in giving a warm round of applause for our panelists, both for thanking them for their interventions, but also for the work that they do. I think that the world is a more beautiful and wild place because of the work that you're all doing. So please join me in thanking them, and thank you for joining us. Please do stay with us if you can. We're going to take a quick break. You could call it an intermission because we have movie night coming up. There will be popcorn. There may be movie stars. I don't know. You'll have to come to find out. But we will be reconvening at about 6 o'clock. And we'll look forward to welcoming you for our final session of the thematic afternoon on climate and nature. There will be posters as well. Please have a look at the Parks Canada poster as well while you're here. So thanks again, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes or so. Thanks. Thanks, Jules. That was great. You have to go? You're going back to Nairobi already? You flew just for here for this?
Oh no, gotta do a different story.
No, not at all. It was fantastic when you started to like, yes, I remember this story. It was so cool. So it's a fantastic story.
Thank you so much. I was just thinking, I was like, I gotta do one for Madagascar. I can't rely too much on that one, but it's such a good one.
Yeah, it was so cool.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to meet you.
Pleasure, and best of luck. I realized that a lot of the work on coral restoration, there's so many.
No, there's so much of it. Nature is so lucky and so resilient, and we're seeing that recovery of corals. And so it's about telling those stories of hope, I think, which came through really clearly and inspiring that action. I certainly haven't given up. I know that once
Daughter broke her leg.
blind growers haven't given up. So.
She's back up on 2 feet now.
It's a job
Totally. Gary, what's your role?
I'm part of the partnering protocol.
How long is your
Government of Canada, $300 million for nature-based solutions and adaptation in sub-Saharan Africa, including marine seascapes. So we're hoping to. I can't remember which of our projects are going to be doing it. We've got some projects in that part of the world looking at seaweed. I think we've got some coral reef elements in some other
I don't know. It'll be like the Shining.
I'm Canadian.
You should get it by Monday. Friday will be different.
Thanks,
Viviana. Thanks for joining us.
Right now I'm on a Monday.
Thanks for joining us.
What I'm doing is I'm actually running a community
okay.
practice.
So I don't know if we'll see you then,
Focus on marine seascapes,
Alice. We saw you briefly.
landscapes, and the coral reef. So
You'll be
receiving an invitation.
Yes, I would absolutely adore that.
Participate in.
I was hoping
That sounds
that too.
wonderful. And I'll
You're not allowed to talk about that right
And please send me an email.
I will. Yeah. Thank you so much, Gary. I really appreciate it. It's always so kind to have someone who's engaged and nodding in the front row.
He's around. I think he's in the.
No, I'm here. I might as well be here, right? So.
Thank you so much. Best of luck. Take care.
He's around. But... Okay, you'll see him tomorrow. He'll be around until Saturday. He's not leaving early. Okay.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Alex.
Thanks again. Yeah, you did a great job.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was
fun.
I love your work.
I'm based in Toronto. Yeah, but
You left Tanzania and you came to Toronto.
I did, but my heart remains in the Western Indian Ocean, as always.
Yes, I fully agree.
Yeah. Do you have a card? I know, me neither. Can I take a picture? And then
Make sure Alex gives you. This is not my card. This is his card.
I can send you Alice's WhatsApp if you want.
Oh, there you go. Just so that I can remember who am I. Otherwise, Alex can do it.
I'll find you online.
You will find me.
Yeah. Perfect. I'm in. Thank you so much. An honor. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got to jump. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks so much for joining. That was great. And yeah, let's connect in Toronto in the new year. I can turn my mic